All right, I just got policed on a panel again. I lasted maybe 5 minutes, so here I am on my own stream where I could do my thing and not have to get harassed about stupid bullshit. Hang on, let me set the stream up. I guess I'll just wait for people to show up, and I still got to do social media and tweak the stream and all that. So, hello, how y'all doing? I'm really I'm this is like it's not a project that I want, but I'm going to document these incidents every time they happen because they can help other neurodivergent people. Um, Hang on one second. Hey, Bex. That was your friend, by the way, Benjamin, that you recommended. I was looking for some good mental health channels and like non-drama channels, and you recommend him. He's the one that did it. So, all right, hang on. I'm still tweaking. Well, not tweaking, but tweaking this video. I don't tweak. All right. And then let's get it on social media. Happy Thursday, everybody. How's your day? I know that today is the Trump Biden debate, and I heard it's going to be no audience and like silent mics, so they're going to each talk one at a time. Oh, I'm going to get into it in just a second. Let me pop it on social media real quick. I got topic policed. This is not that kind of channel. Well, how the fuck do I know? You um all right, one second. Almost there. Yeah, I hopped on. They were having a good conversation about morality, and Denizen was on, and Hank was on, and they seemed pretty chill. And so I hopped on. Hey, Daniel Barry, good to see you. You're there. And they started, asking me a little bit about myself, which is fine. And then they said, "Well, what are some of your special interests?" So I told them I like rattled off all of my interests, and I said BDSM, and I was willing to leave it at that. And then Denizen started asking me more questions, like, "Well, what part of the BDSM spectrum do you consider yourself D or N?" And Benjamin's like, "We're not that type of channel here." I'm like, "Fuck you, dude. You're the one that asked me how am I supposed to know that some of the interests are off limits and only to make my answer be the topics that are appropriate for your channel? Fuck you. Just fuck yourself." Oh God, I hope I keep my channel. Can I say that kind of stuff? That's my this is rage. This is anger. You done pissed off a male Satanist. This is what you get, and a spurg at that. That was a total setup. That was such a bitch move, Benjamin. You ask someone what their topics are, and then you start to censor and police them when they don't give the topic that, like, they can't read your mind and know what topic you want on your channel. If that's neurotypical, I'm glad I'm not neurotypical. I'm so tired of men. I think what I'm gonna do is make this a male space for a while. We're gonna do an experiment. I'm keeping the panel drama off, the spurgs. I'm keeping female energy off. I want a male space where men can be men, talk about the things they want to talk about, have male emotions. Every time I go to another panel, I get police. They try to socialize me. These are over socialized fucks that knee jerk over socialize everybody else around them. And so there's a reason I stay on my own panel. And people keep telling me, go to other panels, go to other panels. There is a fucking reason I don't do it. I wish people would listen to me. They never listen to me. I fucking know my own life, and I know my own experiences. Yes, you are. You are some good male energy too, though. If you want to come up, you're very balanced, actually. You're like the new male. Oh, are they up? Well, I don't even care about numbers right now. I don't know what to do about it other than, actually, I do know what to do about it because this is what I tell the people that I work with. Find or create spaces that fit you where this does not happen and stay in those spaces. It's called niche building. Oh, I didn't put the link. Okay, sorry. And that is what I did here with my stream. And now I'm going outside of my own niche because I'm trying to make connections, grow community, et cetera, et cetera. So I can't just stay in my niche. But I just like I don't know how to interface with society and the workforce, et cetera, with whatever, however I am, my excitabilities or intensities. I don't know how to interface with even other panels to do the same thing. Like this is what Dennis and I were talking about last night. Like with mutants and misfits, we're kind of stuck outside of the system. Not, I mean, we have plenty to contribute, but because of the social bullshit, we can't interface with it to get the benefit of participating in it. Hey, bro.
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
I went on this panel. Hank was on there. Denizen was on there. It was a guy named Benjamin that was recommended to me by several people. I was looking for mental health channels and like good channels to build community with, and he was one of the names that kept coming up.
So what happened?
And so I went on and he asked me what my special interests were. So I started telling him my hobbies. And when I got to BDSM, he's like, "Oh, that's not this kind of channel here." Like, how was I supposed to know that? And then he started the policing thing. And,
bro, please stop.
Bro, this is not the time to start policing my emotions. I'm serious. This is not what I need right now. Why are you? I'm curious why you're doing it. Why you can't just let a man have his feels? This might help me learn.
Do you want me to be honest?
Yes, I want you to be honest.
Okay, I don't know whatever guy you're talking. Whatever, I don't know this channel, but probably if he has a mental health thing. I mean, typically we leave our sexual hobbies out of. When people say hobbies, they don't want to know what type of sexual hobbies you have. It makes people uncomfortable, and you with the antlers and the whole, it's not. It makes people uncomfortable
in the first place because I didn't know that ahead of time, and there were other people on there like kind of in my category. Hank was on there, Denizen was on there, so I figured, okay, if they can tolerate the panel and the panel can tolerate them, then it's probably okay for me to go up there. So I didn't know. If I had known what you just said, I would never have gone on the panel. I didn't know the rules.
Well, it's also sexist and homophobic, honestly, because if you were a hot chick with tits, they would have been like, "Oh, wow, tell us more. You like whips and chains?"
Well, they did make a comment about the antlers, I believe.
I mean, it is,
which I don't mind. I mean, of course, I don't care if people make comment about the antler. It's a natural, normal thing to do when you see a guy with antlers show up on your panel.
I mean, respectfully, dude, I like you, right? But if a dude, I'm just be honest, right? You look gay, you've got antlers, you talk kind of gay, and you rock, and then you're like just when you say you like BDSM, I mean, bro, it's a little bit scary, honestly. Like, I don't even know.
Compared to all the stuff you bring on this stream, that's what's scary to you?
Look, I am, I don't know what you're referring to, but do I?
Oh, pretty much any go back and pick any stream that you're on.
Okay, sure. I am maybe guilty of crossing lines and pushing boundaries.
But they're not lines here to me. That's what the only lines I'm worried about are the YouTube lines because I want to keep the channel going. That's it.
Well, then I'm not. Well, then I'm in the right time and space for that.
Right. That's my whole point. Like, I should not try to go on other panels. I should stay here in my little unsafe space. Because every time I try to go on other panels, that's happening.
I mean, why are you so upset? Lately. They were like, "Hey, shut up! Don't talk about that."
And if it's because I'm gay or talk gay or rock or well, that's who I am. So if that's the problem, if that's the issue for everybody that they're reacting to, A, that's kind of bigoted. B, I'll just stay on my own fucking panel. I'm not trying to be a nuisance or disrupt or. If I wanted to troll, I would really troll. I would. These are not trolling attempts. This is not me trying to, like. disrupt somebody's panel. Like, why would I want to go on a panel for 5 seconds and then have to leave? That's not something I'm intentionally going on there to do. Hey, Cynthia, what's up?
Yeah, well,
I said no women, and then Cynthia shows up. Damn, this is
just
gonna be
because you're
hard.
not trying to do it doesn't mean whatever. I mean, what do you want? The
Right,
truth
but
or
I'm
not?
trying to find places where people can like accept me as halfway normal and get past all that shit. Like plenty of people do. I get that from plenty of people. I'm just trying to find more of those people. That's it.
Have you ever seen? Well, it's like the Blind Melon B Girl video. Have you ever seen that?
No. Oh
You don't
yeah,
know.
the B girl. Right, yeah. That was filmed in
It,
New Orleans.
that's you. Or that's us.
Right.
It's
So I'm
like,
trying to find the panels that are safe for the B girl, and I thought this was one of them, and it turned out that it wasn't. And now I'm venting about it
oh, that's fine. I mean, you keep going.
because it's a
Whatever
pattern
works.
that keeps happening over and over. And these are panels that other people in my community are part of. So I'm trying to grow the community, and I'm running into all these walls. So it's making me question what kind of community this even is. I think it's going to turn out to be this wild mutant man community that can't fit anywhere else in society. That seems to be the only people that I'm able to get along with lately. Are all the other males that are going through this?
I mean, bro, I don't fit in either. I like the Outliers in Exile, bro. It's an epic channel name, right? Um,
Well,
you know,
I'm just gonna keep it this then.
probably you're a little more out there than me, I
This
guess.
actually, this is positive maladjustment, and what I need to learn from this is to stay in my lane and do my thing. I'm already ahead of what these people are doing. Like they're still learning how to have people on their panel and give them their space to express without policing them. I already know how to do that, so I shouldn't even be on these panels anyway. So I'm just gonna stay in my panel and try to build something here.
Well, I didn't see the interaction and whatever. I don't know. I mean, look on the bright side, dude. Your channel's growing. You're kicking ass. I mean, soon you're going to be up to 500, bro. And then you're going to be 1,000. And then everyone's going to want to be on your panel. And every time I try to get up, there's going to be like, sorry, Barnabas. There's no space for
No,
you. There's no
no,
space for you.
I'm
Only
not like
members with
that. You're
10,000 subs or more are allowed on,
I'm
bro.
not like
And
that. I
good for
just can't
you.
pretend to not know someone all of a sudden.
Uh,
No, you have an honorary so far as if you keep it. You have an
what's up?
honorary position here.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, hey,
You have the
listen.
VIP lounge.
Oh man, I love it. Let's put the rope in behind us, right? Let's put that velvet rope,
Ooh, Barney.
and that's what's up. VIP lounge only. Listen, there's lots going on today, or do we still need to talk?
Ron,
What's up?
are you streaming the debate?
Apparently, you can't. You get busted. Plus, I actually have something to do, so I can't.
Why would they not want the debate to reach as many people as it could? That's suspicious to me.
Because CNN is a failing news organization that needs views, likes, and subs, clout chasing, and they paid big money to set it up, and they don't want anyone making any money except for them because it's a business. That's why.
So it's business over
It always is.
what's good for the country, which is getting the message out to as many voters as possible.
Yeah, CNN is trash, man. CNN is scum.
How did they? What? That's okay. This is what bothers me. You talking about state corporate partnership? Why does CNN get the debate? That should be public. It should go to PBS or some public.
I'll tell you why.
C-SPAN
I'll tell you why. Because Joe Biden is old. He belongs in a nursing home. He's going to lose, and he needs all the favorable conditions. CNN is very friendly to Biden, and they do nothing but hate on Trump. They've got people calling Trump Hitler that are running this gosh darn debate. I mean, it's so one-sided. It's so wrong. It's so out of control. I mean, that's what's up. Hey, Orange. I don't know who you are, but sub to my channel, Midlife Bro Logic, and that's what it is. It's because otherwise Biden wouldn't do it. Biden wouldn't do it. But it's to get this debate, Trump has to.
So this is a Biden thing that helped it go to CNN. But isn't it like who did the debates in the past? I thought C-SPAN usually did them.
No, it's always some kind of news organization. Honestly, I mean, if it's not a privately run company, then it's like, oh, it's like North Korea state news. Like either way, you can't win. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you want? Government run news? Like, could you
No,
imagine?
but we have public channels already. That it seems like if this is debate, if the debate is for the good of the public, they should be on these public channels, not the private.
Yeah, but public channel is still a government channel. You're talking about NPR.
Yes, but it's not privately funded. It's a public channel.
Yeah, it's not privately funded.
So
it's funded by the
corporation.
government, and the government is run by Biden. So either way, it's just not good. There's no.
It's better than it going to a private corporation that has it locked down and you can't do a stream on it tonight.
It's always been a private corporate. It's always been that way. It's always been some type of new. MSNBC did it before, or this and that.
That's
I remember
the history.
Megan Kelly did it at one point. She interviewed. They would interview the Republicans. If you remember that. Remember that when Trump was like Rosie O'Donnell's fat or something. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's not cool. It's, oh my God, look, there's 2 subs I need. Orange and Tommy Temper. Bro, I mean, sub to Midlife Bro Logic. Come on, man. Send your millions of fans to my channel, Gen X Jeff. Command them.
Let me do that.
Tell them what to do.
Yeah, no, Midlife's a good sub. He has some interesting takes on the very, very niche current events.
Hey, thanks, Carpenter. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Tommy Temper. Thanks, anyone that's listening. I'm up here grinding in these YouTube streets. I'm trying to get it done.
It is a grind.
And it's a grind, but I like it. And Jeff here, bro, Jeff, I like you. That any way you want.
Here we go.
Here we go. What?
Actually, no. In the United States, presidential debates haven't always been hosted by private media companies. 76, 80, and 84, it was the League of Women Voters, which, why are they hosting?
That sounds like some bullshit anyway. That's some feminazi shit. It's like everyone has an agenda.
From 88 to 2020, so most of my life, 88 to 2020, a private nonpartisan commission, the CPD, was formed to take over organizing the debates. So the current situation only started after 2020, and it says the future is uncertain. Well, let me get more information.
I'm doing something embarrassing tonight. Should I tell you?
Yeah.
I thought I had band practice, but I changed that because I thought I was going to do the debates. And
like
then
real band practice or one time at band camp band practice?
No, you've seen my band, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You were in fact, you were going to send me that clip to use as music.
Oh, that's right. I have to. Should I? Do you know how to take it off? Do you know how to do YouTube to MP4?
I could probably figure it out. Like rip it.
I wouldn't know how to send you a clip through email or.
Oh, are you saying just like?
Or I could WhatsApp.
Does anyone know Tommy Temper? Is he cool? Well, let's find out. Is he gonna porn bomb or anything?
Hold on. I think I'm going to I think I'm just going to release the video just as like a, I know
Here,
I'm a music channel.
Tommy, then I'll let you on. Oop.
Tommy Temper, my dude. Wow, look at this guy. He's got a professional looking setup.
Is he okay?
He looks pro to me.
All right. Hey, Tommy.
Listen, he's got a great voice and real setup.
We've had some trolls lately.
Yeah, we're a real guy, real person anyway.
Where are
this is a green screen.
Green screen, but it looks cool.
No way. It looks so realistic.
Is that Vegas betting or is that supposed to be a newsroom or a bar? What is this?
Like a TV studio type setup.
Bro, you got a great voice. You got a great mic. I don't know how you found Gen X Jeff, but welcome to Gen X Jeff's show. Yeah, let's hear what you got to say.
Hey, I'll tell you what. My first impression, I don't really know much about you guys here. I've been kind of sub to Gen X for a little while via other people that have come over here, but my first impression is, hey, here's a guy wearing antlers, moving back and forth, and is going on other people's channels and talking about what was that, BDSM? I don't even know what the hell that is.
Well, today
whatever it is,
we barely even got started.
I don't want to hear about it. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it puts
I'm
people
a
off,
whole
Jeff.
package.
You shouldn't get upset
it's
about it.
It's all or nothing deal with me.
Yeah, people don't want to hear about that stuff, so you can't.
Shouldn't post a link that says open panel.
especially from a
Maybe
gay
not
man
that.
with antlers who's rocking. I mean, if you had,
But I am getting more discerning about what
you had a
panels to
vagina
go on
and big
stay away
tits,
from, though.
people would want to hear it. But bro, it's it's
But you got a thing, though. I have to say, I give you credit for that with the antlers. At least you've got a thing. Some people wear a hat, like me. I wear a Tommy Temper hat. Got the background here. You got to have a persona. So you are what you are, you know.
Yeah. What you have a channel. What is your? Tell us about yours.
My channel is just variety of stuff, you know, like I'll have news. For example, if I could do the thing with Trump and Biden here today, I would do it, you know. But hell, I play a thing on my show where Biden talks about hairy legs and stuff like that. I get a strike just for playing that. You know that
What?
Biden actually strikes you for playing stuff that he has said, whereas Trump will never do that. Believe it or not.
Well, we hope. He could be petty too. I just don't think he has the.
I don't think it's
will
him,
to-
Tommy. I don't think it's him per se. I think it's the news organizations that strike. I know what you're talking about. Talking about, oh, the black kids used to play with my blonde hair because I was a
This one right
lifeguard and I used
this
to
one.
beat up.
Who's your daddy?
Don't play it. Don't play it.
Oh,
You're
hang
gonna don't play it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
You're gonna
I'll
get
play
Jeff
it.
in trouble. He
Yeah.
says,
well, no, well, you can play like 8 seconds of it, you know, but the clip itself is probably about, I don't know, 20 seconds long, enough to give you a strike, eh?
back when he's beating up Corn Pop. Yeah,
Where he's talking about kids on his lap. That particular clip, I got a strike for that.
That's good to know because that's the kind of clip I would probably play on my channel. But what to say, Jeff? I'm busy tonight. You know, this Trump thing is going to be amazing. It's a shame I have to miss it. But tomorrow, bro, I need a gay person. I want you, Jeff, because tomorrow is what is it? It's Stonewall Riot anniversary, bro.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and I want to. Do you know what Stonewall Riot is, Tommy Temper?
No, I don't. Oh, some kind of a riot? Yeah, tell me about it. Was it a gay riot or something?
Yeah, from what I have read, it's the beginning of gay rights.
1969. They fought back
they
at
used-
the cops, and it was the beginning of the gay rights movement.
It used to be like cops would come in and arrest people for being gay. I mean,
Right, yeah.
Well,
Could you
like
imagine?
like for other
bathhouses
things, but
and
they would
stuff.
raid the bars and get them on other violations.
which is it's hard to believe. I mean, I'm 48. You know, how old are you, Jeff?
53.
Okay, yeah, but like
They
some of
used
the
to
younger
raid
people.
us, even back in my day.
Really?
Well, they'd come and like the cops would show up, and the bar would turn all the lights on and turn the dance music off, and they would like check their papers and their license, and they'd check all of our IDs. Sometimes they'd leave the lights off and walk around with flashlights and look at our IDs. And if you didn't belong in the bar, you got kicked out, and the bar got fined. So it was stuff like that. It was for like,
But did they do that to
Liquor.
straight clubs too, or not? That's the question.
no, I don't think they did. I mean, they might have done it to like check license violation, like alcohol violations.
Underage drinking.
But they didn't do it the way they did it to the gay bar. They didn't come in there with flashlights and all that stuff.
Interesting. Well, yeah. So I wanted to do like a I don't know, Stonewall tomorrow. You down, Jeff?
Yeah, we could do that.
I just want to
And
like.
we could do a watch party for the debate tonight in the Discord.
I'm busy though. I'm not going to be there, but
Well,
I
for
need
all
to
my
do it.
other viewers who are not Barnabas, we'll be in the Discord tonight doing a watch party.
I think the debate should be epic.
Yeah.
Or boring.
No.
Because it's going to be like
Well,
one
it
at a
depends
time.
on the moderation.
And there's no audience, so Trump's not going to have the audience to feed off of. So it's going to be like him having to answer a question and then wait, and Biden gets to answer and wait, and then Trump gets to talk, because they're going to control the mics.
Right, yeah. And they're going to control Trump, who wants to go on and on and on, which, of course, he's going to get cut off quite a bit.
So it'll be. I'm curious enough to peek in on it.
We'll be watching it. I would be live, actually, commenting on it. Actually, it's being shown all over the place. It's on MSNBC, it's on Fox News, it's on CNN. I was just looking to see where it's being shown. All of the networks are picking it up. So I wonder if you would get, what kind of a strike you'd get for, putting it on your podcast.
I wonder if Twitter's going to run it.
Twitter is. I thought they are going to run it, but I guess they paid for access. What do you think, Tommy?
Probably, yeah. I
Oh,
would.
so
I would
anybody
think
that
so.
streams it is
It's like
Yeah,
pay-per-view
probably gonna
fight.
get a strike.
yeah.
It's like a fight,
You know what
right?
you could do
But
though.
presidential debates should not be that way. They should be for the people, not for the.
But we can't. But it's free for us to watch. It's just not free for us to profit off of.
But as
I mean, let's
as
be
a
honest.
democracy, that's part of the political process, is being able to debate about the debate together.
Exactly. I wonder if you'd get a strike or just an infringement. Infringement, no big deal.
Does anyone have an extra channel they want to volunteer to test it on?
If you really want to, man, you could just do. Do you think sound will get you flagged, Tommy? You could do a sound only, maybe. I don't know.
Because sometimes if you do it
Probably
live and
could.
then take it down the next day, it's
But you hear me, Jeff? You could do a reaction live while other people watch it on the screen.
Yeah, you could just privatize it. I think the worst is that you get an infringement and not a strike where you get your channel down for a week. You know what I mean? I doubt if that would happen.
I'm not that bold quite yet. I'm trying to bring the right attention to the channel. But if somebody, like, who's one of these, doesn't Snafu have like 200 accounts? Can't he use one of his to stream the debate for us?
I mean, that guy. And do what? Join his panel?
I don't know. Just risk, like, test. Just cause maybe if we stream it live and then take it down.
Hang on, we've got Trump about the debate coming on here right away.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Actually, this is how I start my show off sometimes, right here. This is my leader right here.
Quote, fake news. Fake news. You are fake news. It's all fake news. Fake news. It's phony stuff.
That's how the show should start off there, the debate.
How
It's all
often do you
fake
do a
news.
show? Is it a regular?
I don't really do. I do stuff that's like ad hoc whenever I want to. I don't do it. You know, my channel would probably be way bigger if I did an actual on time once a week or something like that. But I go live whenever I want to, and I could be playing music. We could be talking about politics or have a panel like you guys. You know, I'll do a little bit of everything, and I love it like that because then I'm not pigeonholed into any one thing. You know, I love it.
You
I mean,
just seem
dude.
so professional.
Yeah, looking at your channel, man, you've got so many subs. Are you monetized?
Yeah, I am monetized. Yeah, I don't. My channel is not about money or about making money or about asking for money. So I never ask people for any donations, but people do donate. There's no doubt about that. And if I did have a good cause, like let's say I don't know, children's hospital or
health.
something like that, you know, where I wanted to get people to donate, yeah, absolutely could, because people are very generous out there.
Oh, well, good. In that case, here's my cash app.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, thanks a lot for the link drop there.
Yeah,
Yeah, my
I
channel
was
is very
subbed to you
successful.
somehow already. I was already subscribed somehow. So
Right
give
on.
Tommy a sub too. Check out his content.
Right on. Yeah, you know, I feel like I should get a schedule going there, but I just
You could do it. We could do it. Chris and I did. We would
What's that?
stream every day at the same time. It was easier to do when there was another person doing it too. When it's just yourself, it's easy to rationalize.
just stream
doing it
every
more
day.
spontaneously.
Do like
Because I
find
do
that
stream
it's-
every day, just not at the same time. But I
find that when you don't schedule something to do it, then you procrastinate and you go, with me, I go looking at other people's feeds and whatever, and you end up getting stuck on that, watching other people and getting involved with them, or going on panels like this on somebody else's show, and then you don't go live yourself, you know. But it is what it is.
yeah,
here's
no,
what
that's-
really here's what
problem.
really happened. I started doing a morning, a daytime, and an evening stream. So it was 3 times a day, and I was doing those pretty regularly. And it started to feel like a full-time job, and I was putting way too much effort into it and not getting paid for any of it. And I said, I can't devote this much time to streaming. So doing it this kind of spontaneous, freeform way is working better for me right now because it lets me focus on the important stuff. But eventually it shows me that I can do something structured that's full time.
I would say that what I would recommend would be don't go live too often. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's
not
one of
3 times a
my
day
trolls.
anymore?
Al Munson is a troll there, by the way. But I would say go live at the few number of times, but with a hard-hitting show, i.e., put in the titles something really good that are going to bring people into your channel, do searches and that kind of thing, so that your audience builds up and that you talk about the things that's in your title and go like that. But above all, you have to work on building up your numbers, your number of subs. You need to build up your subs. Work on that while you're not live.
How did you get yours up?
I go into other people's channels and go into panels like this, advertise who you are, show who you are, talk in other people's channels. There was a thing where you could go vertical, where it was really easy. In fact, even right now, if you go vertical, you'll probably get more subs than when you're horizontal.
What does that mean when you restream other channels?
No, when you how you have a phone and on your phone you can either go horizontal or hold your phone vertical and then you're streaming vertical.
Oh, you mean actual, like, physically vertical?
Yes, that's where you get subs, from streaming vertical.
What?
Absolutely.
Why?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Because YouTube right now is pushing the vertical format because you're competing with TikTok and all the rest of the those formats.
So they're putting you to the front of the algorithm.
Oh yeah, if you go if I do 2 streams, one stream one day and it's horizontal, I might get 0 subs. The next stream I'll do vertical, I might get 10, 20, 30 subs, depends.
Do you have to have a phone to do it, or can you go vertical from a laptop? Let me see the settings.
If you use StreamYard, if you use an app like StreamYard that I use, then you can go in the settings and you can set it for a vertical stream.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Little known fact.
I didn't know that. Oh, then you can still do all the fun bells and whistles then. I thought it was just phone only. Bro, this is epic news, Mr. Temper.
Layouts.
Yeah, now I have to look. I have to look,
portrait. It's neat. Except
like for me, I
use
use
so my next stream I'll have to remember.
I use an app called OBS, and with OBS you can load plugins onto OBS so that you can actually stream vertical and horizontal at the same time. But I do find that if I am streaming vertical and horizontal at the same time, then you're probably going to get very few people watching on one of them and all of your people watching on the other. And it's hard to look at the comments.
I'm going to take a look at your channel and see what some of the verticals look like. It seems like it would look weird, but let me look.
So how do you do this? The destinations or no?
Are you in StreamYard?
Yeah.
Yeah, settings in StreamYard.
I think it was in general. They have, at the very top, they have portrait and landscape.
Exactly.
Is it my account or what do I?
General.
No, just settings, the gear.
Teams. It says team setting. Go general.
Look on our screen at the very bottom.
It's almost, where you're going to find it. Just before you go live, but not before you hit that live button. When you're in that stream, just before you hit the live button, there's the settings button in there, and that's the one that you can go in and change.
Oh, is it camera resolution? No. All right, so I have camera resolution, camera.
No, it's general. Go to general.
Settings.
It says orientation.
Yes.
Is it okay? Settings right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
General.
But I don't know if it'll go in there if you're looking at us live here right now.
Yeah, it won't let me change it live, but
no, not now. You have to go into a fresh one that you're setting up and then set it up before you go live.
You could restream this if you wanted and probably do yours vertical.
All right, let me see. Okay, let me set a fake.
Hey, one thing, Jeff. Why do you wear the antlers?
Because I wore them one day and the audience told me I should keep them. That I feel like, believe it or not, people take me more seriously with the antlers on. And by the way, it cuts some of the weirdness that I have without them.
All right, hold on. I'm in settings. Oh, general. Oh, portrait.
Yeah, but hang on. So
I can take 'em
you
off.
put them on. Yeah, but hang on. You actually put them on. The audience didn't tell you to put them on. The audience didn't know that you had them. You had them.
I used to wear these live in person before COVID, so this is actually part of my regular
Persona,
I have a collection of
in
horns
your real
that I would
life.
wear. Yeah, in real life. So
But okay, but why do you wear them in real life?
Because they're cool. Look, are
Well,
they not
you
cool?
think they're cool,
I do.
but that doesn't mean that everyone else thinks they're cool. You know, I'm not being
I mean-
Mr. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but
Does
I'm
everyone
just trying to
have to?
figure out what's going on. That's
My
all.
audience thinks they're cool mainly because I wasn't gonna keep them. I wore them one day just to wear. I don't remember why, and they told me I should keep them. That they really work.
Well, I believe that everyone is an individual, and you know, don't be afraid of what other people think of you. You know what I mean? Everyone is so like,
Oh,
whoa,
you
I'm
have to
afraid
worry
of what
about
people
that.
are thinking about me. What's that? Tommy wouldn't come on our show because he thinks I'm gay.
Al,
Says
what is
Al.
your show?
Al doesn't even have a show. He's just a
Oh.
troll.
Is he just trolling? Okay.
Did he sub to my
We
channel
have
yet?
high expectations for our trolls here. If you're gonna come and troll, you have to make it some high quality trolling.
But because if he flying the flag there, I think he might be gay. There's a good possibility.
Yeah, or that could be a troll. Is Al
No,
Munson a
he's
character?
been
from
flying
something?
that flag for 3 years already.
Oh, is he big gay Al?
South Park. Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
That's subjective, yeah.
Watch when it starts to trend. When you start seeing other panelists with antlers on, it'll be time for me to take them off. My work will have been done.
Are you restreaming, Tommy?
The show right now? No, I'm not
Yeah.
live right now.
Who are these other people? These are your
Uh-oh.
fans? They just know where to find you?
Al, put
Jeff has basically come about. I forget who else you hang out with there, Jeff. You know, Lincoln Kane or Mosh.
no.
Al
Flow State, Machine
Munson. Who
Lives.
else does Gen X know that's related
Talcott.
to us?
I think he hangs out underneath the Flow State tree is the biggest branch, right, Jeff?
Oh, okay, Flow State. Yeah,
Flow State,
I know
okay.
Flow State as well.
Yeah,
He kind of
probably through
knows
Flow.
of us.
Flow's like a
little bit.
nexus for so many sectors of the Panelverse. They all meet through Flow. He's
Yeah.
like the Star Wars cantina
That's how I met you, Jeff.
through Flow.
Yeah.
Like I'm sub to an awful lot of people, like literally a couple thousand people, which I watch a lot of people. In fact, I've been watching you for maybe like 2 weeks or so, but I really haven't said anything in your chat. I've just sort of been casing you out a bit.
And what do you think about him?
Well, pretty weird. Well, the antlers and now
yeah,
I'm hearing about the
You know, people tell
BDSM
me,
and this stuff.
believe
you know,
it or
give me a
not, that
break.
I'm one of the most normal people in the Panelverse.
You're
I've
not.
never been normal in my life.
That's crazy.
Nobody-
Crazy people
nobody
don't
is
know they're
normal.
crazy. Crazy people
Nobody
don't
is
know
normal.
they're crazy. Come on, stop it.
You know, that's
So,
the whole thing. Everyone thinks, oh, you're not normal. There is no such thing as normal. Everyone is pretty messed up, you know,
Yeah.
to some degree.
I would agree. Well, Al, come
yeah.
on this show that he's here right now. Just come on here. Click the link. Is it pinned?
What's up, Dirt?
Yeah.
Fun
and,
with Dirt.
Oh, hey, Dirt.
Hey, Dirt, good to see you. Hang on, we'll throw some sound effects in here.
Oh, is that OBS?
No, this is, I've got
Soundboard?
this little thing here. It's a Stream Deck,
Oh my God.
and then I've got it programmed so that each one of these buttons gives.
Why can't StreamYard put something?
So jealous. I mean, they have brands, right? Don't you know that, Jeff?
Brands? Yeah, but they don't have the little soundboard things.
Well, I mean, they kind of do, in a way. I mean, it's not as good as the soundboard.
They
of
have
course.
background music. You can do this.
Oh, yeah, that's a StreamYard. I hate the music on StreamYard. But
I
yeah.
kind of like this tune gets stuck in my head throughout the day, and I keep thinking it's a song from the '80s or something. I'm like, what? Why can't I remember what song this is?
But you
Like,
can
oh yeah, that's that StreamYard song.
you can get lots, like if you're on a PC or something like that, you can play lots of music. Like I have like music
Wait,
like
is that
this here.
copyright?
That's not copyright, no.
Is that the
Like the
YouTube
Peruvian
music?
flute band or whatever. But you know, there's lots of music that you can put on your program that's not copyright.
Yeah, I need to remember that. YouTube has a whole database of free music we can use.
Yeah.
You can upload it on like what's this La Reina Madre de Mexico. You can
That's
upload the
Hey, Dan.
what up?
Hey,
Denzian. Good to see you.
Jeff is mad. That's how the show started.
No, I'm fine now.
Oh, you're better now?
I came back to my little spot and I'm fine. But Tommy keeps saying go into other panels, but every time I try, it works into a disaster because I have antlers and I'm too gay and I rock and I talk gay. But then they'll come here and watch the same thing. So I'll just keep it here. It seems less disruptive.
did you hear Benjamin as you were leaving?
He
was kidding.
Well,
Oh, you were
Bad
there
joke.
yesterday when he got his panties in a knot, Denizen?
it was I don't get the joke at all.
Nudie put him backstage because he was challenging him. That was yesterday or the day before, right? But just now, the panel we were just on right now, Benjamin claims he was just.
Oh, your mic's doing that thing again.
Yeah,
it
Denizen.
crackling or
It's fading out.
Denizen,
yeah,
you're like
it just does that.
Denizen, you're like one of the best panelists in my opinion, honestly. You're the only person I don't want to cam up because I don't know what you look like and I'm scared to see, and I just like have a picture of you in my mind that I prefer. But
Yeah,
it
you're
was
not the only
shockingly,
one.
you have like one of the shittiest mics. It's like good, and then it's like it's intermittent shit. I mean, should we start a GoFundMe or something? What?
Well, he has to for Neurojack to is first in line.
Well, I'm using a wireless mic right now, so it is what it is, you know. And that's so that I can move around and do shit that I need to get done. So that's.
Oh, you're okay. You're moving around. Got it. That makes sense.
I'm ahead. Are you okay in the moment, or are you able to, like, do you have? I can't tell if you just need to get it out, or if you have ways to take care of yourself in the moment if you need to. All right.
I don't know this person either. Bye.
So what were you saying about he got
Fuck, wait.
backstage by nude or something?
Yeah, you did.
No, I got
And
nude.
that-
I thought Rights for Vets was. I thought it was his panel. Like he was behind the controls.
It's
So I
his
thought he
channel,
was-
but he does not operate the panel that way. He's not like it would
Does
have
Nude
taken him
have
5
admin
minutes to
power?
meet you. Yeah, he
Does-
does, and he's the one who.
Okay, that's what I get. So it was nude. Well, then I apologize for Vets because I said it was him on my stream yesterday.
Now, I've experienced similar to what you did, except I wasn't even animated. I simply asked a question for clarification, so that I could follow the rules, and was put backstage for
And
asking
even
that
was
question.
threatening.
Right, and
'Cause you hardly
and
ever get animated.
and Wrights also backed up Nudie's decision in that case as well. So while I know Wrights would not have done it himself. I can tell you that for a fact. The fact that Nudie did it, that right there, that changes that quantum state, the binary of whether or not Wright supports it. He supports it as soon as it's, if that makes sense. And then he'll reverse justify it as well, that's an entirely different conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, bro, Denizen, Tommy Temper, of course, Jeff. I got to go. I got shit to do. I do want to do
This
that.
fucking guy.
I know. I do want to do that gay stream tomorrow at the Stonewall.
Okay.
Just do a little history lesson.
And I
No.
is supposed to have his funeral streamed tomorrow too. I told him I would.
Somebody
do
died.
that. Well, he's trying to die for like the 200,000th time.
He's dying in real life.
Yeah, he does these little. I'm going off. I'm leaving YouTube land. I'm going off into the woods. You'll never see me again. I'm having a stream to say goodbye.
I don't know what.
So
the fuck
that's
that
supposed to be
is, but-
tomorrow night too, but I'll prioritize the gay over the I-Fi.
And I'm not going to be in my usual spot tonight. I'm going to be in the Batcave. So, but I'll get back tomorrow.
Do I need to do anything special?
I just wanted to talk about it.
Thumbnails.
Just probably
Thumbnail.
No, I have a new thumbnail style.
Okay,
I'll make
can
one and I'll send
coordinate.
it to you.
Let's yeah, I can commit to that tomorrow. Just let
If
me
you
know
can find any gay people that are like our age or older, that'd be great. To just
I'll try. I don't.
most
of the gays don't like me.
interview like what
Is that your? Is that a? I love someone with a soundboard. It adds in that little extra spice. Just when
we need one. We need one. But
we need Trump in here. Go Trump, go!
I would love to have Trump on.
China.
Trump, if you
Let's hope
watch
he wins that
I'll
debate.
treat you well.
no matter what he does, CNN's going to say he lost. But shout out to everyone. Let's do the Stonewall. I just want it to be like a history lesson. Maybe some gays can call in and just talk about like the gay struggle back in the day and how
I'll try to find some gays.
Maybe how
I'll
they
put it on some gay discords and stuff and see who comes up. They're probably gonna be woke, but
maybe how the gays have gone too far now too. This drag time story hour shit's just out of control.
yeah, like Stonewall
like you already got
started
married.
something that has a limit, and I think we've reached it.
Yeah. That's kind of my premise, I guess. I don't know. That's all. But hey, nice meeting you, Tommy. Thanks for the sub, my dude. Hopefully, pull up to my show at some point. I'd love it, and I'll definitely.
Nice meeting you, Logic, for sure.
Absolutely, Dennison. You're a fucking superhero, and Jeff, bro, I'm glad to see you're doing better. Peace out.
See you tomorrow.
Peace.
Or is it like this? It's
Dennis, I had thought you were doing movies today, but I saw that it was tomorrow instead. I was all excited.
movies.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
discords.
Gonna watch Office Space and Falling Down. Double
Those are
matinee.
both. I started.
I
watching
thought you were going to
Falling
be
Down
playing in a
last
movie.
year.
You could be a Viking or something.
The what?
I'm
Desmond.
too short. I look more majestic, from at this angle. Than I truly am.
Majestic and animated.
Yeah, we're looking up at you.
Yeah, this stream is only the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole other party going on behind the scenes. Discord. We talk, we play games, we watch movies. So there's more than just the YouTube experience happening.
The Discord thing.
Yeah, are you on Discord?
Okay. Yeah, I have a Discord. You know what? I added a Discord to my channel, and I always had to have it open on another window. And some people would come in there, and people would just say hi or throw a little icon or some little wavy thing or whatever. But I never really embraced it. Really, you know what I mean? Because it was always like one other thing that I had to do.
Some people do they stream through Discord. Like you can hook Discord up through StreamYard and then have your callers come in through Discord.
Yeah, like I did use it for that a little bit, where people would go into the audio section of Discord, and then I would play the Discord onto my program. Yeah, that's a good way of
The Crucible
utilizing
doesn't
it.
do it that way.
Yeah.
Well, Denizen, what is going on today? Do you have anything?
No, I was actually thinking the same thing about the movie. I got excited and thought it was today, but it's not till tomorrow.
Well,
So today, I'm just gonna cook, and then I'm gonna go check out the debate with over at CT's.
what time does that start?
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think.
Yeah, 7
So 6.
my time, Mountain Daylight.
Okay. Tommy, question
Believer
from
of
the
what?
audience. Are you religious?
I was brought up religious, but I don't really practice religion to this day. You know what I mean? Do I believe? I don't really believe in hardly anything, actually.
That sounds like a very honest answer.
Well, people have religion, and people, there are so many different religions. Take your pick. You know what I mean? Or don't have any religion. It's up to you.
Yep, I think so too. Well, we are a pluralistic, religiously pluralistic society.
Well, and you've got the religions fighting with each other. Like, look at the Muslims and the Christians and this kind of stuff that's going on here right now, right in front of us on a daily basis.
I also see the opposite happening though on these streams. I see, like, you have 10 different religions on one panel, all getting along and having conversations and trying to understand each other and listening and talking. And so there's something that people are discovering that's holding them together, that transcends individual religions, whatever that thing is.
Yeah, we're definitely able to talk, at least over boundaries of distance at this point. Although, it's a whole bunch of small cells, you know what I mean? Like small channels. YouTube has got every channel set up so that it can't really expand all that much. You might have 100 people watching or whatever. But, it's just this little one, this little, and this little one. They don't really let you expand to the point that you should be able to get a big audience, to be able to really iron out some problems in the world,
What would that take? What would be the next step?
I don't know. I think that these platforms, well, as far as me, because I'm kind of a right winger, you know what I mean? And we're on a left-wing platform. So the platforms are going to kind of hammer down on those people that don't go with the program, That's a problem right off the get-go.
Are there any right platforms? I know there's like Odyssey and Rumble and stuff like that, but...
Yeah, Rumble would probably let you have more free speech, but I find that, I have a bigger audience because I've tried streaming on multiple platforms at once, because if you use StreamYard... at the little bit of a paid version, you can stream on 3 different places at once. So I've streamed on Twitch, on Rumble, on Facebook, on Twitter, like you name it. I've tried a little bit of everything. Rumble, I found that A, they made you pay to be able to live stream, and then B, they didn't really have all that big of an audience. My biggest audience, because I've got about 6,000 people subbed, is here on YouTube. YouTube is really where it's at, even though I don't like the fact that it's a left-wing audience, it's a platform.
I didn't realize it was so left-wing, because like most of the people I find on YouTube are the conservatives and the right-wing. So in my little corner of YouTube, it seems to lean right. So I didn't have the impression YouTube was left-wing. But as long as I can have my conversations, it can be whatever it wants, as long as it leaves me alone.
Well, just when you get a strike, then you go, well, why did I get the strike? Well, I got the strike because I was talking about COVID, for in one point. Or I got a strike because I restreamed somebody that said that Trump won. You know what I mean? So that was a political, it was a election misinformation strike is one of the strikes that I got. So, there's certain things that these platforms don't let you talk about because they, whatever, consider them to be, no, you can't talk about that.
That's a problem.
It is.
Because how do you have a democracy? Democracy depends on our ability to dialogue about the issues that we need to decide on as a society. And if we can't do that, or if that's hampered some way, to me, that impinges on our ability to keep a functioning democracy going. And sure, there's other platforms. We could go hang out in coffee shops and talk, or call each other on the phone or whatever. But it doesn't have the reach that this does.
Yeah, It's a numbers game. Everything in life is a numbers game. And
are there...
Social as a streamer, you're walking on eggshells all the time, watching every little thing that you're doing. But not only that, when you have a guest come on your program, you have to watch what they say.
Yeah.
And if I said something like Trump won right now, then you might think about deleting your stream, after you did it, for fear of getting a strike and being off the air for a week or something,
every day I stream, I expect to wake up to an email. And
Yeah.
so far, I haven't. I'm shocked. I know it's coming. Are there right wingers that are building their own platform, or can somebody build a neutral
Yes.
platform that has nothing to do with politics?
Yeah, but they suck.
Oh,
Yeah,
well then,
Like
is all the
Rumble
talent
doesn't
on the
work.
left? Is that part of the problem?
Like the
exactly.
culture at Rumble might be great, but the app doesn't work. That's what I titled the stream.
Yeah, YouTube is just
I
a
see.
thing that works. It works. Like for example,
I
Twitch works, but Twitch is actually more for the LGBTQ community. So you would be really great over on Twitch. You would have
I
one
don't
hell of a
get along with
community.
them at all. I lost my LGB co-host. But Barney's looking for some gays, mid-bro, so I can go get him some gays for tomorrow on Twitch.
Yeah, if I was you, I would absolutely go on Twitch. And they have a thing on Twitch where you a questionnaire. So if you could answer it, making it look like you're part of the program over there, then they will really promote you.
Is that it's a private company, so they can do that? Like
Oh yeah,
just
yeah,
blatantly promote one
that's
side
where
or another?
that's where the LG community hangs out. That's where if you are LG, you want to hang out there for sure. Absolutely, they'll
I
promote
mean, I don't
you.
necessarily have a problem with each little subculture having a niche platform here and there, as long as we get one too somewhere.
Here's my good friend Robert Escobar show. Good to see you in there.
Oh
Snark
yeah,
and
I
Sass say
subscribe to Robert.
big ups.
He streams a lot. Hey, Robert.
I've known Robert for a long time.
What? This is crazy to me. We talk. I've said worse than, like, not me, but people have said worse than that on this stream. No, I would very much be irritated if I got an email
There's also
just for saying something like that.
times like so if you talked about the election during the election, you're gonna get like now. Who cares? You can
Because we're
go
just
ahead.
analyzing it after the
Yeah,
fact.
good.
But they're trying to prevent
Influence,
it in the moment.
right?
Yeah, well,
I remember they did that with J6.
after
Right,
the
exactly.
last election is when I got my election misinformation strike, and it was because somebody, doing some kind of a stand-up thing that I was restreaming talked about Trump winning, that kind of thing. But it was after the election that I got the strike.
How far after the election?
I would say maybe a year after.
Oh God, yeah, that's way over.
So I would even be worried about saying it even today. Or
Almost
same
wanna
thing with
test
COVID. Could you still, to this day, you still can't talk about what happened, what didn't happen, even though they're now finding out that things happened with what people took, and there are sanctions happening against those companies that produce those drugs. So, but we can't talk about it.
Of course, we could talk about it. This is America. The parameters of speech have been set by the courts, and they're pretty broad. And I'm happy with them where they are. So that's what we should be. That's the standard that should apply here as well. But because they're private companies, they could impose additional restrictions.
Exactly. Yeah. It'd be like you own the company and you're watching what everybody is doing, and you want to rule over whatever's going on. That's what happened. And you also have the government, obviously, because you saw what happened with Twitter, because the government came in and told
Twitter
Twitter what to do to their platform. And you can bet that if they did it over there, they're doing it to YouTube and all the rest of them. They just don't like the Chinese platform because they can't tell them what to do. That's all.
Well, I haven't run into it yet, but when I do, I'm sure I'm gonna. I mean, I get irritated just going to other panels. So if I get a strike for something stupid,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
really, it's
living.
really going to activate me.
This is what it is.
Well, I'm going to run the ball
That's
as
how we're
far as I
living.
can. I'm not. I don't plan to change much about what I do here.
No, do what you do. Don't tell people, or don't let people tell you what to do, and don't feel any way down or anything else based on what people are saying to you or calling out or whatever, because that's what this is all about. As soon as you put your face on the screen, people are going to really say stuff about you. So you better have thick skin and be able to take everything that they're going to
I've
call
had
you.
it my whole life.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, I built this skin in childhood. Hey, what's up?
Yo, I just made
Did
a
you hear about
thumbnail.
Twitch?
Yeah, man, we got to get on Twitch for sure. Let's figure this out. Let's start some Twitch accounts by tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you start one, I'll help you
Yeah.
host it or something. I just don't want to go through the work of having to start it. I hate that kind of tech stuff.
Yeah, fine. I'll start a Twitch.
I'll show up.
You can be my gay. I can be an ally or whatever. And thanks, Chuck. And you can.
I don't know. It might be spot the ally, spot the gay.
Yeah, whatever.
But yeah, we could do.
Yeah, I'll get all the subs and money, and you just do all the work. I like that. I mean, I'll set up the channel. That's perfect, though. But
okay.
He's got a good point, man. I think Twitch. I should check that out. Maybe Twitch is gay. Anytime.
It is. Absolutely, it is. It is. Like, I've been streaming over there for a long time, and the reason that I haven't gotten any traction, and other streamers like me haven't, is because I don't fit their profile, and they don't promote the stuff that I do.
Yeah, I just got banned off TikTok because I think I had a video that pissed people off called "The Benefits of Dating a Trans Woman." And just in case you're wondering what they are, it's like anal sex. You can't get them pregnant. No, it was pros and cons actually. You can't get them pregnant. They probably like to watch sports with you, maybe. And then like the cons were they smell like a dude and they stink like a nutsack. And I think that got me banned. But yeah, let's try Twitch. Maybe I'll get banned from that too. I want to send you a thumbnail, dude.
Okay.
So give me your email somewhere. You want to send it to me?
Me? I thought you had it. Or send it on Discord. Sure.
Oh, Discord. Okay, yeah. I'll send it on Discord. Let's do it tomorrow at 9, yeah?
9 at night?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's your time, so it'd be like 6 over
Eastern.
here. Let me put it on my calendar.
Oh, that's right. You're in damn whatchamacallit. Every time I do this gay stuff, I lose subs, man. So it's I don't know, but it is.
Well, then what you need to go talk to someone because you came on here talking about it's Stonewall. I want to do this show. I need some gay people. Man,
I do, man. It's interesting though. That it's interesting.
You're very self-sabotaging, and then you come over here and try to sabotage my channel.
All right, should I not?
Al, you should be up here.
Should I not do it? Do people not give a shit about Stonewall?
No, I think you should do it, but then you're worried about losing subs. You might get a different crowd of subs.
Maybe we should only do a Twitch stream.
You want to try that? Or can you stream Twitch? Can I stream it to my channel? It doesn't have to go to yours, but maybe we could do my channel on Twitch.
Oh my god.
Well, if you're running software like StreamYard, then you can multi-stream. You can set to stream to more than one if you have the paid
Twitch
version.
One of them? You could stream to Twitch?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we did Men on Film, and I lost a bunch. Maybe I should. Jesus Christ! Yeah,
I think it's always the time for the working class to advocate for their needs as well, because they're the ones that get overlooked the most. Because if you're not working class but you're oppressed, there's still a little bit of attention for you. But if you're just normal working class, there's nothing.
I think the Democrats are more likely to help people on welfare, people that don't have any money, that are just, trying to help the masses. New immigrants, that sort of thing.
All right, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Now I think I might have talked myself out of it.
No. Okay, here's make the channel anyway. It's a good idea. It's worth the experiment. We don't necessarily have to run it tomorrow, but I definitely think that having a channel there with you and we would be perfect for that crowd.
Okay, we'll do Twitch.
Absolutely.
Let me
In my mind, Twitch is the number one place where you guys want to be.
Okay, let's do this, Jeff. I'm not home tonight, so tomorrow, and if something crazy happens with this Trump, I got to talk about it tomorrow. But let's do a Stonewall, even if it's daylight. No,
I'll be
this
around.
week, I'm going to set up a Twitch. I'm going to set up a Twitch this week.
Okay.
and we can talk
I'll be
about it
around today and tomorrow, so just get with me on Discord.
then. All right.
All right. Take care.
All right. Peace. See ya. Thanks.
Oh, it's a Beastie Boys there. From the
Wait,
Freak.
what? Is that a copyright? Did he just play a copyright?
Yeah, but I only played 1 second. You got to
Oh, that
play
was
over
you
8
or
seconds. No, that was me because I clicked on that the Freak link.
Oh, the freak. It's you this time.
That's a Beastie Boys music there.
Hopefully the algorithm won't catch it.
You got to play music for at least 8 seconds. If you're under 8 seconds, you're okay.
And it's only Russia that even cares.
Yeah.
And sometimes Denmark. Dennis, are you still there? I think you BRB.
Who is it?
Yeah, I want something like that, and I want some little clip for when new people come on.
Okay. If you got a bad joke.
Oh, well, Al Munson, I'm glad you said that because I have done several streams recently. You could go look them up on Joe Biden's mental health strategy and the diversity, equity, and inclusion that's being introduced into my field here in Washington State, mental health. And there's also a federal department that's introducing it into all of their trainings and standards as well. So I would have to disagree.
There you go, Al.
Okay, I gotta get one of those now. There's got to be some kind of
You need this one
online
on your show.
soundboard that I could use for now. I like the sound of that one.
Hey, but anyways, I'm gonna go. I just thought I'd pop up here because I didn't even type in your chat before today, and I just said hi, and then you guys were just kind of up here talking. Because I've been watching you for whatever, a couple of weeks or whatever, I thought I'd come in here and say hi and say, hey, I kind of enjoy watching you. By the way, I'm not gay. I'm not part of that your community, but I'm like, I don't care about.
I'm as much of an exile from it as you are. So
yeah, so I like having fun everywhere, all over the place, and I don't bash people, by the way, Munson. Although Al thinks that I do, I'm probably more inclusive than most people out there. I like having fun on the net, and that's why I'm here. And I'm glad I found your channel there, Jeff.
Well, Tommy, it was a pleasure, and stop by anytime.
Thanks much.
Take care. Yes, what I'm talking, what's it called? At least the mental health side, it's the Department of Behavioral Health Equity or something like that. They have an entire federal department, a DEI federal department for their mental health and substance abuse administration. Yes, they have. It's institutional capture. Absolutely. I've been documenting it on my stream in detail. I've been showing you the websites with the stuff in it. I've been showing you the trainings. I've been showing you the state laws, like the state, statutes and codes that has it in it, that mandates that they put it into these. I've been breaking it down exhaustively because I call it the conspiracy theory that's turning out to be real. Because when I look for it, I'm finding way more actual concrete examples of it than I even expected. Mental health is not a leftist policy, but the leftist version of mental health is becoming the dominant framework or paradigm for mental health, and it's not the traditional humanistic, person-centered mental health that me and most of the people I know practice it. It's you're depressed and anxious because you're being oppressed by this identity group that is, I don't know, white, male, straight, Christian, whatever the group is. Yes, they do have a great influence in the institutions, especially in states like Washington, which again I have documented on stream, Oregon, California, New England, those areas, Minnesota. So the bluer states are getting these policies, and now that Biden is in charge, he put out, I did his whole stream on this, it's Biden's mental health strategy. He put out an executive order mandated. He had laid out this whole plan for getting this stuff into the federal and state levels. So yes, it is. The left is not institutions, but the left are capturing the institutions and implementing their ideology through the policy that those institutions put out. Well, you'll have to watch the stream and then you can let me know, because I'm quite sure and there is a form of elitism on the left, so they're not incompatible, and like they're not contrary to each other. But I'm pretty sure I know what I'm talking about, and you can watch my streams and let me know. If you think I don't, then we could talk about it. Okay, I just explained it. The institutions are politically neutral, but the people that are in charge of the institution at any given time, that have the power and influence on them, are the ones that are shaping what the effect that the institutions have on us now. It's happening in academia. Did you see those Karens get fired? Those university presidents that testified in front of Congress, and they started all getting fired one by one. So the university itself is not a lefty institution, but everybody in it is leftist, and they're all teaching and pushing leftist policies, and then they're graduating and going to the corporations and healthcare and the legal industry and everything, and putting those policies into their trainings, their accreditation bodies, etc. So I don't call that leftist institutions, but the leftist influence on our current institutions is very outsized. That's why I'm an enlightened centrist, Daniel Price. Exactly right. It's hard, Robert. It's hard. At the local level, like I think we can work it at the local level in our immediate communities. As far as sometimes state level, that you have a populist candidate, but even that, like I'm from Louisiana, we had Huey Long and Edwin Edwards as our populist candidates. But I mean, outside of that, but how affected by things at the, not how affected by, but it's just hard. Andrew was talking the we watched something on TML's stream last night. He played a clip of Andrew talking about how they get funding to go canvas for their political cause, and he's like, yeah, all you have to do is go through to one of these Republican think tank organizations and buy one of their $500 plate dinner plates, and then you can have access to socialize with the Republicans, and you let them know you're running this project and you'd like some funding for it. All you have to do is buy the $500 plate. Easy. What working class person is going to have access to that? Like, Andrew's laying out how to make it happen, but he's not laying it out for the working class. And also the other issue you have nationally is with the party. Was it the party? What do you call them? The DNC and the RNC, the national parties themselves, because they control the primary process of at the national level. And I think both of those organizations or institutions, if you want to call them that, have problems that make it hard for people outside of that to access power. Well, I only know it because I've been living through it the last, probably like since everybody else, really since 2020, and since Trump a little bit. But I really wasn't that political most of my life, especially when my presidents were in charge. I could just not worry about things and live my life. And I was only mostly interested in the gay part because we were pushing for inclusion and gay marriage and integration and all that. So that's really kind of the only time I intersected with politics. But I was very active in that. I was active in politics in Vegas. I volunteered on several campaigns. Jimmy Carter's brother, Jack Carter, was running for a state rep, and I helped on his campaign. So I got politically active in Vegas. There was a big political blogger convention called Daily Kos. Now it's Netroots Nation. I helped out at the first convention there. So I guess I was more politically active than I realized. But as far as following politics, I didn't really get up and run to the computer and see what was going on in the world until probably Trump got elected. When Obama was president and even Bush, I kind of heard about things through other people or every now and then on TV, but I didn't really go seek it out. It was really only since Trump and then the COVID, when I say COVID, I mean 2020 lockdown. For me, it was the George Floyd, the Chaz. I lived in Seattle, all the riots, watching the Starbucks go up in flames up outside of my window like 3 times at least. And then they had I watched the Evergreen protest documentary at the same time. And so all of that kind of was the catalyst for this political awakening. And I've been heavily involved in pushing back on the critical social justice ideology coming out of the left, particularly lately in the form of the DEI initiatives that are showing up in the mental health field where I work. And I think the core root of it to me is that this concept of implicit bias or unconscious bias. It does not have scientific validity. It has soft science validity, but when you subject it to the rigor of actual science, it does not quite hold up, but they're still building policy on it. So I think that's part of the rot right there, is that implicit bias superstition. Wow. Are you in the US? Are you in Bama?
Yeah, he's in Alabama.
Do they have Starbucks there?
I would think so.
Welcome back, by the way.
It
So
used
if
to
you're
be
not
there.
doing movies, or do you want to do some other movies, or I could do some movies in my Discord for people that want them?
Yes, it would depend on the movie. I'm a snob.
I am too, actually. What kind do you like? But the ones you picked are they were good movies. I was excited to see them again.
I'm eclectic in genre with a few exceptions. Kind of like how I hate country music. I hate rom-com.
Well, what are some of your favorite movies?
Shawshank Redemption,
Oh,
probably my favorite movie of all time. Children of Men, The Matrix,
You like Children of
Syriana.
Men?
Yeah, I love
What was
Children
the
of
other
Men.
one? Syriana?
Syriana. I can get very male in my taste sometime where there's not a lot of where like the visuals are enough to kind of complete the experience for me.
I had Syriana. I watched it once, but I need to watch it again. I hardly remember anything about it. That might be a good one. And then Children of Men, I read the book, and I was excited for the movie. And maybe since I read the book, I was
that could be
not
why.
into the movie at all. It was so
People who like
slow
reading,
compared to the experience of the book.
they always tell me that the books are better. And I think they're probably right. I just don't like reading, so I'm really into movies.
Yeah, well, maybe Syriana. Watching that, I haven't seen it in forever. But yeah, that's an option too for those that want it, because it doesn't look like people are going to get to stream the debate. Although I'm sure that's not going to stop some people. So keep an eye out on the Panelverse.
Well, on Rumble you can.
Oh, you can?
You
Do you have a Rumble?
I do, but I'm probably going to be over at CT's.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me just put his link, and people can.
CT's going to fire up on YouTube and then pull everybody over to
He
Rumble.
has more than one channel, right? Is it going to be on his main one?
I think he does have more than one.
Chaotic Reacts.
Yeah, so it's Chaotic Truth is the main one.
Chaotic Truth Live. Well, he doesn't have anything set up yet, but I'll throw his channel in there. And I think the debate is at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. So that's an option too. I don't know how you got that out of anything I said about DEI initiatives in mental health. You probably have some story going on your head too.
He's
anti-woke. If you ever want to talk about, you could come up. In fact, we're looking for some gays tomorrow. Do you want to come to our Stonewall thing? Let me see. Oh, I'm thinking Joe McCarthy. Never mind. Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to.
I love Daniel Price as a chatter.
I do too. He hasn't been around in a while. We missed you, Daniel. Good to see you.
He's one of my all-time favorites on YouTube.
Yep. I would have to agree. And Frank doesn't really hang out here anymore, so it's good to have Daniel for that.
Send it to me on Discord, Bama. I don't believe you, as I'm sure you're aware. He knows how I feel about AI music. But I am open to being proven incorrect.
Freak. Don't go there. Don't go on the dark side. And here's the other thing. Who's white? How do you tell who's white? Like, what are you gonna?
Well, it's what they call white, though.
So it's subjective white supremacy.
Yeah, like technically,
the people we like in charge.
Technically, most Americans are white supremacists because they're just describing American culture, and it's interesting. He says the more of a fan he's becoming of white supremacy, it's like I would say for a brief time I became more of a fan of National Socialism, but I would want it to be like black. It would be a black supremacist nationalist socialism. Like
that's what you advocate for.
Yeah. Like I identify way more with like the radical, Nation of Islam people and foundational Black Americans type stuff.
I used to work with a Black Panther.
Yeah, see, like the Black Panthers,
cool.
exactly.
That's before I knew politics and stuff. I'm like, oh, he's cool. Oh, Black Panther, that sounds cool. Yeah, you're cool, bro. Free. I'm living under white supremacy right now. Anyway, because all the Karens appear white. The whole political ruling class appears white. It's a bunch of upper middle class white liberals.
Al Munson, I feel like you don't really understand human nature.
I feel like he's an AI and just looping on. This is talking points. It's not even a conversation.
It's like if you think that it was a one-sided genocide in North America when the Europeans came here, I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of history and human nature.
Yeah, that's because he's been ideologically captured.
Yeah, like most native tribes are still here. Never mind the fact that
they were genociding each other even before we came along.
Yeah, they were killing each other, I say we, it wasn't me. Europeans got here. They had a way more advanced technology than the people were here. That's how they won. It's like a pretty lame genocide too when you let the other side surrender and you give them national sovereignty and you like defend their borders and their way of life and their rules with your own people. You know, it's like kind of making up history, bro. We're living in it. I'm from the United States. Maybe you're not. So here in the United States, like there's tribal land down the street from me.
Is that a good thing?
I mean, I probably rather live by tribal law, to be honest with you, but I don't know. I don't know if segregation works. I don't know. That stuff's over my pay grade.
Yeah, I don't know either. I do know that there's in-group preference and the principle of free association, and so people can socialize and associate with whoever they want. And I don't know, because there's some groups that seem like they want segregation. I know that the queers specifically don't want to be part of society. They want to have their own non-heteronormative society. Um, there were some gays back in my day that didn't want to integrate. They didn't want marriage. They wanted to live a completely different lifestyle than the straight people were. So some people don't want to be in, they want their segregation. And I think for those people, it's probably better to let them have some version of that than them messing it up for everybody else. But then, America is such an amazing opportunity for any group. I would want to help the people that do want to assimilate to do that, while still
we kinda-
keeping their unique identity.
We kind of segregate naturally and then integrate when we feel like it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's the ideal to me, that people could self-determine their own level of segregation or integration. Which is pretty much what I do now.
Does that lead to more war over time?
I think it would lead to less, because people would be they'd be less at the mercy of other people's decisions, and they'd be choosing for themselves. So they'd have more control over their comfort level at any given time. I think it's when you try to push it or force it, there's on all sides, there's that resistance to overcome. And if you don't know, humans have been dealing with this forever, integrating different tribes and groups, and the United States is just the latest version of that. But I think we do it pretty well. Yeah, well, you've been watching this for what, an hour and 20 minutes already, so
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
keep not watching me. It's great for my numbers. Pharaoh. Is that rapper from the 80s? I'm thinking of Egyptian Lover. Never mind. Is he who is Pharaoh?
Egyptian Lover.
And there was another group, I can't remember their name. They came out around the same time. Like the real Pharaoh, the one Pharaoh, or the whole, all of them. Do I remember them? I wasn't even there. I don't remember them at all. What are you? I'm not sure what you're saying though. Take care, Bama. Head, yes, this to me, it would be religious marriage, and I have no problem with that within individual religions, but I think that's separate from the institution of secular marriage, which the state administers. And maybe we need two words, like a word for the religious type and a different word for the secular type, but I have no problem with having both as long as there's a state option. Oh yeah, that growing up, that show used to come on TV. I used to watch it every year, the Ten Commandments, and it was like in multi parts, so it was like cliffhangers, and they went through all the plagues. I think it was the with Charlton Heston. I used to love that movie, and they had the frogs. The frogs would rain, and the blood, and the crickets or the locusts or something. In fact, I might go back and watch that movie. Yes, I do. I do remember all that. Thankfully, nothing that crazy's happened. 2020 was as close as we've gotten to something like that. They had fires, earthquakes, viruses, riots, everything every card you could pull out of the deck got pulled out in 2020. Yeah, the way I heard it, the Jews were using, because every little group tries to find something that separates them from the masses and makes them special, and like the elitist. And the Jews were using like sexual purity and sexual behavior as a way of distinguishing themselves from everyone else. And that's how some of these sexual, like really stringent sexual rules and taboos came about. At least that's the gossip I heard. Well, what do you think, Denison? Should we wrap it up or try something else?
Sure.
Oh, Benjamin's still streaming. Hank is still on there. No.
You want to go over
Oh,
there?
you're still on there. Oh, no, never mind. Looks like he just...
Yeah, I'm
ended.
still on there. He just ended it?
Well, I'm confused because it says live on my list, but when I click it, it looks like it's over. Thursday
No, he's
Hangout.
still alive.
Oh, no, I was kicking yours. Wait, you're on his and mine at the same time?
I am.
Oh, okay. That's what's throwing me. Are you talking on theirs? Do you do that often?
Sometimes I've been
So
bouncing
anytime
back
you're
and
on a
forth.
panel, we never know what other panel you might be on.
Technically speaking, yes, but this isn't going to happen that often because I normally wouldn't care about both panels. Like, I want my audience to see your panel, and I also want my audience to see Ben's.
Does it let you stream more than once?
Yeah.
Like 2 streams at the same time? Wow, I didn't know it could do that. I might have
Yeah,
to
so they're
try
both
that.
streaming right now.
And do you just mute from one panel to the other when you want to talk on the other one?
Right.
Wow.
And sometimes I stream at the same time, and then I have a Discord community going as well, and I have different buttons to talk to my internal Discord audience,
Damn.
and different buttons to talk to the stream. But that's
You're
how
the
I used to
panel
roll
DJ.
back in the day.
Fuck, that's pretty base. Hey, Cult. Good to see you.
Greetings.
Oh, did I ever put... Yeah, I did. Chaotix. We might be wrapping up, actually. I think the conversation kind of wound down.
You want to try round 2 over at Ben's?
No, I'm never going back there again.
Even though he was kidding?
What was the joke? I don't get the joke of... Like, I'm sure he wasn't aware of all my past experience, but it was a really bad joke to make to someone that has been dealing with that as a real life experience.
That's the joke, because you were complaining about it, how it was just done to you on the other channel. And so he was joking about how he was going to do the same thing, but he didn't really mean it.
I didn't get the joke. So first of all, he joked with an autistic person that doesn't get jokes half the time anyway, and it seemed like a cruel joke to do to an autistic person who's trying to figure out how to stay on these panels.
He apologized too.
Yeah, no, it's I had a really bad experience with him. I don't get the joke. It seems I don't know if he doesn't. I don't assume everybody knows about the autism or gets it or understands. So I don't expect people to be competent in areas that it's unreasonable to expect. So
I would agree with you that I wouldn't do it to an autistic person. But I would totally, like, if Joe Cool came up, right? And he was complaining about being muted and put backstage on the panel he was just on, and he was kind of upset about it, and he came up on my stream, I would totally mute him and put him backstage just for a second to make everybody, including Joe, laugh their ass off and then pull him back, you know?
See, that would be... I don't even think I would do that.
I wouldn't do it to a person that I would think would, you know, have a bad reaction to it, though. But when you're, you know, kind of like, I'm always going to go for the laugh. And if I hurt someone's feelings, I'll genuinely feel sorry, but I'm still always going to go for the laugh.
God, I wish I could be that cold-hearted. I think I'd be a better sadist. I can't. I can go pretty hard, and some people have told me that I've played too hard or teased too hard. But something in me would kick in at getting a laugh that cruelly at somebody's expense. Like there's certain things I just want. Like there's certain, even when like Noel comes on or Ken or people that really make themselves vulnerable to that. Like there's things I could do that I even hold myself back from because it's like it's too easy and the payoff is too, I guess morally it's just too much of a cost for me.
For me,
maybe I'm an empath after all and I have a heart.
It comes down to whether or not the butt of the joke is in on the joke. That's where I draw the line.
Exactly.
Usually.
That, and I was a total stranger and he took a big risk with a total stranger not knowing my recent personal history or maybe even about the autism. And it was a risk that blew up in his face that if he had known anything about me at all, I would probably not have taken.
Yeah, so I would say that's fair, what you just said. But then if he apologized and said it was just a joke, isn't that fair too? You're really done forever and ever?
Probably. And, but I just know how I am. Like that's the experience that got encoded into my brain. And
okay.
It's going to take a lot to override that. Cause once that switch gets flipped, it's really hard to like Flo flipped it months ago and I haven't been back to his panel since. And I like Flo and I could hang out with Flo and I could be on other panels with Flo and Flo could come on my panel. But when I try to go on his panel, that memory of that experience just blocks me every time.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
I take risk, but when one of those risks gets burned, I'm very cautious about taking that same kind of risk again. So I try to learn from my risk. Oh, speaking of.
Yeah, Jeff's not saying it's not on him.
Intent, Flo. I don't think you meant it. I honestly don't think it was intentional. You meant it or anything. It just happened. And because it happened, now I have this consciousness that I can't get past. So no, I'm taking responsibility for it. It was definitely well, part of it was I wasn't getting to speak about autism with somebody that was saying very ignorant things about autism. And then I was being painted as childish and self-indulgent and petty and all that. So I wouldn't take that kind of treatment from anybody, no matter who it came from. It just happened to be you that day. But I don't think you did anything. And that was the day also you were in the mood because that other guy came on like half an hour after me to talk about a friend of his that died. And you're like, dude, we don't know this person. We don't care. This is going to be a boring story. And I'm like, damn. So I didn't even take it personally because I think I came in on a day when you were just in a mood in general. And so that's all that was. No, I wasn't talking about you today. We were talking about this Benjamin guy who was a panel I was on earlier with Dennison. And then I brought you in as an example of somebody else that stuff like that happens with.
I was going to say trying to stay on Flo's panel is like surfing for me.
Yeah, it is. And here's the other thing. You had the Thorpes on the other night, so that is it. You crossed the line for me that I had the minute I came in this panelverse. I was told about the Thorpes, and that has always been my line for the panelverse. And so watching the Thorpes the other night was like, okay, I get the message here.
You're too old to be such
that's
a bitch.
My point. That's my point. That's why I don't go with your panel. This right here. So
QED.
So yeah, no, I don't think I want to give Benjamin a shot today. I tell you what I will do. He's welcome to come on my panel if he wants and maybe talk through it.
That's
even
easy.
Just hang out and I don't want to shut him out of my community, but I choose not to go and try to be part of his again. I just have a very bad taste in my mouth, and that's hard for me to get over. I'll put his channel. Let me.
I'm streaming it right now, Mavid.
What's it called? Is it?
It's his name. It's Benjamin something.
Spell it. Ben. It's not coming up. I have it on my list.
It's okay to set boundaries and enforce them. It doesn't make you a victim, you know?
And I enforce them by, like, internal locus of control. I enforce them by choosing where I spend my time. I don't expect other
Yeah.
people to do anything. I can just
Yeah.
silently readjust my life.
I actually like when the mixture is just right, it flows. It's one of my favorite panels. Like flows, not many people can keep up
I like
intellectually.
flows too.
And I think also we share a sense of humor, even though I think he's a bit more cruel than I am.
Well, so you have an obligation to attack people's bitchiness? Well, attack. I don't know what your goal is, but
bitchiness is snowballing.
Is absolutely not the thing that's gonna accomplish.
Yeah, that's only gonna make it worse. And now I support Jeff's bitchiness now. After that comment, now I'm like,
I mean, I don't care if you think my reactivity is bitchy. I know what it's about, so I'm the only person that really needs to understand it.
And Flo and I also, I think, would be friends in person.
I should. Flo's one of those people that I should like less than I actually do, because those are the types I go for that get me in trouble. I should dislike Flo more than I do, but I actually like him, even though I know I should like him less. And if somebody asked me for like a job reference or a personal reference for Flo, I would give them one. I'd be like, yeah, I would hire Flo. I think he'd make a good member of your team. And then he'd fuck up the job, and I'd be like, why did I do that? I knew better.
There seems to be so few people I can rationalize with, you know. So I try to value that.
I need that for my mental health. That's sanity to me. I couldn't imagine being somewhere not having that.
I don't need more people calling me crazy. You know, like I've got a heavy dose of that.
That rolls right off. I've been crazy my whole life. In fact, I was part of this group, and there were like multiple Jeffs in it, so we all had to take little nicknames, and I ended up Crazy Jeff. And people like put me in their phones as Crazy Jeff, and which Jeff are you talking about? Oh, Crazy Jeff. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take it, Crazy Jeff. No problem with it. But in Flo, I do not think Flo is a bad person. I think Flo, maybe even despite himself, I've seen him has positive effect on society. I think he has the potential to have positive effect. And I have actually seen him show kindness, empathy, sensitivity in areas where I would not have even thought to show them. So I think Flo is a rich and complex person. And I would be very cautious about moralizing about him too much. But I would also be cautious about him as well. Like, so we're all adults. Use your own judgment. You have your own experiences with him. But I still back Flo. I gotta say, I'm still a member. I'm a proud member of his channel. So that's a credit to Flo that he can keep me won over. So yeah, Flo, keep doing your thing, but please do consider reconsider the Thorpe thing. That would be my only tip. And the Margot thing.
Why the Thorpe thing?
Do you know about the Thorpes?
Yeah.
They're not my cup of tea. And the little bit I have seen, like I don't even watch a lot of the videos, but the little bit I have seen about the dynamic makes my skin crawl and makes my stomach turn cold. And then I saw the video where he kicked her, and that's all I need to see.
Yeah, it's a shit show. Just, are you going to be consistent with that? Because there's a lot of shit shows out there.
I actually am trying to move away from panel drama. I had the thought of limiting or eliminating the gossip and having it in the Discord. I can even create in fact, I have a panel drama channel in the Discord. We can have a whole channel in the Discord where we gossip and analyze these panels, but I think doing it on stream is, I think I could do better content than that, and I could save that for like Discord.
I agree. I would keep it out of your Discord too, but that's up to you.
Well,
whichever
you got to have some outlet for it. Plus, if it's going to happen anyway, so I'd rather it happen where some of the stream comes through me, where I can get the data from it and have some kind of influence over it a little bit. Plus,
Whenever
it's
that-
mostly for other people. I can get drama anywhere. I don't need panel drama, and so I could do a channel without the panel drama. But it also it kind of helps the community kind of bonds around it too, so it has a community building effect. And I think it's good because the way we do it, it's more than just gossip. We actually like try to figure out all the sides of the stories and what the deeper issues are. So I think it kind of has maybe a greater benefit than just letting off gossip.
I trust people to be exactly how they are.
Yes, I do too. And I don't like to interfere with that too much because I'm not that person. And everybody has their own developmental track. Oh, he doesn't trust? Yeah, Flo does have his trust concerns.
Well, that's interesting though, because Moose just said he didn't trust Flo. So is it mutual or is it projection?
I don't know. I don't know which came first. I don't know much about their history at all, actually.
When the
Yeah,
drama
and-
comes my way, I try to bring it back to the macro and zoom out.
Yeah. That's what I want to start doing here. And I want I'm thinking about a male only space for a little while just to see what happens. Or like male energy.
I reject. Go ahead.
And an intellectually a space for intellectuals too, because people come on here and then they complain about the intellectualism. They come on here, they complain about the male energy, the passion, the anger, the whatever. So if I keep it a space limited to just people that have no problem with that or value that or embrace that somehow, then maybe that will create the kind of space I'm looking for. Oh, so he acted on one of his impulses, intuitions. Yeah, but sometimes we don't. I mean, I've done that too. That's one of the things that happened with me and Lib.
What's ladies' night?
I don't know, but you're not going to see me there. That's this perfect thing. I want a man's night. I want man panel. If they can have lady panel, I want man panel. Especially men that are having trouble fitting it in other places, other panels or other in the real world places. Like what we talked about last night about society not being fit for us and it being like harder and harder now to with all the negativity towards men out there right now. The androphobia and the misogyny. I mean the misandry.
Daniel, can you elaborate on that? It was on Flo's last night.
Oh.
How is what does trust issues have to do with nudes?
That Flo has trust issues.
Yeah, you're gonna turn me gay, Jeff.
Oh, I hope not. You'll be very disappointed. I think I think your relationship plan is probably a good one for you. Jeff wants vulnerable men to take advantage of.
Was I on Flo's
I
last night?
personally don't really like being around vulnerable people too much. I like to help them get empowered and so that they're not vulnerable. So I don't. That's not even the type of clients I work with. I showed the chart of the level of where where I get my clients. So again, this is Flo not knowing what he's talking about. I do support men being vulnerable because I think for the men that need it or want it, it's important to be able to have those emotions and all of that. But I don't know what the taking advantage part of it is.
I
mean,
just
I'm not even
realized
getting a penny.
where like the hits and misses are. It's like the psychological insight. Like Flo has excellent takes on society, philosophy, like the more abstract it gets, but like when it has to do with figuring out individual people and their motives and reactions, not so much.
Interesting. Yeah, he has his little blind spots the same as me. I mean, not the same as me, but we all have them. I mean, I know I have mine. I just don't know what they are because they're blind. And I can see other people's, so I can see Flo's very, very obviously.
My running into a problem when I try to like find all my blind spots, because you kind of need other people to do that, you know.
And you need not just anybody's going to be able to give you that mirroring that you need to see them all. Because if you're just hanging around neurotypicals or people that are not like you, they're not going to help you catch your blind spots because they're not going to be able to reflect the parts of you that all the blind spots are in. You might see some of them, but there's certain blind spots you need other people like yourself to find.
Here's a wall I keep slamming into and I can't figure it out. And the people around me don't seem to be helping. It's like empathy for stupid people.
Like not having it.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I struggle with that too. I have some because most of the people I grew up with were pretty
I have very
ordinary.
little. And I'm suspecting this is the case. I'm not sure because if it's true, I wouldn't know, you know? I'm kind of surfing on the peripherals of my personality here. But it seems like that's where my hypocrisy lies. I'm pretty consistent, except when it comes to stupid people. And then it might not even be a stupid person. It could just be a dumb take.
Like a smart person with a dumb take.
Yeah. And, I kind of know just a little bit about a lot of things. I don't really know that much. So
then you have it too. Like you have stupid areas.
Exactly.
Too,
exactly, right?
So part of it is just patience and self-compassion.
But all my friends tell me I suffer fools way too much, that I'm too empathetic, that I'm too kind, I'm too patient, and I give people too much rope. This is what all my friends tell me, in my personal life and on the internet.
Where do you think you are?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like a savage beast, Jeff. Like as soon as someone says something dumb, I behead them, and bleed them in front of everyone to warn others not to say something stupid in front of me.
Oh.
But that's not how my friends see me.
That's one tactic if you don't want conversation. If you just want to manage your environment.
There's like two, and that's the thing. This is where I recognize the hypocrisy, and the only reason I'm able to see my behavior is because ultimately it's a form of policing, and I don't believe in that shit.
Well, a part of you obviously does.
Right.
All of this sounds normal so far. Like, I understand it.
How dare you?
I mean, we all have savagery in us. We all have tyranny and authoritarian in us, and forcefulness and whatever. But we also have the part of us that's evolved beyond that. And so we can choose what mix or ratio we want as part of ourselves. Like, I think having those impulses and feeling them, and even like instinctively acting on them, like when you tear people apart to send a warning. I think even all that is okay as long as ultimately it's your rationality or the part of you that is able to be who you want to be is in control, and that you're not at
See,
the mercy of those.
look what Mavid said. He just reached into my psyche without even knowing it by expressing his own opinion. This is where it comes from. That's at the root of it for me, right there.
Like it's stupid, like you see a danger in stupid people, so you want to
Yeah.
minimize their influence. And
Yeah, and to the extent to which I've accepted this is really honestly due to the fact that like I lived a lifetime trying to stop exactly what we're experiencing right now in society, and I didn't feel like a failure or like a frustration from that. My take was the lesson that like I was kind of being arrogant and obtuse the whole time. I thought that I could affect society to begin with. Like the idea of trying to police other people's behavior is kind of retarded and kind of arrogant.
until you encounter behaviors that you want policed.
No, period. Even when because all
So
I'm
even
doing,
when you do it, you think that about what you're doing too.
yeah, like because part of that though is because I'm so weird. So like I either have to get used to it, or I'm just gonna be miserable all the time. Right, so like almost everything that people do, I find offensive, which is why nothing really offends me. You see what I'm saying? I kind of have like an immunity to it, but but stupidity, it does something to me. It debases me somehow.
Yeah, and part of you's enmeshed with it too. Like there's less of a boundary between you and that that allows it to affect you as much. So there's something about you tied into it as well that you reacted to, like your own stupidity or something that it reminds you of.
I'm trying to think of like my most offensive takes on things.
I want to I want to understand this. Likes flow, but doesn't want to be seen showing bias because I don't know what that means. Like, what? I have no idea what's the bias. Therefore, acts over. Nothing I said was an act. I was speaking from the heart just now. Everything I said was what I really think. There was no ulterior motive to it. I don't care what Flo does from here. I'm not trying to influence him to do a particular thing. He's completely autonomous. Um, I admire him. Like as far as I'm concerned, we're fine. I have no issues with him. Flo likes Jeff, but doesn't know why exactly, which is why I understand the individual sentence. I don't understand how they connect, and I don't understand the bias thing.
Mavid is really onto something here.
Right,
For me personally,
let me find where she is.
for me, it's watching people be misled massively. That's why I hate fake smart people.
Like preachers and stuff lie to the mass and they fall for it.
Yeah,
I see it differently. I see they are participating in it as much as that preacher. It would not work if there was not something in them that needed that, and if it wasn't that preacher, they would go get it from somewhere else. So it's like a two-part dialectic where both parties are. It's like in a codependent relationship, it's both of them keeping it going. It's not just one person that's codependent. And that's how I see this like stupid people falling for the stories that speak to them.
It's almost like if I could control the audience, I wouldn't even care.
But then you don't want to be authoritarian, except you obviously are.
No, I mean like the people in the like not control
The speaker.
like determine the audience.
So instead of censoring the speaker, you want to manipulate who hears the speaker.
I don't really want to do either one. I'm just trying to find the source of my discomfort. And
The source of discomfort is you do want to do one of the you do want to do that, but it conflicts with something else in you that doesn't.
There's certain people I don't want to be misled by stupidity. And I don't want to live in a society run by stupid people.
Well, I have some really bad news for you. The best solution I have found is to try to minimize the extent that their stupidity affects you and try to live your best life independent of their stupidity.
It's you know what it is. I think it's letting go of people in my life. I think that's the source of it. It's like a reverse form of fear of abandonment.
Oh yeah. I've been there too, and you do outgrow people, and you don't have to like let them go. You're not sending them out of the airlock into deep space. Like you can keep some kind of connection with them through the years. It just may not be as frequent or as intense as it is now.
I don't think I can. I think I'm too susceptible to my environment.
Oh, so like if they're around at all, then that would pull you back into that door.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, some people you do. Like there are definitely people that I have to lock the door on completely.
Yeah. I think I actually kind of figured this out a little bit right now. I gotta let some of the people I think are smart be stupid.
Look, I like what Colt says here. It really is kind of knowing your people and detaching from the people that is not your people, because you're just wasting each other's time.
Yeah. Everything in life changes and is transitory, Denizen. Learn to let go.
Well, learn that, or be adaptable. Like learn that life has changed, but there is a constant too. Like there's a constant baseline sense of self that you carry with you throughout your life that's not going to change. But within that or outside of that, there's going to be some change to that. You're not the same person you were when you were 11.
I like
But in
murdering
a sense,
stupid,
some
though.
part of you is.
I like murdering stupid. There's that too. There's
See, yeah, that's that aggression toward
yeah.
the yeah. But I think that's like lower nature or primitive, and I think
It feels
the
good
ability,
though, Jeff.
I know that's why I'm a Satanist, because we learn to indulge that and incorporate it and integrate it into something larger without denying it or suppressing it. We allow a place for it, but in a healthy way, healthy-ish way.
I know you're not trying to paraphrase what I'm saying, Dr. Diad. Because if that's true, then you're obtuse.
I think he's just being head this morning.
Slobbering.
Oh, so you had an actual catalyst. That really is where I've been that way for a long time. I know very much what I'm looking for in people. I know what I'm finding in people, or I think I do sometimes. I sometimes I misjudge, but I'm pretty good at finding the people I'm like knowing when I found the people I'm looking for. And so I just keep doing that, and I'm good at recognizing when it's not the people I'm looking for. And I kind of just you can let connections kind of drift off. You don't have to just chop them. Sometimes you do, but I just kind of shift my energies to it's that attention tunnel again. I keep my attention on the people that are meeting me where I am and feeding me with what I need, and people that I am helping them to get what they need, etc. It's reciprocal, it's mutual. We help each other grow. It supports each other's development where we're at, etc. And it enhances people that enhance. That's what I'm looking for. I want to enhance other people's lives, and I want people that can enhance mine. And so I try to be that, and I try to look for that. Right, exactly.
The link is pinned, isn't it? Let me see.
Here, I can drop it. That is a good this is a very good point. There's no need to I think I learned this very early because I was the oddball of my whole family. Like my own family, the people I lived with every day, couldn't always meet me where I was. So I learned very early to live with people that can't meet you where you are all the time in every area, but are still not bad people, and you can still enjoy spending time around them. So I kind of developed a balance between I can take
That's
people for
nice.
what
I
they
envy
are
that.
within their limits, and then I also know how to get what I need from outside of that for the things they can't get me. So some of it is like learning to manage and adjust your expectations accordingly. Okay, are other people coming up? I think I'm gonna do a brief intermission and get refilled and recharged. Do you want to handle
That's a
the
good
show for a
idea.
little while, or I can put on a
Sure,
video?
yeah, I can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna turn you over to Den, and I'll be back in a minute or two.
Amazing how chat comes full circle. Aunt Flo comes in talking about people acting like a bitch, then starts acting like a bitch when someone says something factual. Ah, irony.
So much
Let's see.
for eliminating the panel drama.
Who? Oh, he's talking about flow state. I have negative judgment because if we let stupid be stupid, it will destroy the world. Yeah, but like, I can see myself. I don't bully people. It's just not a thing I do. I don't like bullies, but like, I can see how if I were a dumb person, talking to me would feel like you're being bullied, and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I like that. Yes, if you are smarter than a turnip denizen, you would be surrounded by stupid people. Stupid people have value and things to offer. This is what I'm trying to learn. Can't spell it blue. Can you? Maybe not now. Maybe you're busy. I don't know. But can you come up on the panel and teach me how to do that? Because that's
Denizen,
Yo, what's up, bro?
I didn't mean to cut you off, but dude, I can't stand stupid fucking people. I've been dealing with them all day, brother. I've been dealing with them all day. Check this one out, right? I get to work, I'm soaking wet. You saw that, right?
I did.
No problem, bro. I go inside, change my clothes, everything's going good. So, first customer comes in.
You're breaking up. Are you moving? Yo, what's up, Mama Sue? Mama Sue Lee? Daniel wasn't looking for drama. I can't help he has a fragile ego over being married guy getting photos sent to him that made one go, I'm thinking Arby's. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a little labia, you know what I'm saying? Kind of says, hey, here I am, look at me. How you doing? I'm a labia. Would you like to be my friend? Let's see. I think we're all stupid in one way or another, says Lou. Yeah, I agree. This is another part of the motivation for me, right? Like, I'm trying to be fair here. And I am seeking peace, and
I'm back. Sorry.
there he is.
Oh, hey Moose. Okay. Let's see, what did I
I
miss?
started
So,
to go off
after
about
the
ice
first
and see
customer-
moving 20 feet, and the like bus driver, like, I mean, nearly like shit bricks at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then there's also something that really weird happens here, right? Do you know that New Jersey, you don't pump your own gas?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Oregon either. They passed the law. It's illegal.
Okay, so there's people in this world that don't know how to put the pump into their gas tank. They
Because
literally
they
don't
grew
know
up
how
that
to.
way.
And you know what? God bless them, right? But for me, I would gladly just put them all on an island and just nuke it. Like, that's where I'm at with stupid people, and it's so sadistic, right? I feel so bad with myself because I'm like, man, I'm stupid too. But at the same time, I'm like, wouldn't the world be better without stupid people?
It's frustration. It's perfectly understandable frustration, and it's normal. Like you're not a bad person. Anybody would feel that around incredible stupidity,
So
and it
arrogant
builds up after a while.
arrogance means that you're overestimating your own capability. So I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of arrogance, and I think it's usually stupid people who call smart people arrogant because you just show up saying things that are true, and it makes people feel stupid. You don't have to act arrogantly or be arrogant. Like, I am accused of being the most arrogant whenever I am the most competent in what I'm saying. And when I'm kind of just talking out of my ass is when people listen the most. So I reject that whole claim about arrogance. Sorry.
This is Dunning-Kruger cult, what you talk about. People that, and that is our scientists claim to have identified it as an actual thing. There's a graph for it. I wish I had Jeff's voice narrating my life. Oh, I never watched the Wonder Years. I don't know if this is a compliment or not. Thank you. I'll just say thank you. Pseudo intellectual. Yeah. But at the same time, here's my take on that. I'm very compassionate toward less intelligent people. I think everybody at their own capacity or level, just people trying to be intelligent, trying to think, even if they're not always getting it right, I think the act of attempting to be intelligent is admirable and should be.
See, I envy that. I envy that on some level. I want some of that.
Well, you can have it.
I have none of that. Like,
I mean, so you're saying Jack Talcott is admirable? Like, because he tries.
I never had
I
never did have an issue with Talcott.
All right, that's fair.
I see him as a harmless old man that
part of him isn't it?
Yeah, I called him before. He's like John Lennon. He's about as harmless as John Lennon. All his utopia, anti-capitalist fantasy. Just go listen to a John Lennon album. You can hear the same thing. I don't see him as this. I don't know what people see in him that has them so fascinated with him. But I don't think he's stupid either. Jack Talcott's not someone I would include in like the stupid people.
I'm a slow learner, Lou. Be patient.
I think patience is some of it, learning patience with yourself and with other people. And I know for sure my patience level was not this high earlier. So somehow I did develop patience. Somehow it wasn't anything I consciously did. I think just spending enough time around different types of people, you just learn that people are different beyond your ability to imagine, and that they're basically all the same underneath anyway. And I think once you start seeing the patterns, you become a little patient with them, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
If there's such a thing as objective intelligence, of intellectual capacity, of having a stronger ability to think and to think in the abstract and to process information, if that exists, then there have to be some people who are better at it than others. And so if those people recognize that they're better at it than others, they automatically become arrogant, unkind, unfeeling. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that how that works?
You think always?
I don't think
well,
so.
These are the claims I get from
could.
stupid people, is what I feel like.
Think about a guy with a huge dick. Like, just because he has a huge dick doesn't mean he's gonna fuck everybody's girl.
But it sets off the insecurity in people.
Right, but like, he doesn't even have to tell you he's got a huge dick. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. He has the choice to determine how he presents himself to other people and how he's going to make other people feel. And then he's also not necessarily going to bone your chick if he has moral, principles and stuff.
This is my experience, though. I don't have to say anything about anything. I just show up, and people already react a certain way. Now, after they react and point and make it obvious, then I might say, "You're experiencing this right now because I'm smarter than you." But I don't walk around talking like that. I just say things that I think, and people.
Right, so you get disrespected first, and then you're like, "Hey, I got the big dick, bitch." Right?
I mean, sometimes
Intellectually.
I whip out my dick intellectually. True, but sometimes I'm genuinely trying to be compassionate with the other person, but I can't relate to them because they're so dumb.
Hang on. Oh, sorry. I'm responding to a Discord message. Someone said last night's stream got taken down, but I think I'm seeing it if it's the right stream. If you could just let me know what stream you're talking about. I don't see a stream that got taken down, but I'm gonna, because YouTube sends you something, right? If they take it
Yeah,
down.
they'll send you something, and you'll know if they take down your video. Usually, they give you a strike. They don't usually just take it down.
Okay, because so far it's matching up with what I have in my StreamYard. So,
That's the
okay.
funniest thing, like that people do in the chat too, though, is I find that there's people that just sit down in the chat and they just live to like, just randomly like disrupt the program,
Yeah.
which is
I
cool
can-
too. You need those people.
Well, I can relate to that a lot because usually the program is bad and nonsense.
Definitely, and you got to call
Oh.
out the bullshit, right?
Right.
Otherwise,
But then when you
somebody can
become.
get hoodwinked. Sorry, go.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where my motivation against my hatred for stupidity comes from, that same place. But then you don't want to be that guy. So when you start to become that guy, then you're like, hold on, let me shut up and listen for a second, you know?
My ex was the worst person to work for that. His hatred for stupid people, it was frightening. It was a fury and contempt. It was like a demon took possession of it. It was so scary. So I have seen the extreme end of that hatred, and it's ugly. If you could avoid going
So
there.
what's the extreme end in the opposite direction?
The extreme end
Is-
of tolerance and probably
Yeah. How can that hurt me?
how can you being around somebody that is the extremely stupid or the extremely tolerant of the stupid?
I mean, at a certain point, I'm not allowed to disagree in public, is what it comes down to,
Who's
right?
stopping you? I disagree all the time.
I'm saying, like, can you disagree in a way that doesn't...
Make people think you're arrogant or
Right, yeah.
probably, no. If you put that constraint on it, that's a different problem. But if you're gonna disagree, just own it and take whatever reaction you get. If you disagree with someone and they think you're arrogant or whatever, then that's not the person probably that you want in your life. It's kind of being yourself and then taking the consequences of that and letting it sort itself out. The people that, some people will respond to you as you are, and some people will call you names and harass you and make it difficult for you. And so you kind of want to go towards the people that don't react to you and kind of accept you as you are, and you want to move away from the people that are giving you static about it. And then that way you keep yourself in a zone where you always can more or less be yourself without having to worry about the consequences.
Yeah, I think Notlos is right about ego in some way. And he was saying, find yourself in others. I mean, sure, that's great. True. But that's still a coping mechanism, you know? And maybe you have to fake it until you make it. Yeah.
I don't think your ultimate self is in others, but I think they can be a start.
I understand it's been a long spell for you both, but I've been inside many beings, and it's wonderful. And if you guys need help, I'm a great wingman.
It's tempting, Moose.
Have you tried that with gay
daddies
guys?
you could pimp me out to.
I've never tried it with gay guys, but I tell you what. Well, the problem is I get picked up by gay guys. They try to pick me up or whatever. Um, I used to do that actually. I used to go around because my buddy had a band, and the whole band, we were all friends and stuff. So I'd go sell CDs and pick up chicks while they were playing. And so after the show, we'd have this big party and we'd all have a great time. You know what I mean? And I would help direct traffic. You know, like this girl's going to be good for this guy. This girl is going to be good for that guy. You know, like these two are going to hit it off right. Cause like, I just, I could just sense like the personality wise, like certain ones are going to annoy certain people. Certain ones are going to be, the hoe that he wishes she would be, stuff like that. Directing traffic. I'm pretty good at it.
That certainly speeds things up. I wish we had that at the bars when I was growing up.
See, now Dr. D-Head's trying to claim intelligence doesn't exist. This is
He knows it does.
and that's the thing, is like, yeah, you would have to show me that. You'd have to prove that to me. This is what I can't accept. I'm stuck in a reality where I can tell I'm smarter than almost everybody around me. Measurably so. That they can't even.
In his hand. In his hand. Sorry, Dennison, I have to cut you off again. Because Lance has been talking shit about me on like 3 or 4 different.
Oh my god! Why are all my?
Because he's got me in his head. He's got my nut in his mouth. He's dripping, drooling. Sorry, Dennison, I keep interrupting you. I never mean to interrupt you because I have the deepest respect for you. You are one of my favorites. Go ahead.
And I shouldn't say smart. I shouldn't say smart either. That's sloppy language because I don't really know anything. Just intelligent. So the ability to think critically, and to think abstractly.
Your mic is breaking up.
Is it cracking?
All my favorite people are fighting. I like you and Browns very much.
Cracking or fading?
Moose fights with all my crew.
Oh no. Am I totally gone?
Or they fight with him. What are the other?
Everywhere I go, I don't even notice he exists. Hit the echo cancellation button.
It's off.
Oh, Mavid, is this really? Like, how do you not feel some kind of like if you have any kind of empathy at all? How do you not feel bad about that, even though it's nobody's fault?
I don't get it. Break that down for me.
It's the same. Being smart is the same as if a rich person walked in a room full of poor people and pulled out a $250 watch and said, "Fuck off," and waltzed out.
Yes,
that's how they feel around you.
That's how they feel, and they will attack you. And if you
that's why rich people hang out with themselves, and they have private clubs and their own restaurant. They don't hang with the masses.
See, so I should just learn to let go.
That's intellectual elitism, which is a valid path. You just have to be able to live with that identity.
Yeah. And that wanting to my
your
belief
mic is crackling really badly.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I want that wanting to believe that. I mean, I went to a school for those people, and we talked about this at a very early age, and they told us, they took great pains to tell us how society was and how we were, and that our expectations for ourselves were not going to be the same as. So in many ways, they prepared me to be myself, but they did a really poor job of preparing me for society. It was not a school designed to integrate you into society.
Am I back?
Yeah, now you are.
I was saying it's my belief in equality that was programmed into me, and all these kind of like, national ideals that's been at conflict.
But you're not equal.
I know, and that's the thing.
Not in that area, anyway.
I can't let go of that. And I also don't want to think that just because I'm more capable of thinking, that means I'm the ultimate human either. There's all sorts of other qualities.
Do you think it makes you better than
I think it's like the base foundation for everything else being better. So like there is Like a majority of people can't do any of the things that I can do because they're too dumb. And that includes contemplating your own empathy and how you're treating other people. You know, most people don't think about that. They just do.
I never thought I was better than other people just because I was smart. I
And
don't think I'm
better
any
is like,
better or worse than any other human. I think if we're all in a lifeboat, like we all need saving, and they can only like pick one to not save, I wouldn't think that I would automatically be the one to be saved just because I was smarter. I'd be like, I don't feel any more
well, I would
worth
agree with you
saving
there,
than
but
anyone else.
But I would say that's because society doesn't value intelligence. If I were on a boat and I only had room for one person,
You
I'd
would want the
probably
smart
pick.
person.
Yeah, I'd want the smart person.
I would too if I were picking, but if I were on the other side being picked, I never
I
felt
know
like
I'm
my
screwed.
intelligence gave me any kind of like existential value above other people. I feel like existentially I'm as equal as any other human unit of consciousness.
Existentially, I have no value at all. The universe doesn't care. And I do recognize that other people don't value my intelligence, for sure. They make that obvious.
Well, yeah, because people that are not intelligent don't value it because they don't know what to do with it or understand it. But intelligent people should value it because they can collaborate with it and harness it and use it to make great things happen for everybody.
And Lou, assuming the other person has something to offer is something I do by default, but it doesn't last very long.
And people don't always have something to offer. And being
Yeah,
able
they
to
usually prove
recognize
they
that
don't.
early, I think helps everybody. But then sometimes
Yeah.
people surprise you too, because there's people that
Yes.
have offered me things that I had no idea that I would get from
There's
that
you just
person.
described the dilemma right there in one sentence. Well done.
So I think it's openness, and it's a combination of being open, but at the same time knowing where to invest your attention.
Low self-esteem, low self-worth, or low self-confidence. What do you think you are more deficient in, Denny? Those aren't the same things. I would think I have. Well, what's esteem? I don't know what that is. I have confidence in the things that I'm good at. And low self-worth. I have low self-worth for sure.
You do have low self-worth?
Yeah, because I have like a weird anti-ego complex.
Mm-hmm. I did a whole stream on like beyond the ego thing.
You know why
and,
people feel so insecure? Keep going, Jeff.
No, go ahead.
People
I
feel
did a
so
stream on the ego.
insecure because what they do is they spend their life accumulating wealth and objects and material possessions instead of accumulating skills and adventure and stories and things that they can share with others. You see, because when it comes down to it, when men get together in a room, it's not really about what you own. It's about like what you can, what you do, what you're able to do, what you're able to teach someone. Are you able to compete? Are you competent? All those things. Like, and there's a lack of common sense. There's a lack of camaraderie, and there's a lack of men meeting in groups. If you see, like, even like the Freemasons and Shriners and stuff, they're not as abundant as they used to. And you can people have various opinions on these groups, but I still think that like men meeting together and having those things is very important for society.
At
Yeah.
least for men.
So, I'm according to Notlos's definition. My answer was correct. I have I have to add to that. I have high self-esteem, low self-worth, and high confidence. The self-worth is probably definitely the deficit out of those three.
Yeah, it's this thing by Maven. It's status. That's the status drop. Like Peterson and the Lobsters. That's when we are around a higher status, subjectively, whatever that instinct in us that senses that, oh, this person is higher in status by whatever metric. then there's things, because we're primates, that get set off in us. Insecurity, anger, resentment, envy, whatever, to like alleviate that sense of status differential.
We're programmed from birth by television and
Yep.
media and all that stuff to like buy shit that we don't need, and
Yeah.
to put our time into things we don't need. Like, I read this book before my daughter was born. It was called Hunt, Gather, Parent, and it was about this gal from San Francisco, and she traveled to three different countries, a couple in South America, and then one in Africa. And it was her journey was to figure out like why children behave so poorly in America, and to see how they behave in other countries. And they found that in other countries where they didn't have like a bunch of toys and a bunch of things where they were just playing with and being distracted with, they were actually being part of the culture and society. They were, even at like 2 years old, they were out picking berries and foraging, and picking up their stuff and doing the dishes and helping with dinner, and because they're not pushed aside to be distracted. They're pulled into it. I think that it gives them a more sense of like belonging, and it gives them a sense of like wanting to help, because when you're put like said, hey, go watch TV for a little bit while I cook dinner, you know, is somebody ever going to tell you, hey, why don't I help you cook dinner? Are they? Probably not, because they don't know how to do it. They wouldn't even know where to start because you didn't teach them. You didn't even offer to.
Yeah, that was me. That's what I would me. It was go watch TV, stay out of our way. Like nobody taught me shit. It was go play. And I
Yeah, and
loved it
those
because
other
that's all I wanted to do was go. I didn't want to do all that work stuff.
that's what I got too. I mean, I once I got a little older, I had chores and stuff like that. But when I was younger, it was like go play in front of the Nintendo. I got work to do. I got to clean the house. I got to do this. I got to do that. And so she went to all these countries, and she spent a lot of time there, and she spent a ton of time with the families. And that's basically what it is. Like, it's just the way we look at things. Instead of looking to distract ourselves all day or distract our children all day, look to incorporate them into your daily routine. Look to help them be the people that they are. And of course, they're not going to sweep the floor the right way the first time or fourth time or fifth time. They're going to make a bigger mess, and it's going to take longer for the parent. And that's the thing, is the parent wants to take the easier way out. And when people take the easier way out, they oftentimes get in the habit of always taking the easy way out. And then what happens? Then they're sitting there going, oh, I wish you would help me clean the house. Oh, I wish you would wash the floor or do the dishes or pick up your laundry or something. They never do it because you never like incorporated it into their daily routine. You never made them feel like they were part of like the whole like gear. They're not a cog in the wheel. You never made them a cog in the wheel. You just made them an outsider viewing in.
Or and you tried to make them a cog of the wheel, but they themselves resisted too. Like, because that happens. For me, it was neglect and lack of socialization, and then also sometimes when they tried the socialization, I resisted and I rebelled, and so there's something in me that didn't want it too. So it was a combination of both. But yeah, that's that socialization process that Machine Lies was talking about last night, and how in modern society, I think he was reading from Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, and how we're over socialized. And people that are over socialized, when they're around other people that are less socialized, they have this tendency to socialize them to the same level. They think they're helping them.
And then, what kind of car did you get driven to in school, if you even got driven? Because I got driven in like this Chevy Malibu, this old baby blue looking thing, looked like the ghettoest thing you've ever seen. Had a great engine, right? Had a great purr, but to all my friends, man, that thing was the laughing stock of the town.
Oh, you mean this was your parents' car?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh. No, we had I lived in a little small town. For kindergarten and Head Start, you had this old black lady that would pick you up in a station wagon. And there was like, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 kids. And then the rest of the kids had the school bus. So we didn't have, like, our parents never dropped us off.
Yeah, it's
How big
like
was your school? Like, how big was your class?
my class was like 800.
Oh my God. Like, you
Yeah,
still stood out.
500 or
That's a lot of
800.
people to stand out in front of.
Oh, it was a ton of people. But man, it was like, even buying like shoes, like in school, like shoes, if whatever your shoes were, whatever kind of
Hmm.
like shirts you wear, like everything about like growing up, you start like you get that sense of like, hey, I gotta have the top of the line stuff. I gotta have this brand. I gotta have that brand to be cool. And that pushes like children, and then later on, it pushes adults to keep buying these things that they don't need, that aren't fulfilling anything, and that's why they walk into a room and they have to pretend.
It's fulfilling their need for status.
But it doesn't really get them status, because when they get in the room with the people that they really want status with, the people that have that status are going to laugh at them. They're going to push them away because they're jokes. They're not real people. They're not the same. Does it
Yeah,
make
but I think
sense?
it,
Because the people that actually sport that stuff are poor people. They're not rich people. Rich people don't sport that stuff. They get it for free. That's why they sport the gear. If they don't get it for free, or their company's not making it, they wear normal clothes like everybody else. They wear cheap stuff, man.
so there's this whole industry of providing
It's a
the
fakery.
imitation of status for people that, but there's a mark, there's like an innate human need for that, I guess, to feel like you are above all the monkeys next to you. It satisfies something deep in our psyche to know that, or to think that, whether it's true or not, because status is objective. I mean, it's subjective. Look at it from the outside. Nobody could tell what the status of our species is. But subjectively, we have these little ways of signaling status to each other that make sense to us as humans, and people want that feeling of not being on the bottom. I think all kind of messages about ourselves get internalized when we're on the bottom that we want to avoid.
Yeah, that is true. Because we were really, really poor. We were really poor, and it was kind of like an interesting thing to like grow up and move out of that. I made a lot of mistakes with my money, and I made a lot of mistakes with my time and energy and attention and stuff like that in my younger years. And I think that like, had I not grown up poor, I think my life would have been way worse than it is. Like, my life is beautiful today, but I think if I grew up rich and I had an easy life, I think I might have taken the easy way the entire time, and then not had anything fulfilling in my life. You know what I mean?
I don't even think you'd be the person you are today.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Oh, resto, interesting. That less like the people with the status are signaling it between themselves, and the rest of the people don't even notice.
Keys.
Definitely.
Probably
Signs and
Keys
symbols.
are a status symbol.
keys.
Yeah.
Like if you
When
have
you're
if to a fancy car, it's more status than.
no, when
When
you're
you
really
get the
rich, you
keys
don't
to
even
the
have the
city.
key to the car. When you're
Oh, so
rich, you
if you
don't carry
keys,
any
that
keys on you.
that you're not. Oh my
And the
god.
more keys you carry, the less status you have.
Dang. Denizen. He's calling out the janitor with the big ring.
I only carry. I don't have a lot of keys actually. So take that, peasants.
I pay someone to do most of the stuff people think is life. Like I pay someone to shop for me. I pay someone to drive me around.
You are and okay. My first thought is, you lazy motherfucker. Is it out of laziness or just because you can? Like you have the privilege to do that.
Because I can. I mean, I think I might be whatever people call lazy. I'm generally unmotivated in most things. Like thinking is more fun for me than winning at whatever rat race this psychopathic system has set up before me. I mean, you know, my attitude
Amen.
is,
We got a
and
baller here.
it's
I
people
just
don't
gotta
even
put-
realize how like egregious I'm trying to be in most interactions with other human beings. Sorry, go ahead, News.
I just had to throw out there. I carry one key at a time. I either carry the motorcycle key or I carry the truck key. That's all. I carry one key.
So he has a good
Me
woman
too.
to open the door for him. That's good.
I guess. I mean, I just hit a couple buttons. It's a number lock. But yeah, I mean, I don't feel any higher status. But now that I'm gonna go to work tomorrow, and I'm gonna tell everybody at work, I'm gonna say, look, how many keys you got? And then that's how I'm gonna set them in the
Show me
hierarchy.
your keys.
You think
Line 'em
you
up.
guys think I'm joking? I might even stream it just to show
Oh,
you guys.
you should. Head,
Every
are you
time
saying you
someone
were a
comes in
silver
on the
spoon? You were a
hour.
trust fund?
Oh, sorry, go.
Oh, I was just wondering if Head was a trust fund.
Me?
Baby.
Oh, him.
Well, what do you
Is he
want cars
projecting
to
or
do?
what?
Stop at every homeless person and do what? I walk by homeless people too. I have nothing to offer them. They have services. They can get help from. I'm not the right person to even come to if you're
Is he
homeless.
talking about you?
Um,
Start the hierarchy and you'll be the highest in it. Nice.
I think that's what a lot of people are trying to do, especially on these channels.
That's definitely
Each
what I'm
channel
doing.
is its own little fiefdom.
No, I'm not a trust fund prick. Judging by the way you talk, I probably came from a much lower middle class family than you did. My father was a cop. My mother was a homemaker. We lived off of a family what would now be considered below the poverty level for a single individual.
How many
There
kids were there?
In my nuclear family, just me.
That's a good point. It's smart business too. It's not only a status thing.
I remember looking through couch cushions on Thanksgiving for money for just some Kraft macaroni and cheese, and people from the neighborhood bringing us food. So, trust fund baby, I am not.
I thought he was saying that he was.
So did I. But he kind of is, right? He's projecting because he's certainly not describing me.
Oh.
And this is what I mean about people on the internet. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If you
Okay,
let people
Head,
on the
I can
internet,
speak.
go ahead.
I can speak to this because I worked in the homeless industry. They put millions, if not billions of dollars into the homeless industry. There are services funded for the homeless. They're not out there just thrown to nature. So if they're not using them, there are reasons. And there are even teams. They pay teams of people to go out on the streets and do outreach to the homeless. And not
I did
just
it for
once.
free.
They build relationships with them over time and they gradually convince them to come and get into the services. That's an actual job here you get paid for.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like you don't know a lot about homeless people, you know, the way he's talking. It sounds like the type of person that's like never actually tried to fix the problems that they complain about. That's what it sounds like.
I think the homeless people get way more attention and resources in proportion to the rest of society. I would like to see the working class or ordinary people have access to some of the stuff that the underclass in our society gets.
That's funny. I'm looking forward to working. Well, I don't know about 8 hours. hours mowing in the hot sun.
You looking for
I
what?
think I could probably keep my farm going.
Oh, you're cutting out again.
Is it crackly or wavy?
Wavy.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I wish. I'm looking forward to working out in the hot sun. Maybe not 8 hours a day, though. I think I could maintain a farm 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, or 6 days for 6 fours, or 4 sixes. But she has like a whole family. She has like, there's like 7 people in her house. It'd just be me, so I wouldn't have to work as hard. But
Wait,
that's
say
my
it again?
retirement plan. Which part?
Um,
All of it?
I missed some piece in the middle. I didn't connect something. You said you have someone that you're.
Which he says she wishes she could have a trust fund so she didn't have to work 8 hours a day mowing in the hot sun. And I was saying how I'm looking forward to that, but maybe not 8 hours a day in the hot sun. I'd like 4 hours a day in acclimate weather. But I have less people to feed. It's just me. She
Right.
has a family of like 7 or 8 people.
That's a big responsibility. In fact, I admire people who take on families because I don't even think I could do it. That's taking on a duty and an obligation and responsibility that.
Yeah,
to
I've
me
been
is-
looking.
It's so noble because it's something I couldn't even do. So it's like you're doing something that not even I can do, and I have to look up and respect that.
Yes, I've stood in line at the welfare office and got denied welfare. So talk about that for demoralizing. Again, this is what
They
I
did
mean
you a
about people.
favor. I swear to God, they did you a favor.
This is what I mean about people on the internet. This is it right here. Is what I was talking about earlier. If I let any of these people, except for Witchy, she actually knows me, and most like even when she's criticizing me, she's probably right. If you let them tell your story, I'm a virgin who's never had a real job, and I'm both poor with no money and a trust fund baby at the same time. And what was the last thing he just said? It was funny too. Oh yeah, he's just making the assumption I've never needed welfare, like I've been spoiled my whole life. Because I disagree with him on what? What was it? Who knows? Something in the last 2 hours and 47 minutes.
I think they're just cold reading, and in a way, it's kind of trying to get to know you. They do that with me too, with the antlers and the rocking and all that.
I think it's
Oh.
presumptuous bullshit, and especially while they're calling me arrogant, I find it particularly ironic.
Oh yeah, take care, Moose. Could see. Okay, we have
Dennison,
Jason.
There he is.
step away from the ledge.
I'm drinking a Corona, sir.
Step away from the ledge, sir.
Wish you would step out from that ledge, my friend. Or something like that, right?
Cut
Isn't that how it
ties
goes?
from all the lies that you've been living in.
I have seen people do it to Resto. And I don't know that much about Resto, but here's how much better I am at cold reading people. I could see the bullshit and tell Resto was the real deal just by the way he acts, by the way he carries himself. So it just goes to show these people are bad at their judgments. They just don't know what they're talking about. They're
Right, but
stupid.
That's the curve, the middle of the curve that frustrates you so much. That's the stupidity.
So I want to
But to me, it's
explain an
normal. Like,
occurrence.
I do what?
I want to explain an occurrence that's happened here that nobody's seen, but that me and Denny laughed about just now. So Denny refused to acknowledge me in the chat, and he knew that by doing so that it would trigger some inadequacy within myself that I would come on panel. So I just figured I'd let you all know that.
Oh my God, Dennis, were you manipulating?
Yes, he
I
eventually
just
manipulated.
went to get a beer and it worked out in my favor.
He's a lying fuck. Don't trust him.
And later, like it'll take him 4 months to process it, but later we'll have a conversation about how you know, like it was his own insecurity that led him to believe I was deliberately ignoring him.
I'd be like, nope, it was him.
But see, but now this is my point too. Jamie, I love Jamie, because he's willing to learn things. You know, it's not the condition of not knowing that I find so offensive. It's all these dumb motherfuckers who think they know everything running around that piss me off. And they talk so assertively too.
Here we go. Maybe they're not capable of learning what you're capable
They're
of.
not. They're not, and this is something I have to learn how to accept.
Yeah.
See, you know why I get so angry and Dennison's able to stay so calm most of the time? It's because he really doesn't think that they're able to. I think that they're able to. I reach out to them, I try and teach them this shit, and then they fucking pretend like they didn't hear a word I said, and then I get fucking pissed off.
There's some truth to what he's saying.
So yours is just delayed. Like you come to Dennison's reaction.
Yeah, after a bunch of fucking trial and error. Like I gotta go do the fucking equation first and then fucking scoff at the result and want to fucking, break people.
Dr. D had, I asked, if you recall, for clarification, because that seemed to be the implication, and you're not alone. It's a common thing. And again, I'm used to it. You gotta, and I'm also really in touch with my shadow, so I know the ugly parts of myself better than most of the people who are trying to criticize me. And that's a unique position to be in. And so, but that should give me humility and empathy, though, right? It should. And it does, but I just feel like sometimes that's a tank of empathy and understanding, and y'all be drinking from that tank way too fucking much, too heavily. Like you should be sipping, and you're slurping. Is it cracking or waving?
Oh,
Fuck.
now it's back. It's like you step away or something.
Let me come right back. Let me see if I can.
But
fix
it's
it.
fine now.
Yeah, let me see if I can make it less intermittent. I'll be back.
So wait, Moose,
Someone asked,
is Jamie an optimist? Are you an optimist?
an optimist. I wouldn't say that.
He said he used to be like you, but then he got black-pilled.
Not an optimist. I'd say I'm a realist with optimistic hopes.
Same.
I think everybody
I have
thinks
hope
they're
for people.
a realist.
I won't be
No,
able to
I
hear
have
you all
hope
while I
too.
do this.
I'm
I'll be back.
not
Bad.
black-pilled at all. I think we're gonna be fine. I think humans are amazing, and we're gonna figure things out and create new things.
An idealist. But I know that nothing like I agree with the realist statement, or I agree with the idealist statement, but the thing is, I don't think anything is perfect. And I realize that very few things in this world are truly perfect or close to it. So I realize that things are fluid, they change with context, they change with life experience, they change with knowledge. Everything's a variable. So I know that no one way of looking at things, no one perception is perfect,
Mm-hmm.
other than being open-minded.
How did you come to that? Because that seems very sane to me and normal.
That would be AA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah. Before
Excellent.
AA, I was very closed-minded, very pessimistic. Fuck the world, it doesn't matter. And I don't know why I'm going through the things that I'm going through. So fuck these people. I have no time for them. And I hate my life. And not only do I hate my life, but I hate your life as well.
That's what I came back in on. That sentence right there. What were you guys talking about?
Oh, life. How we develop our viewpoints on life, and what patterns of thought we used to have or have developed. Blah blah blah.
We need some women on the panel.
No. I was putting an embargo on women. I was trying to make it a man space.
Oh no, not the fucking MGTOWs. No.
I am MGTOW. Every time the boobs come on here, it throws the energy off. Because here's the thing: we complain on the panel all the time about women, how frustrating it is to share society with women. And
The
then we
freaks
went on the
Jamie is like a wannabe Dennison Spawn.
Spawn.
Get the fuck out of here.
Are you an
No,
INTP
fuck
too,
that.
Jamie?
What is it?
An INTP?
What the fuck is that?
You can explain it better, Jeff.
The Myers-Briggs, the personality typing, extroversion, introversion, feeling, thinking. Have you taken one of those?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
And if I did, I was probably
He's probably an
intoxicated, so I don't know
extrovert.
that.
Yeah.
He's probably an N, although he still gives a strong S too. Probably leans towards
Judge.
ENTJ.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you just said, but cool.
Well, let's pull it. I'm gonna read it to you to see if it matches.
You can take it real quick too. It'd only take like 5 minutes.
I'm gonna lean towards no.
Why?
A
I don't
natural
know.
born leader.
Personality tests don't. I think that they're very.
This one's different. This
the
one's
calibration
different, bro.
is just wrong. You
Do
sure?
you know this guy?
Yes,
Let's see if
yes. This one's very different.
It's the commander. Natural born leaders. They embody the gift of charisma and confidence. They project authority in a way that draws crowds together behind a common goal. Also characterized by often ruthless levels of rationality, using their drive, determination, and sharp mind to achieve whatever objectives they set themselves for. Their intensity might sometimes rub people the wrong way. This sounds like you, Denison.
Oh yeah, that's me in a
Striving
nutshell.
for
I think
greatness.
that one thing.
I'm INTP.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense with the introversion.
But see, I can be introverted too, because for a long time I didn't associate or assimilate myself with anybody.
Yeah, it's we have both. It's just which one you tend toward more.
I think Orthodox just copied us, but I don't know.
Who's orthodox?
He was on the panel with Blue Jay and I when I found out Blue Jay was an INTP. And I had like a little moment because I never meet other INTPs, you know? It's like
Blue Jay, yeah.
seeing a Highlander out in the wilderness, you know what I'm saying? It's like seeing a Highlander when you're ordering a burger from Wendy's.
Because a lot of Spurgs are INTJ. Wait, ISTJ. Never mind, ISTJ.
So Blue Jay says it's Carl Jung theories and methods. Like, there's only two people from the like psychological side of life that I would actually put any weight into. One of them would be Jordan Peterson, and the other one would be Carl Jung.
Yeah, and Jordan Peterson is came up with this research, like methods for this research, and has been contributing a lot to it.
See, with that being said, I would actually take a test like that.
Yeah, I took it after I took it after I ended my career. You know, so I have like I don't know what my life would have been like if I was empowered with that information as a young adult, you know?
Wait, say that again?
I don't know what my life would have been like if I was empowered with that information as a young adult. I took the test after I ended my career.
Oh. I don't know, it didn't help. It's like astrology, it's fun to play with, but
we should take it. Jamie should take it right now live on this channel. That would be awesome content.
You want to, Jamie?
Yeah, if you want, go ahead.
Okay, you have a link.
Yeah, but we can't talk though, and the chat can't answer because you'll influence him without him even knowing. You see what I'm saying? You can just ask the questions.
Not going to listen. I can tell you right now, it's full of trolls.
Yeah, well, we gotta.
I won't read the chat. I'll just keep the chat off. That takes care of that.
So you and I can't give our opinions, and then we're good.
No, that's fine.
Is it you read him the questions, or is it something?
Yeah, just read me the questions.
Yeah, and you can show it on the screen.
Okay, you have the link.
Let me get the free one for you.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go get another cup. I'll be right back.
Links in the back. And for those people in my audience, I'm going to put the link in the chat.
I'm gonna make some coffee. Cafe.
All right.
By the way, if anybody wants like really badass coffee, go get fire department coffee. It's called Shell Black Espresso. Shit, fucking delicious.
Please hit the like button if you're enjoying this content.
Okay,
Tell
so
the
I just ask
algorithm
him
we
the
matter.
questions and then mark the answer.
Yeah, I show it on the screen too, though.
Okay.
Can't tag you, DD. Asked if you're into no-till gardening. Oh yeah, and I forgot. I meant to ask you about that. I've been reading about it, and I think that's the way I'd like to go. What I would love is for knowledgeable people with experience like yourself to join my Discord and help me out, and help everybody else out in the community.
Do you want me to put the invite?
Yeah, sure.
Is it open to everybody?
Yeah. Because we'll clean up as we need to from the
All right.
inside. Dun, 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 dun,
There's
dun,
denizens,
dun,
and
dun.
we have one too, but I don't want to put it public. But anyone can contact me, and we'll get you an
What I
invite.
do is I changed Duchess's meds to a placebo, and then I just let her loose, and she'll slay the younglings.
That's right.
What?
Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna not watch the chat while we do this, and I know. Well, I can't go on mute. I have to ask the questions. Okay, here we go. You regularly make new friends.
Yes.
This is like the amount you disagree or agree.
Strongly agree.
Strongly agree. This one. Complex and novel ideas excite you more than simple and straightforward ones.
Strongly agree.
You feel more persuaded by what resonates emotionally with you than by factual arguments.
I'm not looking at the screen. Do they have what are the options for answering?
It's just a scale from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like
Yeah, in the
Like
middle.
four
is
is
say
right
like
in the middle.
4. I'd go 4.
Pretty balanced. Your living and workspaces are clean and organized.
Like 3.
3 toward organized or not organized.
Not organized.
All right. You usually stay calm even under a lot of pressure.
I'd say 3 towards or 4 towards agree.
You find the idea of networking or promoting yourself to strangers very daunting.
Strongly disagree.
Oh man, how long is this thing? You prioritize and plan tasks effectively, often completing them well before the deadline.
Strongly agree.
People's stories and emotions speak louder to you than numbers or data.
Strongly agree.
You like to use organizing tools like schedules and lists.
Strongly disagree.
Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities and knowledge.
Strongly agree.
You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation.
Strongly agree.
You are not too interested in discussions about various interpretations of creative works.
In the middle.
All right. You prioritize facts over people's feelings when determining a course of action.
Strongly agree.
You often allow the day to unfold without any schedule at all.
Oh, 100%.
You rarely worry about whether you make a good impression on people you meet.
100%.
So real quick, we're under the understanding this is like a scale of 1 to 7, 4 kind of being neutral, 7 being strongly disagree, 1 being strongly agree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
Jamie?
it. I'm looking at it. Yeah, I'm looking at
Okay,
it now.
cool.
You
I
enjoy
see it.
participating in team-based activities.
In the middle.
You enjoy experimenting with new and untested approaches.
Strongly agree.
You prioritize being sensitive over being completely honest.
Strongly disagree.
You actively seek out new experience and knowledge areas to explore.
Read that one more time.
You actively seek out new experiences and knowledge areas to explore.
Strongly agree.
You're prone to worrying that things will take a turn for the worse.
Strongly agree.
You enjoy solitary hobbies or activities more than group ones.
Strongly agree.
You cannot imagine yourself writing fictional stories for a living.
Hey, whoever came in with the fucked up mic, please mute real quick because I'm having a hard time
Moose.
listening.
That's Moose. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. No offense, just can't concentrate. Well,
It's
okay, go ahead.
storming out here. What's up, Jamie?
No, I get it. What's up, boss?
You cannot imagine yourself writing fictional stories for a living.
Strongly disagree.
You favor efficiency in decisions, even if it means disregarding some emotional aspects.
Strongly agree.
You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax.
Strongly agree.
In disagreements, you prioritize proving your point over preserving the feelings of others.
Strongly agree.
You usually wait for others to introduce themselves first at social gatherings.
I'd say like 2 to the disagree.
Your mood can change very quickly.
Strongly agree.
You are not easily swayed by emotional arguments.
Strongly agree.
You often end up doing things at the last possible moment.
Strongly disagree.
You enjoy debating ethical dilemmas.
Strongly agree.
Okay, we're halfway done. You usually prefer to be around others rather than on your own.
Strongly disagree.
You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical.
Strongly agree.
When facts and feelings conflict, you usually find yourself following your heart.
Strongly agree.
You find it challenging to maintain a consistent work or study schedule.
In the middle.
You rarely second guess the choices you have made.
Strongly agree.
Your friends would describe you as lively and outgoing.
Strongly agree.
You are drawn to various forms of creative expression, such as writing.
Strongly agree.
You usually base your choices on objective facts rather than emotional impressions.
Strongly agree. That's a persistent one right there.
You like to have a to-do list for each day.
Strongly agree.
You rarely feel insecure.
Strongly disagree.
You avoid making phone calls.
Strongly agree.
You enjoy exploring unfamiliar ideas and viewpoints.
Say that one more time.
You enjoy exploring unfamiliar ideas and viewpoints.
In the middle.
All right. You can easily connect with people you have just met.
Strongly agree.
If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible.
Strongly agree.
You are still bothered by mistakes that you made a long time ago.
Extremely strongly agree.
You are not too interested in discussing theories on what the world could look like in the future.
Strongly disagree.
Your emotions control you more than you control them.
In the middle.
When making decisions, you focus more on how the affected people might feel than on what is most logical or efficient.
Strongly disagree.
Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous burst of energy than organized and consistent efforts.
Strongly agree.
When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it will take them to feel disappointed in
Repeat that.
you. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it will take them to feel disappointed in you.
Strongly agree.
You would love a job that requires you to work alone most of the time.
Strongly agree.
You believe that pondering abstract philosophical questions is a waste of time.
Strongly disagree.
You feel more drawn to busy, bustling atmospheres than to quiet, intimate places.
Strongly disagree.
If a decision feels right to you, you often act on it without needing further proof.
One more time.
If a decision feels right to you, you often act on it without needing further proof.
Strongly agree.
All right, almost there. You often feel overwhelmed.
Strongly agree.
You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps.
Strongly agree.
You prefer tasks that require you to come up with creative solutions rather than follow concrete steps.
One more time.
You prefer tasks that require you to come up with creative solutions rather than follow concrete steps.
Strongly disagree.
You are more likely to rely on emotional intuition than logical reasoning when making a choice.
Strongly disagree.
You struggle with deadlines.
In the middle.
You feel confident that things will work out for you.
Strongly agree.
Not wants to know your gender to see the results.
Male.
And it is optional. What did we say?
There it is.
What did we say? Commanders are bold, here, I'll post this link for you. Bold, imaginative, and strong-willed, always finding a way of making one. 53 extroverted. Ooh, very intuitive. I thought that would be lower because he answered how so much of the logic ones. Thinking, yep.
He contradicted himself, though, and the test could tell.
Right. It plans for that.
Yep. It kept
So
asking him that
what
same
did he,
question over again.
What do you get, guys? I didn't get to see it. I was running
ENTJ,
inside.
the commander. And they have a new system where they add the T on the end. I forgot what that means.
I know I was INFP last time I did it.
IN
Feeling.
FP.
Oh, you were yeah, I can see that. INFP.
Yeah.
Yep.
Prospecting.
ENFP.
Is that like
Okay,
looking for
let's see.
hookers?
So I
was-
command you all to send Dennison your cash apps as well as Jeff.
Oh yeah, let me put mine.
Yeah, follow.
Yeah, if you could command about 200 more subscribers, that would really help too. Then we could get monetized.
Oh, I can get that done.
Wow,
I don't know if you really.
this.
I don't know if
commander
you'll really
type.
like the fucking. I don't know if you'll like the fucking subscribers, but that's on you.
You know, I've wrestled with that, and I'm willing to risk it at this point because we have all our other metrics. We just need the subscribers, so I'm like, I'll take
He's
it.
willing to risk it for the biscuit, so
Yeah,
he should've
I'll
done
moderate
it
the
a long
chat. If
time
the
ago.
chat gets too crazy, I could moderate that.
Honestly, if I watch your channel and like I think that you guys are actually a help more than a hindrance, I'll just give you my fucking big channel.
You
Wait, you're like a big YouTuber or something? I didn't even know that.
No, it's like 11,000 subscribers.
here,
That's pretty
I'll
big.
post it. That's that's
Not
bigger
a lot
than
of participation.
anyone in this
It's
section
only
of the Panelverse.
If you
it's
check the
only because
description
of
of
one
my,
viral video.
What
if
was
you
the
check the
video?
description on my stream, Notelows, you can find Jeff's link.
Oh, for my channel, I'll put it.
Oh, I can post
The
it.
video
too.
was just a stupid train video, like fucking train track that was like fucked. And then I got lucky because like 4 days after I filmed it, there was a train derailment.
Oh, and that's what made it go viral.
Yeah, it was just lucky.
Wake Up with Recovery. Oh, are you I'm trying to do a mental health channel, and there's some other people that we're trying to get together with, and Moose and I are going to do a men's thing. And I work with the recovery community a lot.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
a guy that I'm getting on my channel. He's a psychiatric therapist or whatever. Within like the next month, I'm gonna get him on the panel and a couple other people together on the panel, and we're gonna have a mental health awareness day.
Oh,
That'd
I
be
would
awesome,
love to.
dude.
Even
At
yeah.
least
bigger.
if
Jamie
I had.
has experience and knowledge in this area.
Jamie does,
Yeah, non-professional, but
like peer.
extensive. Yeah, peer.
Yeah.
I'm just a crazy fuck, is what he's saying. Fucking straight up
This-
psychopath.
I was able to secularize the 12 steps and really appreciate them. So
Oh, you went through them too?
I did not. I recognized that in my own attempt to create a philosophy that there's a lot of intersection there, especially if I drop like my judgment. So the higher power was a big one for me as an atheist. And then I just realized that they were trying to teach stupid people the value in submission and acceptance. And then I was like, oh, okay, I get it now.
You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that. I have a question for you, and I'd like to know how you feel about this assessment of prayer. So whenever I run into like people in the program, newcomers that like struggle with the whole higher power thing, I ask them to assess themselves as like quantum computers, okay? And then every day you're doing a reset at the beginning of the day, and you're defragmenting the ideal that you are God and that you can control everything. And if you humble yourself by surrendering, by an admission of, I don't have everything figured out, please help me to figure out the things that I don't have figured out, and please guide me in moments of, stress. Like that would be the necessary, explanation, in my opinion, for like atheists or agnostics.
There's still a gap there in where the answer comes from.
The way that my sponsor explained it to me was he's all, you just have to believe in a higher something more powerful than yourself or something. Like, he's all, even the fucking doorknob, who cares? He's like, just think of the doorknob as it or whatever. And I was just like,
No, I could break the doorknob.
that's whack, dude. That's whack.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
The
don't
I
use
was
the
like,
doorknob.
that's not doing it for me. Like, I don't know, man. I got to like the 4th or 5th or 6th step, and then I was like, I'm not really like, I said, nah, man, it's all in my head. I'm not really like that fucked up. Like, I'm not. I heard the stories and everything, and I was just like, dude, I'm in the wrong room. Like, I'm like a fucking featherweight compared to these people. Like, these are heavyweight champions, and I'm walking into the room crying about like just some dumb shit that didn't hurt nobody. You know what I mean?
Well,
I was
no,
like, yeah,
it's
get over it.
your life experience is just it's different in some areas, but we're not unique. Like, we have one common fucking theory among us all, that we're powerless over whatever the fuck drug or drink we use.
Boom.
And as far
There it
as
is.
like what? But that's only
That's
in the
it.
beginning. Like, I'm not powerless over alcohol right now. I've regained control over a hopeless, helpless state of living through
That's the
adaptations and adoption of like new theories. Like, I didn't have that figured out in my life, so I grabbed onto new ideals and new procedures for living my life on a daily basis, and I've regained power over it because I am not powerless over alcohol. I can choose today whether to drink it or to not, but it's contingent on my daily actions.
That's where I'm at. I had a pint of beer with my wife today at lunch. And maybe 3 years ago I'd probably have like 4 or 5 pints.
Oh, wow.
But nowadays I can just enjoy one. And I do not believe I'm not, I don't believe I'm hopeless. I don't believe I'm not, I don't have power over it anymore. I didn't at the time. And I didn't want to accept at the time that I didn't have power over it. It was an ego thing, like battling my own ego the whole time. And then once I finally accepted it and I finally like faced with what was actually bothering me, that was the initial problem that led me to do like the over drinking in itself, that's when it all just kind of was like, no, that's not the problem. Drinking was never the problem. Drinking was just a crutch that was being used to try to like, mitigate the damage that I was doing to myself. But we justify it however we justify it. But I enjoy beer from time to time, and I don't feel bad about it.
Shout out to Jess and Crispies, who I now call sandwiches.
Yeah, Rick, this is a great point. Recovery is a process. It's ongoing, and it's non-linear
like
too.
the funny thing about recovery, and this is with anything. This is with any recovery. Doesn't matter if it's drugs, alcohol, sex, gambling, bad thinking,
Mental
like
health.
anything across the board. Yeah, it's just like addiction. Recovery is similarly paralleled with addiction. It's progressive. It's not all at once. Like it's going to be a progression.
Yeah, it is a journey.
That's why a lot of people don't make it, is because they don't understand that it's a progression, and they expect that something's going to happen, or that they're doing something wrong because it hasn't happened. And it's like, no, like give yourself time.
I'm making double-decker sandwiches. Oh shit!
I'm getting hungry now. I should go start lunch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have some
recovery is-
hong shao rao.
You have some what?
Hong shao rao. It's heating up on the stove right now. Red braised pork belly. Very
Oh,
delicious.
the kind you get in the grocery store, like on the Chinese buffet.
Yeah,
The little.
I made my own though.
Oh wow.
Lindsay, you know what? What I think when I read that, said, has anyone in here not been addicted to alcohol?
I haven't.
The funny thing is, I am so glad that it was alcohol and drugs versus almost anything else, because I know how detrimental it is, and I can't stress enough how happy that I am as a result of my failures, because it was easy enough to solve when I look at it large scale. If it would have been anything else, if it would have been spending, if it would have been relationships, if it would have been like emotional attachment, or like any of those things, like the typical things that human conditioning, goes through, like buying things or owning things, or population or popularity status symbols or shit like that. If it would have been any of those, I think I would have been fucked. Or that I wouldn't have even noticed that it existed and just gone on my horrible fucking existence of life, and just not even seen that there was a huge fucking problem that had to be fixed, or my life was, not going to go very far. Meaning death, not like success. Because there were times where I was successful when I was high.
Yeah, it's it's the not knowing when it's a problem thing that I mean, alcohol makes it obvious,
Right.
but
But it's the other part of it too, though. Like with the alcohol and the drugs, those are just symptoms.
yeah,
Those are just things that are the red flags to the deeper
Yeah.
issues that I have. And without me knowing that those things existed, the alcohol was the, hey, you got a fucking serious problem and you're probably going to die, as you're unrelating to it, and if you don't, then you're definitely going to die. Whereas if I was just buying toasters and fucking suits and shoes and watches, I'd say I'd be able to relate a little bit more with society and be like, oh no, everybody does this. This is a thing.
yeah,
Like,
it's harder to see.
not even wrong by doing it. Trying to read
Yeah.
through the chat.
Wait, are you talking Muffalata? The sandwich with the olive mixture. I love muffalata stuff.
Hey,
You
Dr. D,
think
tell that to the thousands and thousands of people who die every year to alcoholism and drug addiction. Tell that to the thousands and thousands of people who at a 62% baseline are incarcerated as a result of drug addiction. So tell me that it's not progressive and fatal and chronic.
I think it's the disease thing because some people think it like they're at the mercy of something and they have no control over
I
it.
mean, they don't. I didn't. I didn't have any control
But
over
at
my
some point
alcoholism.
you
Otherwise, I'd
did.
have stopped.
So
Yeah, when I did was when I got fucking locked up and said, "You're not getting out of this motherfucker for this foreseeable 20 years, and if you don't change, you're gonna get those 20 fucking years."
like with something like cancer, there's not much you can do to slow its course. There's things you could do to like manage it and minimize it, but eventually you're at the mercy of the disease. But with something like alcoholism, it seems like there are things you could do to change the outcome or reverse the course of it, etc. So when people hear
You can
disease,
lessen the damage, but the damage will always occur. Some at a higher level, some at a lower level. Like some people's bottom might be going to prison. Some people's bottom might be losing their family. Like it affects everyone differently. Like no, you can't, baseline alcoholism all the way around. That would be too perfect, but it affects everyone differently. Some people are at a greater disadvantage because of mental defection or natural natural aversion to personal growth, or the adaptation of spiritual ideas with morals and trying to live at a different rate than other people. We all have different life experiences, that's for sure.
um, Daniel, is this recent? I'm reading about it now. Let's see. Rejects something about the Sackler family and the opioid. I'm trying to figure out what the case was. They just made a
Oh,
ruling on it.
you're talking about Purdue Pharma with fucking
Yeah, yeah.
Oxycontin.
Rejects controversial bankruptcy deal. So, and Daniel is saying what? It's
Yeah, just know, if you ever want to thank the Germans for something, you could thank them for fucking putting a stop to the opioid fucking epidemic and raising a lot of red flags. They said
oh,
you ain't
as
pushing that shit in our country.
so as part of the Purdue case, there was like a 10 billion some funding set aside to help curb the act, and now because they shot down the case, this funding's not gonna. Yeah, but if they shot down the case on valid reasons, like the fact that there was funding attached should not be what influenced their legal reasoning.
It did
It
though.
was 5-4, so it was close.
That whole case is fucked, and there's a lot of corruption behind that.
Yeah, they're saying they should
10 billion.
not have gotten to bankruptcy to begin with.
No, they shouldn't have, because the outreach was the necessary. The outreach being done was like, hey, here's my concession for how much stuff that I fucked up.
Yeah. But then if they should not have had the bankruptcy in the first place, then everything that followed from it would have to be nullified. Even if it is that $10 million. Like, do you want justice or do you want $10 billion to help opioid people? You can get that from other sources. The government, like,
I just think that they shouldn't have been able to do that. They shouldn't have been able to fucking nullify all the other things attached to it, because that was the punishment. Like, just because you can chop it up as a fucking financial crime and then go into fucking chapter 11 or chapter 7, that shouldn't have been a possibility, because there was already a judgment of that size, and it was, I guess, having to do with a criminal case, but I guess it was civil because it was financial. But it's that whole thing shouldn't have fucking happened. That was probably one of the one times where I would have said, you know what, hey, on that test where it asked me if it was emotional,
yeah.
detachment, that would have been the one thing that I would have said, no, fuck that.
Because it sounds like it's going to clear the way for the Sackler family to get justice, or for us to get justice. But it's going to
Well,
come
yeah.
at the expense of that $10 million. So I would rather have the justice and fund the opioid crisis from somewhere else. And I have no idea how we're suddenly in a crisis that takes $10 billion to solve. That is just
Oh, 10 billion
unbelievable to
won't
me
even
that that
scratch
many
the fucking
people are.
surface. That's not even like I went through the metrics of it one day with a couple of different friends of mine, and that won't even scratch the fucking surface of what that company did to America. The precedents instilled in people's minds, take a pill, get rid of pain. It just, I don't think that'll ever be fucking counteracted.
But isn't
The
that
only,
what people want? Like that's a form of medical technology that's very easy to deliver.
yeah, easy to deliver, but the negative byproduct of it is addiction and depression and all kinds of other shit that's attached to it, and it's attacking a symptom, not attacking the actual root cause. Because if the Sackler family fucking donated, let's say 10% of their overall income into solving the actual problems that they're just kind of numbing with their medication, then you would have been able to have a fucking leg to stand on and say, hey, we're going after the key causes. We're going after research that defeats this pain or defeats this debilitating whatever. They didn't try. They were literally all about money, and the predatorial shit that they did is just I can't even fucking understand how you do that.
What were the chart? Because it was the doctors that were prescribing, right? Not the Sackler
Yeah,
family.
the doctors. There was the moral fucking scale went way down when it came to the doctors that were prescribing and the agents that were getting the doctors on board with faulty fucking sit down impromptu fucking lectures about the drug and just different bullshit ideologies that were presented to them that weren't factually based at all.
So the
The
doctors were
2%,
prescribing based on the propaganda that Sacklers were giving.
right,
But if they,
the lectures.
okay, I'm thinking that if they were medical professionals, would they rely solely on that, or would they use their medical expertise to determine?
So the one problem that they had was the label, and this is why I brought up the whole Germans fucking kind of pulled America out of the shit and put the kibosh on fucking the Sackler family. The label that they put on that fucking prescription was non-addictive. And then a little
Oh,
bit later down the line, they put 2% addiction rate, which was completely bullshit. That was a controlled study that was predatory as fuck. The data wasn't even consistent with the basis of what they were trying to outline. Like, it was so bad. And this was the nail in the coffin for the Sackler family, was that one label. And when they tried to expand to a global market and they tried to work their way into Germany, Germany has extremely high fucking FDA, what's comparable to our FDA, Food and Drug Administration. Like, they looked at it and was like, no, this is a joke. Like what you were implying with their medical background, they said, no, we have data 100% to the opposite of what you're saying. This is bullshit, and we will not let you in our country. And then they put it on a couple of congressional forums. They talked about it, and that's when the Sackler family finally got fucking found out to be the most predatory fucking pharmaceutical company in the world.
LOL wrecked.
so it was like misleading
Yeah.
information about the
Yeah.
addictability of it.
Yeah.
But even with addiction, because I've been prescribed opioids occasionally, and the doctors always prescribed in very low doses, and they informed me of the warnings, and they monitored the use, like they were careful to not overprescribe, etc. So some of that's managed at the
Yeah,
doctor
pain
level.
management. Now it is. Pain management clinics are fucking 100% oversighted and all interlinked. Like, you know how you used to be able to drive to another state, get another license, what a driver's license? Well, you used to be able to drive to another state and get another fucking 3 doctors to prescribe you, 90 fucking pills, 80 milligrams a piece. And then the progressive thing that we were talking about, the progression of addiction, the tolerance level of the drug, you go from needing a couple of 40s to a couple of 80s, and then they came out with the 160s. The 160s, if you gave a
Damn.
160 milligram pill to somebody, it would have literally killed them instantly. As soon as the fucking body metabolized it, you'd be dead. So the tolerance level skyrocketed because they were getting them on a consistent basis, like a year, 18 months, 2 years. And then the tolerance developed, and then they had to go further and further and further just to get the same effect as the original 40 milligram pill.
Did the doctors know this when they were
They
prescribing?
didn't have enough data. They didn't have enough data on it at the time because it wasn't a regulated thing at the beginning. It was just a trial, and then they were going off of the trial data
Purdue
and
knew.
just prescribing it. Yeah, Purdue knew. They knew what the fuck they were doing.
Doctors
Like,
didn't care.
yeah, they were paid per prescription. The amount of money that they were paid per prescription was just sickening.
Here's my problem. Like, it seems like the doctors would have to also, like, there'd have to be unethical doctors involved
There
as
were.
well for the epidemic to. It wasn't just as one family.
No, it
creating the
wasn't.
drug.
It was a
the unethical
conjoined effort.
doctors would have to be misprescribing it.
Unethical
You are
and
correct.
negligently ignorant, or you know,
Right.
and
Yeah,
or.
or yes.
I think it was a mixture of both. Like, definitely a mixture of both, but on the
Oh.
large scale, I would say that it was predatorial, that everyone knew and they just didn't give a fuck.
So check this out. I read a book called The Empire of Pain on the Sackler family, and it was actually an audio book because we were driving across country. But it talks about how they salespeople would go to the doctors and they would take them out to really nice high class dinners, and then they would sell them on these drugs to give to their patients. And then they would also give incentives like carnival cruise ships and like vacations and stuff like that for, some of their highest drug doctors. But one of the biggest problems that was facing the country was people from the FDA were coming from Pfizer, or not Pfizer, but the Sackler family is what's that company? The company. So, anyways, they were coming from that company, and then they were going to the FDA, and it was like it would keep churning around and keep churning around. And so, like the same people that are calling the shots and making the decisions are the ones that are making the drugs and selling the drugs. And so it was basically a huge like mafia style takeover of the drugs. And
Part of it was greed. Like, it was incentivizing.
of course it was. And then that's what led to the opium wars.
Do patients have a responsibility to not get themselves addicted? Because I certainly was very careful
I
with
mean,
those drugs because I didn't
a
want to get addicted.
patient in pain is a patient in pain, and when you're in that much pain, that's
You'll
a
say
very
yes.
unique metric.
Yeah.
Like, you're in pain. You can't fucking function. You have a family. You have to go to work. You push
Can't think
aside
either.
personal fucking right. You push aside personal rational biasness and say, I need my family to eat. I need to be able to function in life. I need to have a life worth living. So all rationality and all intellectual thinking is pushed aside when you're in pain. I mean,
But
it's just the way it
does
is.
that mitigate the consequences of
I would say that the
choices and
patient
actions?
is less at fault. I would say the patient is less at fault than the doctor, because the patient doesn't have a fucking do no harm clause. The doctor does. They're
Yeah,
supposed
and
to be above.
I would say the patient's ultimately
patient.
accountable for what they put in their body.
Yeah, it's true that they are, but when you go into the hospital and you're in dire pain, right? You're going to a healthcare person. They're supposed to have your best care
Trust.
in their
Yeah.
interest. You're supposed to be able to trust them when you're dying, when you're gonna have surgery or something. Like those are the people that are doing shit for you, right? So you're supposed to trust them.
Yep.
It's their decision on what drug they give you. They don't have to give you the
Well,
drug.
no, my
don't
doctors
have-
work with me. I established a collaborative relationship with my doctor, so they don't just come and write something and hand it to me. We talk about it.
Yeah, but what
they
if you
talk to
got
me
in a
about the
car
side
accident?
effects. I talk to them about maybe other alternatives, or maybe I'm concerned. So it's like a dialogue that we're engaged in to get the right
Yeah,
medication.
but a lot of people that go on opiates they don't start with a dialogue or whatnot. It starts with like an accident that happens. They fall off a ladder. They get in a car accident. Like they get in a motorcycle accident, something like that. and then they go to the hospital, and opiates are prescribed because those are so strong that they'll help the pain.
But
Like
Here,
they're
let's
temporary
let's
because
look at
it's
it. Let's look at it from a different metric. So you have an organization or a demographic of people who are low income. You have a demographic of people who are low education status and on subsidized housing or whatever the fuck, just low income. They get hurt. They go to a doctor. They're indoctrinated, from the beginning of life to trust doctors. So they're not very well rounded in education. They're not understanding other than they're in pain and an excruciating amount of pain. They go in there. The doctor says, "Hey, we'll give you this. This will take away your pain. This will give you the ability to live life, as you used to." They're going to just jump onto it. They don't have the necessary attributes like some of us, and the large scale of people aren't well endowed individuals. They aren't well compensated individuals in life. Okay, so the upper
Basically,
1%, the upper
it,
1% are going to make a little bit more of an informed decision, and the lower class people are going to make a little bit less of an informed decision. And that's just a sad metric, but that's the truth.
but how is society responsible for
hold
the
on, Jeff, I got
decisions?
this.
Okay.
Real fast.
Yeah. Go.
Doctors go to school for how many years? 10 years, 8 years, 10 years after they go to
7.
K through 12? And then the average citizen is like high school level or lower college level, right? So,
Right.
or whatever it is. So you're taking advantage of stupid people at that point.
That's exactly what it is. Like, easily
I
explained.
agree.
I
That's
don't think
exactly
the
what it
majority
is.
is as stupid as you're making them out. Like there's these idiots going into the doctor's office being handed pills and take. I give
Okay,
people
hold
a
on.
little
Let's
more
bring up
credit.
some
That's cope.
statistics.
Even
That's
even this
cope,
no,
Jeff.
because I know I come from that background. That is my background. They're not just gonna mindlessly take pills and let themselves get addicted.
Then how do we
Bullshit.
have opium crisis, bro? I'm gonna bring up some statistics.
Not because they're working class and of low intellect. Like the causes that you're saying that working class people are not smart enough, are educated consumers enough to. I know when I'm taking a pill and how it's affecting me, and if it's affecting me in a way I don't like, I either stop it or I tell the doctor. And so
Yeah, but that's
people
not the
that
problem.
take
The problem is
pills
when you stop
temporarily
taking the
for
pill.
pain, I'm still curious because my prescriptions were like for a limited time, for a specific instance, and then when I didn't need them anymore, I didn't get them anymore. So
Yeah, but you're missing a metric of it. You're missing. It's not the problem doesn't occur when you're taking the pill. There is no problem. The pill fucking works. The problem is when you stop taking the pill and you feel like you're fucking dying.
but
The
that
withdrawal is
with the
so
amount I
intense
was
that you would do
prescribed for
anything
the
to make it
time I
stop.
was prescribed, that was not a danger because I kept it within the parameters that was least likely to lead to that level of addiction. So either the patients are taking more than they're being prescribed, or the doctors are overprescribing, or they're prescribing them for longer than the patients actually need them. Because if you have an injury, you shouldn't need to be on it more than like a few weeks.
Okay, hold on, Jeff. I'm taking this from ChatGPT. We're going to somewhere you can relate to here. Okay, the opioid crisis in the United States can largely be attributed to the practices of healthcare providers, particularly doctors and pharmaceutical industry, rather than the patients themselves. Several key factors illustrate how doctors have contributed to this crisis and why they hold an ethical responsibility to care for their patients. Factor 1: aggressive marketing by pharmaceutical companies. And I only did 1990 to 2000 because I didn't want to like do like a 60-minute like monologue on this shit. Okay, so here we go. In the late 1990s, pharmaceutical companies, particularly Purdue Pharma, aggressively marketed opioid painkillers like Oxycontin, They downplayed the risks heavily of addiction and overstating the benefits. Purdue Pharma's misleading marketing strategies, including promoting OxyContin as safe, long-term pain management solution with a low risk of addiction, which was far from accurate. The company targeted doctors with lavish marketing campaigns, including paid speaking engagements, free samples, and sponsored continuing medical education programs
And hot
that
chicks.
misrepresented the safety of efficacy of opioids and hot chicks. And they were misleading the information, and they lacked education. Many doctors were not adequately educated about the addictive potential of opioids and yada yada yada. and then overprescription. The combination of aggressive marketing and lack of proper education led to dramatic increase in opioid prescriptions, according to the CDC. So, I mean, as far as ChatGPT, it's not the patient's fault.
Well, here's my question,
So
because you know me and victim mentality. At what point does the patient become aware they're addicted and say, "Oh, I might want to pull back on this or talk to my doctor. I might be moving into the addiction range." That's
I
the
think
When
point
it's
they're
where
in the
they can
middle of a
exercise
divorce,
agency.
when they're in the middle of a divorce, they just crash their car into
So
something.
again,
They
victim, like it's just like, oh, it's not my fault. All these external circumstances. I had no
no, it's the
ability
human
to
condition.
assess my own addiction level
hold
and
on.
be
That's not true, because if they were out there marketing it as safe, effective, and not addictive, and somebody goes and takes it and they think it's
right. But
safe, effective, and not
if
addictive, if they get addicted
But
at that
that's my.
point,
At what point do they become aware? Because even if that's true and it's actually addictive and they didn't realize it, when the addiction kicks in, at what point do they have the ability to notice and stop it? Like, do you take
once
one
you're
pill and you're
addicted,
instantly addicted and you're powerless at that point?
I'm not saying they're powerless, but man, like substances
Like,
do
we're all
have a
about
toll.
empowerment, but we're letting the
No,
opiate be this like thing with everybody's at the mercy of. And I'm like trying to identify all these
I'm
little
not the
areas where even within the opioid crisis, patients themselves, because it can empower themselves to minimize the
I'm not
risk
really
of
pointing
addiction.
out the victims. I'm mere pointing out the predators on the prey. Is all
Right,
I'm
but
pointing.
even just they're all out there, and all of that's true. Even granting all of that, the individual patients, even if they're working class, even if they're low
It's their
intelligent,
job.
it is
It's
my
their job.
belief have the ability at some point to be aware and make a choice to express concerns, to could continue, not continue
nah.
talks, etc. There's got to be some little point. I don't believe people just
I can
wake up
explain that
addicted and
point.
they're like, "Oh my God, I
All
somebody
right, Jamie,
addicted
take
me and
this
I
over.
had no control over it."
I can explain that point.
All right.
Look at the demographic of America. First and foremost, look at the layout. Now you have a lot of impoverished people in what are considered ghettos, an organization of people that are similar in basis and status. So, do you see like massive drug operations in like highly reputable neighborhoods with people with very high end jobs? Do you see like,
No.
I don't
no,
want to
you don't
assume
see
they're
that.
not going on just because I don't see them. It could be a
Well,
different
Well, the
just
fact
version
that
of
you
it.
don't see
look
him
at
would
it
be a point into
logically.
itself.
Exactly. Look at it logically. Like the visible evidence is not there. You don't see a fucking liquor store in every corner in a fucking nice neighborhood.
Right.
Now, if you look at the other demographic of people in the ghettos, you see a liquor store in every corner. You see just dreary shit that are, keep you in a mentality of, down and out. It if you look at it correctly and you put a bunch of like-minded individuals together and you expect them to do different, you're illogical from the fucking base. Because if you put people that are like-minded together, what are they gripping onto to fucking ascend into a higher fucking form of life? You take out religion because you got these fucking teachers at the school taking away fucking ideology of religious backgrounds because they want to argue the fucking end all be all point of God doesn't exist, but they leave out all the positive byproducts of moral fiber, and they leave out all the positive byproducts of ascension into higher forms of fucking existence. The byproduct is not on the individual. It's just an unfortunate turn
No, I
of
think it's on
events
the
that
individual. I think
wound up
personal.
like
I
that.
think everything stops at personal agency and personal responsibility. And everybody on these streams is constantly preaching that and bitching about the lack of personal responsibility in society today. And yet they're going to give a pass for the opioid crisis. And I don't
Not me though.
understand
I'm gonna
the
take this one.
discrep. Like there's cognitive dissonance for
A
I
me.
Moose,
get
before
this
you
one.
go, I just want to be on the record real clear. Not me. I'm consistent. I don't believe in free will. Go ahead, Moose.
I'm still all about accountability, but in this specific instance, I mean, it's important. Like, a personal accountability is key, right? But many of these people were tricked into it. They were tricked.
But
They were
you can't
given
be
information
forced
that
to
was
take a pill. So they
knowingly
might have been
false.
tricked into taking the pill initially, but at some point in that process, if they're monitoring their own body as they take the pill, there should be a point at which they notice the pill is having a negative effect beyond just the pain relief.
Well, then you
And
choose the
it's
lesser of two evils. You either take the pill, which develops into addiction, or you deal with the over excruciating fucking pain.
Right.
So you're really at a standstill
and the
there.
withdrawals plus the pain now.
And the withdrawals plus the pain,
Well,
yes. And
that's
that's
why I'm
why a lot
asking,
of
because
people
I've
stay in it.
taken these pills before, and I didn't get addicted in just a few weeks of being on the prescribed dose. So that's why I'm wondering how the addiction happens. And Jonathan did say that sometimes one pill is enough. And if that's the case, if you take one pill and you're addicted, that changes the picture for me. But that's not
Yeah.
my experience with how these pills
chemicals
work.
affect everybody differently.
Yeah.
You know, and when I took pills because I had jaw surgery in 3 places, right? They put me on pills, and I knew that I couldn't function on them, and I took myself off it. But not everybody has that like strength, man.
But should we and should what we be doing is encouraging more your mentality, or encouraging more that it was the pharmacy, the doctors, the poor
Both.
patients, they were at the mercy. They were,
Both.
even if
It's
that's
both.
true,
It's
they
both.
have the
It's
ability
both.
to recognize the signs of addiction and pull back, just like you did.
I don't think they
and
do.
That's what I think we should normalize, not the victimhood.
Not everybody has
Sure.
Moose's capabilities.
But my point is, even if they don't have it, can we build a society that assumes
We can
that
encourage
it's possible
it.
to encourage that, or do we build a society where people are helpless and we have to
Both.
assume that they're not going to have a
Both.
level of personal
Both.
agency?
We admit that we're not the thing that we think we are, which is this divine God that fucking chooses things. No, you're not. You're a product of your environment. You're a fucking monkey, a programmed animal like everybody else. But we can still encourage people to be transcendent of that. We can be honest and aspirational at the same time.
Then I guess that's what I'm trying to do, is encourage them
Fuck
to
yeah.
be transcendent of that part.
You know
Definitely.
what? That
Praise
what
Jesus.
you just said right there. What you just said right there is the answer. Okay, you catch it before the problem comes into play, before it becomes a variable, you attack the problem before it even exists. And the only way to do that is to instill morally fibrous actions into people. And what I think, as a personal viewpoint of mine, and a lot of people disagree with it, is God or faith is taken out of your life. Faith in something higher than you. Because if it's all about me, I really don't give a fuck about me most of the time. Most days I do not give a flying fuck about me. The only thing that makes me a little bit hopeful is that somehow, some way, either knowledge or just blind actions that have a positive byproduct are going to bring me out of my fucking depression and bring me to a different place in life. But it's only through action. It's not through thought. I've never been able to think my way into a fucking better life. It's only action.
Mm-hmm.
And the only things that I can do is attach myself to people that display these actions, display these positive character, attributes, and follow them. I have to
Does that
learn from
absolve them
people
of
outside of myself.
responsibility, Ed? Just because they're suggestible, like if does that get people off of murder or theft or shoplifting charges? Are there statistics that show, like, maybe people that have religious backgrounds, the rates of addiction versus maybe non-religious? Is that
It depends on how their experience manifested, because there's a lot of people in the religious sectors and any way you look at it, it's all what you do with the information that you got. You either adapt to it or you run from it.
If
Like,
a
I have an
priest
extreme
rapes a
religious
little
background.
boy, is it the little
Right.
boy's fault?
No.
That's the same way I feel about pharmaceutical companies giving false information to doctors, giving them very incentive, and then the doctors to their patients, other than the ones that help give them a paycheck bump. And I think that the deceit in the whole process is what I'm mad at. The accountability is somebody's going to the doctor to fix a problem. That's like going to a mechanic to fix your car. They're just a person doctor, person mechanic. And it's like, dude, they have one job, is to fix you, and they're supposed to fix you the best way that they can, and they're supposed to give you options, the best options you have. Like when they give you the
Right.
shittiest options, and then you make a decision based on those options because you think that's all that's available. These guys went to school
Hmm.
for 7 years. They went to school for this, Jeff. Like they're in a suit. If you look at the studies of psychological studies, people in suits, they tend to command a certain respect, and they tend to like have a certain psychological effect on the person that's not in the suit.
Here, let
So
me
Check out that
explain.
statement
Let me
by
explain
Wait,
Jess.
I
my
want to
experience.
address Moose real quick. Everything you're saying, yeah, if the pharmacies did that, that's bad shit. If the doctors are overprescribed, if they're in on it, that's bad shit. I'm not denying any of that. I'm saying that should have absolutely nothing to do with the level of personal agency. Like, you shouldn't have to sacrifice an atom of your personal agency just because everybody else is doing bad shit. That is the doorway to victimhood right there.
A level of, yeah, but look at how you just described that and formed that argument. A level of agency. You're kind of giving away your level of agency because the doctor supposedly knows more than you do about what you're going through, and you have a certain semblance of trust with that doctor. But what Jess said is actually fucking awesome. I feel kind of lucky that I didn't know I was going through withdrawal those 3 days, because had I
Yeah.
known that if I just needed to take another pill, whatever, might have done it. No, like absolutely.
That blows the
Fucking
mind
rudely.
right there, right?
That's a logical as fuck argument, because that's true and it's provable. If I know that I can get rid of this pain, I'm going to take this fucking pill. Regardless of what the end result is, I want this pain gone now. And as a fucking society that we get everything we want immediately with technology and everything's become a lot easier, we're less apt to say, we're going to hold out, we're going to sacrifice, we're going to fucking suffer through. We don't have that instilled in us anymore.
Arguably,
I
she
mean,
escaped
I
the
do, but
clutches of addiction merely by being ignorant to the side effects of withdrawal.
Yeah, I
You know
think
what I mean?
consumer education is a big piece of this too. Like, just having more.
In her case, if she was educated, though, she might be addicted to the pills still to this day.
Right.
Yeah, but it might
Because
reduce
she would have
the
known the
risk.
easy route. But look
And
at it like,
honestly, they
okay,
probably
so
do that now. They probably have pamphlets with, "Do you know the signs of addiction? Look for these warning signs."
Well, now you
etc.
can't get pain
they're
meds
all
if you
over the
need
place.
it. That's how it is now.
Yeah. Yeah, it fucks for everybody. But look at, okay, so my own personal life. I was very well educated, extremely well educated. Came from a decent family. We didn't have everything, but we had a lot. I went through periods of life where it was to the point where I didn't want to live, and it had very little to do with like, product of environment or something like that. It was just a series of unfortunate events that traumatized me to the point where I was naturally drawn towards addiction, naturally drawn towards drugs and alcohol, or anything that would take my mind off of it. As intelligent as I was, it came down to this: which is less painful, dealing with the fucking constant monsters in my mind, or taking the drugs and alcohol and fucking just, blotting out existence? And I chose drugs and alcohol with blotting out existence. But I found out through a lot of other people that were around me that that's not going to be a sustainable way of life, that I would end up dying. And as much as some days I wanted to die, my faith gave me the hope that things can change. And through a lot of action, I changed over time. Like it took a long time for it to set in and me be 100% convinced that sobriety is the answer. And there's a lot of back and forth, but it's a contingency. And it's not just something you learn one time, it's something you continue to learn, because we're not slow learners, we're fast forgetters. We forget the pains of last month or last year or last decade. And we say, oh, it'll be different this time. I can do it this time. I can handle my liquor. I can handle my fucking weed or whatever the fucking case is.
True.
That what you described, that faith that got you through, whatever you call that, that is what we need more of. That's what we need to help nurture, foster, instill. Well, we need it.
Whatever
God
your
is great.
whatever your version is, just
Right.
God.
We
Just
need
as long as
a
you're
version
not
for
it.
the secular world too. But whatever, God is great for the people that it works for. But we need something.
Well, provable theory. Provable theory can be your God, as long as it has a proven track record of helping not just you, but everyone around you.
It's all about giving up the illusion and the obsession with
A free will.
control.
Oh.
Right.
Same thing, yeah.
I
personal
think it's the
powerlessness. Yes,
opposite.
Denison.
I think you
No, it's
need
not.
the awareness that you have control. You have the ability to not take the drug. You have the ability
But you
to
don't, because you would have done it. You
no,
don't
but
have the ability.
maybe because you don't know
Alone,
what
you
to be
don't.
aware of. But now that people are more aware of what to be aware of, we do have that
Nah.
ability.
Nah, I
I
grew
I
up
think
think
knowing
that's
smoking
I
was.
think that's a
Yeah.
better path forward than the denizens. You're not in
Yeah.
control anyway. So if you're
I
going to get
wanna-
addicted, it's already determined.
I want
You're already addicted, otherwise
It's
you're not answering.
defeatist.
You're
it's
already addicted, otherwise you're not having this conversation.
Look at the all the people who pick up alcohol for the first time and end up being like straight up drunks, like to the point where they get whatever that shit of the liver is, and their fucking kidneys
oh
fall
yeah,
out.
where you're yeah.
Cirrhosis.
See these conversations that we're having right now. I can't understand, and it scares me to even say this, but I can't understand how channels like this don't have 1 million plus fucking subscribers.
Oh my god, I can't
Well,
get
that's
200 to
dude,
get monetized.
because the answer is the thing. There's a reason why you're scared, because you know the answer. Come on. That's why you're terrified.
he
This
does
is what I
that's
keep
the
trying to get all you people to fucking embrace.
that we're not
most-
in control.
Yes, and most of these motherfuckers are dumber than you, less capable of control than you.
Yeah, and we expect them to rise to higher
And
forms
you're
of
waiting
life.
for them to lead you into the fucking next generation. Get the fuck
I'm not
out
waiting
of
for
here.
anybody to lead
Not
me.
you,
I'm
not you,
leading.
Jeff.
Oh,
Not
okay.
you. Not you. Sorry, that's the way I talk sometimes. Tiff, what's up?
Hey Tiff.
Tiff, that's accurate. That is an accurate statement.
I mean, I'm addicted to streaming.
There you go.
I'm serious. It's I was
I
an
don't doubt it.
AOL chat addict too. It was really bad.
I'm addicted,
I'm
to
addicted
all
to
the
my
things.
Cash App.
I've seen video game addicts.
I have yet to come across a thing that I enjoy that I'm not addicted to. I gotta tell you.
I mean, in
Yeah,
a way that's normal. It's that passion where we throw ourselves wholeheartedly into something. But
It's hard to maintain balance, because the one thing that I've learned is balance.
yes.
Joe,
Yes.
can I text Moose your telephone number, your cell phone number, sir?
Joe Cool, my favorite color guy. What's up, bud?
Joe, what's up? Good to see you in this part of the
Alice in
hood.
Chains. Hell yes. That's why he's my dog. That dude is my dog. My favorite Christian.
Joe, do you have any experience with or thoughts on addiction that you would want to come up and
He's gonna come up and hit a
give your
blunt.
thoughts on?
We need Joe Cool up here. I'm about to hit a blunt with Joe.
And give him head for me. Damn. That did
I
not
can't
turn
do
out
it.
how I anticipated.
Jeff might be able to do that, but I don't think he's interested.
What?
Nothing. Nothing.
I missed it. All I heard was light a blunt or something.
Fire up.
Well, in the meantime, while we wait to hear if Joe Cool is gonna join, I'm gonna go get a refill and be right back.
Hey, can we play a Talcott clip collection real fast? Just for like.
Actually, no. I'll tell you why. Because I got some copyright things on the last one I played. Some of the music in them was
Oh,
banned
really?
in certain countries.
My bad.
I know. I was disappointed too.
All right. Well, we'll just talk about it.
Yeah, y'all keep talking. This is a good conversation.
It was a beautiful thing.
It's 420 somewhere.
Man.
I love my chat.
Go on ahead and fire up.
You don't have to give me permission, son. I am the man who.
I
I'm the one
don't
who
see a link.
passes it out for you.
Joe, just close out the chat and then open it back up again. You'll see it.
I gotta post it. He's probably in my chat because you guys are a bunch of losers. Joe Cool's my homie. That's why I don't have his number right now.
Joe Cool ditched the phone that I had the number to. Fucker.
I need a
Y'all
real
gotta take
YouTube
it on the
expert.
police.
I wonder if I should try YouTube support. It seems like a. You see? Exactly. That's, yeah. But people ask me, and when the answer is no, it does seem like that's a gap in my strategy. Okay, so I just posted the link.
Yeah, Joe, you're in Jeff's. You gotta get your shit together, Joe Cool.
No, it's Jeff. Jeff, we gotta hold Jeff accountable for that one. He's supposed to post the link in his own StreamYard,
Oh,
bro.
I posted it in my own.
Jeff's supposed to set us up, dude.
My bad, guys. I thought I was in Jeff's. There you go. There's the link.
I tell you what, how many subs does he need? 200?
200, just go buy him real fast.
Nah, I won't buy him because then they'll fuck with his algorithm when they figure him out. If you want to build a channel, you got to do it. Do it a certain way to get full effect. Yeah,
I know.
like I
Otherwise
could just share his shit to a bunch of different people. He'll get his 200.
What's the
Matter of fact, I'll go
car in the
live.
daylight. Let's see. Hang on.
I'll go live later on and I'll share it.
Check. Is my mic working?
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Joe,
It's Joe!
I don't think you've ever looked better. Look at you. You're not 84.
Ah! Hey, thank you.
Well, good to see you. What's up?
Good to see you guys. I'm just starting my cop watching shit for today. I've been editing, and I always check the lives. And if I'm being honest, no disrespect to you guys, but I saw Jamie and Jeff, so I'm like, it's got to be good. Let me see what's going on. I didn't know Jamie found you guys. I know Dennis didn't know Jamie. That's cool.
Seek and destroy. Seek and destroy.
That's dirty. Joe Cool's been treating me different ever since
My
Talcott threw him
apologies,
out.
Mos. I forgot you was up there. I just heard your voice in chat and forgot you were up there. Good to see you, Mos.
My motherfucking homie right here, Joe Cool. I'm about to fire one up with you.
My man, I'm finna roll one up. I was in fucking your room for a week or two before I realized you had changed the channel. Didn't you change it to Optics Are High?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm in here, I got a wrench, I got no idea who channel this is. But this is cool. About 2 weeks before I realized it was Mo's channel.
And then I got 2 strikes. Oh, man.
Oh, you dumb for that one, bro.
I'm funny.
Yeah, you got me, bro.
Oh, good, man. I'm not trying to be rich. Oh, well, you know what? I am trying to be rich and famous on here now. I want everybody to know me and hoe me. Hoe for me.
Well, there's a couple ways to do that. I heard these guys just say something about being genuine or something.
Yeah, we doing OnlyFans now? OnlyFans for the genuine folk?
I don't know. I was gonna ask what's the way to do it. I know you could absolutely sell out like some of these influencers and just go up and smack old ladies or curse it, say racist shit to people. Apparently you blow up like that. Controversial, but I don't. Maybe you do want to go that route.
I don't know about you guys, but my grift game is strong.
Well, let's
There's
put it to use.
There's a small part of me that wants to be able to fast forward through all this shit.
In what way? In what way?
Saying back to the conversation.
Is it what I'm thinking?
I'm kind of.
Let's get back to Joe Cool talking about addiction or whatever.
What are your thoughts
on
Yeah, Joe, what's your thoughts on addiction?
And do you
like
think
the opioid crisis?
The opioid crisis. Do you think
it's a plot for the government to keep black people
yeah, and Joe,
together?
don't let me forget. I was told to ask you a question. So,
Sacklers for a bunch of white people.
He's rolling, dog. He's rolling.
Go ahead, dude.
Oh well, they probably want their answer first. I can wait.
Oh well.
No, we can wait. No, Denizen first. Denizen, ladies first.
Either way, it might take Joe a while. Go ahead.
Your thoughts on what happened to Carolina?
Oh wow. Well, that one's kind of a easy call on the surface. First of all, I don't think that the police are claiming that they were investigating a stolen car. Even if they were, I don't. Hold on, excuse me. That's good, bro. Yeah.
Lock him up. Lock him up.
He's doing
What
a
you need?
drug deal right now. Hold on.
What you need? Couple dollars.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I
Hold
switched
on.
over
This is
from
a
the phone,
classic
so my
drug deal
voice
in the
should sound
making right
beautiful
here,
now.
folks.
Oh yeah, it is.
Hold on, hold on,
You
James.
gotta look, bro.
Guys,
Yeah.
Joe
watching
doing
a
a
drug
dope
deal for a
deal on
while.
live. Oh shit.
He's got the Skittles right now. He's giving them the Skittles. 50 bag of Skittles right now. Give it to him, Joe. Come on.
What you say?
Pass that shit over there.
Look at Joe.
Yeah,
Back to them old dope dealing days.
Yeah, it's like a Cheech and Chong
yeah,
commercial.
get with me. Yeah, I won't be. I'll be up. It'll be like 4 before I get home tonight. But come see me tomorrow.
Joe, don't do those deals on live now. What the hell
Yeah, come
wrong
through
with
in the
you?
morning. Yeah. All right, yeah.
I'm gonna have
Did we
to
ever get
see
Joe's
it.
thoughts on the opioid crisis? That's
I'm
why I brought you up
sorry.
here.
No, wait a minute. How can
Who's
you
doing-
get straight thoughts from somebody that's getting high on a blunt?
See what I mean, Joe?
Come on.
We wanted,
Ladies-
I wanted all
ladies
the
first.
perspectives.
All right.
I didn't mean to make you choke, Jeff.
Carolina.
That's the
I
only
think you
time
should
he's
do the
ever let
opiate
it
thing
choke.
first, I
Do the
think.
opiate thing?
Really.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, I think you should.
Just because I trust you. I don't even need a reason. I trust you, motherfucker.
Thank you,
Hey,
sir.
that's the first time Chuck's ever made anybody choke, Joe.
I'm assuming everybody know my business all the time because my ex did such a good job putting it out there. But you know, I got high. I just stopped selling and using about 5 years ago when I got on this. I was house arrest and I did a program. And I think the program was part of a psyop because I'd been doing drugs since I was in high school. And, you know, I was like 50. So I've been on drugs a long time. I was doing heroin in high school. So dude was like, the first doctor was like, you got to do it for like 5 or 6 years. And then we'll talk about a plan to get you off of my drug. And I went against medical advice. And they took me to another doctor. I went against medical advice. And I keep having to sign these papers saying I disagree with the doctors. I wanted to go down immediately, and I made them take me down immediately, and I got clean very fucking fast. But my point behind all that is, even the shit that's set to help you, I don't think that's what it's for. It's to keep you addicted and sell their drugs. You got to be there every day. They're more ruthless than my fucking drug dealer on the corner. If you late, they take away your privileges and punish you. Drop your dosage so you'll be sick. It's twisted, bro. It's not to help. I think the crisis also, it's a crisis of everybody's, what do you call it, indoctrination or whatever. We believe all the shit we see on TVs, movies, and raps. A lot of it is that, and it's part of the escapism and bullshit that we got going on now. I think if we could heal ourselves, we wouldn't have a lot of these drug addictions, but that's probably not what you were asking.
No, Joe, that was brilliant. That was so based. That was inspirational, actually.
To sum it up, he said the patients and the doctors in the system are all, everybody's to blame, everybody, and the personal accountability too.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not big on blame, really, because
I know it's out.
But
I'm sorry, though.
As a patient, I would want the
right
power over it more than anybody else. So if I could take control of it and have the accountability be on me, I would prefer that than having it be at the mercy of the doctors or the pharmacies. So,
It's about values and outcomes, though, and we don't have people upholding our values, and we're not getting the outcomes that we want. Like, nurses and doctors should be screened to be the kind of people that we tell ourselves they are.
yes. How do you do that? We're not gonna have a workforce.
This is how I
so it's just. Well, real quick, society will have to collapse a little, compress. Go ahead, Joe.
I told him at the clinic a way to do it. I told him, "Oh fuck, police got somebody pulled over right here." Bro.
What?
Fucking hey.
Hang on.
Oh, y'all want to see it?
Power Rangers.
Now this is content. Notorious cop watcher gets pulled over.
Go over there and call him a racist. Come on, Joe.
Excuse me. What are you doing, sir?
No way. Is this a live cop watch?
Yes.
Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
You're about to get your 200 subscribers and go viral at the same damn
Wait, the
time.
cop was way over there. He got out of his. What's he doing? Oh, he's going to watch somebody else's thing. I see.
Yep.
Wow.
Bet you $500 they don't body slam him face
If I
first into
was
the
in the
ground.
situation, I would want Joe Cool
You're
as
all right,
far
man.
away from
I'm
here
not gonna
as.
bother you. I film all the time. You can relax, man.
Tasing.
I ain't
Tasing.
up to nothing. I just film the police all the time. All right. Name's Joe, man. You'll probably see me around.
He seems pretty. He's not even interested in you.
Yeah, he is. He keeps looking at him.
Yeah, he is. He ain't happy with
He's
Joe right
nervous.
now.
He
wants
is
to
not
leave.
liking this at all.
He's like, oh man, this guy's gonna stop me
If
from
you
shooting
guys
something.
can hear me, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Normally, I don't even stop like this. There's no passenger. If it was a cop going up trying to talk to a passenger or something, I would fuck with him. But you get a million of these a day. Dude's gonna run her shit. He's not asking her a million questions. I wouldn't normally even film this.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it's still
Nice
kind of
cut,
exciting.
bro.
This is the most exciting thing that's
Nice
gonna happen
cut.
to me all day.
Yeah.
Nice cut.
Sharp as fuck.
I want to see Joe take on a taser. Come on.
Oh, Chuck.
Why? You just want to see him flop around like some burnt steak?
Yep.
Was
That's
that
where all your
racial? I
excitement
feel like that
comes
was
in.
racial.
Did it? I thought. I let it go. See, I don't say everything.
Racial. That was just
Burnt
like
steak.
melanin,
What's
melatonin
your names,
related.
guys? Good
Why
job,
is he
guys.
like having his head like he's wearing overalls?
All right, you
That's
guys
the
leave,
bulletproof
man.
vest.
Yeah,
That
that's his
stance
vest.
fucking pisses me off more than anything else about cops. Just that simple
Young
hand
guys,
stance
bro.
in the
Oh,
fucking
yeah, well,
vest.
The thumb and the
communicates.
straps. I think a hee-haw.
Yeah, they gave her shit back and let her go.
Oh, okay. That was still fun.
Hey,
Thanks, Joe.
thanks to Joe, dude. Thanks to Joe. Like, oftentimes they're not gonna just let you go once they take your shit.
Hey, Dennis, and do me a favor. Put the link to Jeff's YouTube in the chat, please.
Oh, here, I'll get. Oh, are you in Dennis's chat?
Yeah, I'm in Denison's. I got to click over to yours and
All right.
subscribe, and then I got to share it to a couple of places.
Oh my God! Wow, thank you.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Lick this.
And we have a Discord too for anybody that's interested. Wow, my count already went up higher than it's gone in weeks. This is wow. What are you doing now?
Check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Can you buy my homie a couple hundred subs?
No. Real people.
It's
That's
an
my only.
inside
That's
joke,
my
Jeff.
one
It's an
rule. I
inside
want real
joke.
people that I
Inside
can
joke, homie.
get to know and grow with.
That's why he's laughing. It's an inside joke.
Oh, yeah, I told
Have you bought subs
somebody.
before?
I told
No,
him I
he
bought
said
for.
he
I
said he
bought
bought
some for
subs
most.
for me.
And they believed it, and everybody was asking me to buy them subs, Joe.
All the drug addicts are like,
I was
subs.
like,
You can buy
I'm
me some
broke,
subs.
man. I could barely afford Moose's subs, and they was buying that shit too.
They were on his ass for weeks. They were on my ass. Oh, don't be lying. Don't be lying. I know he bought them for you. Oh,
Well, buddy. Don't you tell this, Joe, this your last one. You ever do that till your last blunt? It just drive you crazy.
Sounds like an addict, man.
I didn't know you had a last blunt.
Hey, Chuck's always with the low blow, but you know what? He's an addict as well. A sinner calling out a sinner. You know, he's sitting around all these panels, hanging out
Joe
with
knows
Tony's
I'm pulling his bud.
now you know I'm gonna rake you through the coals because everybody who points the gun at someone's gonna get it back.
That's dope. That's pretty cool, ain't it, man? That's kind of cool.
I hope that's true in my case, Moose. I hope you hold me to that standard.
Who gun you finna for now? Where you
Hey, you
going
might
with that?
dox my ass, but
I,
I'll still
I
hold
feel
you
like
to
I
it.
never gun for anybody, so I want to be
You'll
checked
be
when.
judged by the same shit.
Yeah, I want
Well,
to
wait
be
a minute.
called
We
out.
got Monograph working on the case. So far, no result.
See, I didn't even do nothing to that guy. See what I mean? What were you just saying though, Moose?
About what?
You just said something, but
Just
the latency, I talked over you, couldn't hear it.
Oh, something about doxing me. I said
Yeah. What'd you say about that?
dox me or whatever. I said you probably got the power to dox me or something like that or
Oh
something
yeah,
crazy.
for sure.
I don't know. Yeah. I'll
So
hold
does
you.
that so does that mean you're not gonna hold me accountable now?
No, not at all. I'm gonna hold your ass to account anyways. I don't give a
Hell yeah.
you
Okay, good.
know,
All right,
like
we got an agreement.
everybody gets held to the same standard. Everybody.
Yeah, and you'll never get doxxed by me, dude. I have a file.
Do you dox people?
No, I do not dox people, but I know who all of you are and everything about you. I
there's
just will
always
never.
a first time.
I'm just not interested enough to put in that kind of work.
I'll just never use it against anybody
I'm
because
flattered.
I think that's disgusting, and those people who do that
Then why
belong in
bother?
jail.
Like, why do it?
Because I know that anybody else will do it to me in a heartbeat, and I also
I
like.
don't say anybody, nigga. You be shocked at how
So
many
it's like
people
protection,
I got.
defense.
I mean,
Yeah, and it's also I like to know who I'm dealing with. You know,
Yeah,
like,
that's what would be for me. I'm just too nosy.
Hey, my
I
wife
gotta
thinks
know
I'm
everything.
preaching to Joe Cool or something, like I'm some pastor. She says you gotta calm down on the preaching, brother.
I have no issues
I
so
said
far. I'm
she
okay
doesn't
with
even
it.
hear the conversation going on because it's in my ear.
Hey, there's another way, besides however you get it done, get motherfuckers information. I go visit everybody, right? And I'm inside of motherfuckers' houses. I'm seeing faces of people who don't even show their face on panels and on here and shit like that. And I've never, given one fucking detail. And this has been going on for years, your secret's safe with me. Shit, I get to know everybody and all of that shit too. And I would never use anything. I've had people turn on me and make bets about me. I've been all in your house, know your personal business and everything, and I would never use it. Cause no, it'd be wrong.
Joe
That's
Cool,
integrity.
this is the best face on YouTube right here.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that face, Jamie. Now, I just want to say that Joe Cool, while he might be a great friend in those ways, if you leave him at home with your wife, well,
It might be in trouble.
You might end up with an extra kid. Yep.
I don't know if I started that or whoever, but yeah, everybody now is like, oh, cool, Joe's on panel. I can go back home to my wife. And, everybody got a wife joke now. I don't know who
hey,
started that.
that was when you made that joke to Jesse, and Jesse got like so offended.
Oh, I forgot. Tell your wife I'll be there later or
Yep.
something.
Jesse
Yeah.
Hall, wasn't it, Moose?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So this is what happened, right? Jesse Howe he's driving his car. He's like, all right, I'm on my way to my girl's house right now. I haven't seen her in a while or whatever. And Joe Cool, what did you say, Joe
I
Cool?
say
You
something
said,
like, tell her I'll be over there later or something. Something I thought was like really lightweight for my
No,
fucking
I
oh,
thought
oh
you
sensibility.
no,
said I'll
he
be
said
gone
he
by the
said
time you get here.
I'll
But
be
maybe
gone
that
by the
was
time
it.
you get here. Yeah, I'll be gone by the time you get here. And then all of a sudden, like the car almost pulled over and crashed. It was
He
like,
was
Yep.
hot. He was just
Yeah,
silent for a long time, and then
he
he
didn't
said,
like that at all.
yeah. Then I said something, and he was like, well, unless you do this and unless you do that. And I just started knowing he was mad at me. And I think we blew up on each other at that moment. I don't really remember.
yeah,
I
it
think
was
we.
it was pretty tough because you were like, you got to stop acting like a bitch, and he was like, that's not
Right.
cool.
Like, is it just your wife who we can't joke about, or all wives? And I remember we was on a panel, motherfuckers was like, well, all wives should be off limits. Like, really, nigga? What about husbands? Can I joke about your husband? Can I joke about the cat, the dog? You said every fuck out of here, man. And Jesse, to his credit, he was like, him and Angeline was like, oh man, that was dumb. I overreacted. It's not a big fucking deal. And we're best friends, bro. Me and Jesse text each
Yeah,
other
it's
every
all
day
good
like
now.
chicks. Yeah.
Oh, missing link, Jesse.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
It was all a misunderstanding, but it just happened. The timing was so impeccable that it was
I
like,
think
He
there
holy
was
was.
a
shit.
little insecurity there too, Moose. I think
Oh
if he's
yeah,
not
he was
insecure,
mad at
man,
first.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you hit home with him, bro, because he's not there. He knows he's got a beautiful lady. He knows
That
he's
was
got
it.
something
He been
for her.
away for a while. Yes, it was bad
Yeah,
timing. Yeah.
he knows. But it happened to anybody.
Insecure is right though, Joe.
Joe's dying.
Yeah, Joe, I seen you in GS yesterday. That was something else.
That was good shit, right?
Oh my
Oh,
God, he started crying like a little woman.
Well, who?
yes,
Uh,
generally specific. Can you remember what
Oh,
was
what
over,
happened?
Chuck?
it was over a word in the Bible. Finished. The word finished. What the word finish meant in the Bible.
What for
And
it
he
is
just,
finished
yeah.
means that
He,
the fucking mission is done.
That's what Joe said. He said, no, 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 that's not what it means. You don't know how to read.
Wait,
he
what does it
made,
mean then?
uh,
Dude's a
He was
fucking
trying to
idiot.
say, all he did was take a pause, breaking the action. And
right.
Joe was like,
No.
no, it means to end.
Yeah.
And he kept arguing with Joe. And then when they finally got to the end of the definition, it said to end. It was funny.
Wow.
But
Uh,
GS got upset.
he got really
Hey,
mad. He just everything I said after that, he took criticism with me for it.
Yep.
Damn, I got more silence.
that takes me back to me and my wife the other day, right? Because she was calling our daughter a kid, and I was like, stop fucking calling her kid, because like it just bothers me for some reason.
You
I was
don't
like,
know
she's a
why?
child. I was like, she's a child, and I thought for sure in the fucking definition was gonna be different. So I look up the definition, and she looks it up, and she's like, nah, fucking dumbass, it's not. And I said, but if you look, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that feel the same way I do. Like,
It's
kid is derogatory.
but here's why. It's because the elite, this is one of the reasons I heard, believe that we're sheep and our children are called kids, as in goats and shit. So they won't refer to their shit as kids, but ours are goats because we're sheep. Some along them lines. So a lot of people don't like it being called kid. They think it has a alternate meaning to it.
I mean, anytime I've been called kid, it was in a derogatory fashion.
I use it.
I do. I would tell my kid, "Hey kid, come here." I tell that to my
Yeah, hey
kid all the
kid.
time.
I guess I just need to
Hey,
toughen up. You know that. You know I'm a softie.
they let you reproduce, Joe?
Oh, me, I got one. Yeah, she's grown. She's great too. She was over. Her and my sister was upstairs. I'm not in the house anymore, but they was upstairs earlier. So I think it
You
was
have kids, Joe?
just the one that got a daughter. Yeah,
Oh.
she's grown. Man.
Daughter.
I mean, hold on. Jeff is like slightly surprised that Joe Cool has children. I'm sure Joe Cool has more children than most football
Most people
players.
think I got a lot
Just the
more,
one,
right?
Moose.
Players. I mean, it's the one that he knows of,
But
brother.
she's grown.
She's grown. She's 33 years
Do
old.
you
What
talk
up,
to her?
Emmett? Yeah. I don't tell motherfucker, but she lives very close. I
Oh.
just don't, because I used to have her on with me on panel, not on panel, but if I'm driving like this and she's in the car, I used to show you guys my entire family and shit, but I
Oh.
cut that out after being doxxed the first 60 times and shit, so I cut that shit out. Yeah.
What does doxing do? They just put where you live?
They put in my case name, address, family members, their shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Name,
like all
address, family
it's all
members,
stuff you could find on the
pictures
internet.
of
Like
you.
anybody can look up that stuff, and if you
Yeah, I'm sure
pay,
they rated our Facebooks and
yeah,
internets or whatever.
I do
So,
that
but
too. Like with the guys
yeah,
I'm interested in, I'll do my detective work, and I'll Google them and look at all the socials and everything.
I did that
So that's
in the
easy
big.
for anyone to do if that's what doxing is. I kind of think it's
Why do
possible to
it,
kind of
Jeff?
find anybody anywhere if you really want to.
I think you asked Dennison why do it. I'm asking you why do it. Look up people's shit.
It's an intimidation thing, like when you do it on a stream in front of tons of people. It's also you got these motherfuckers in the crowd, and you don't know who they are. Some people are totally unhinged and will
Right.
do crazy shit because Britney Spears says, "Hey, this motherfucker's bothering me," or some other dude with 100,000 followers or 10,000 followers says, "Oh, this dude's bothering me. Go take care of him. Go visit him." You know, you never know what kind of shit's gonna happen. That's
I got a
true.
buddy in jail for that right now, telling motherfuckers he wants to kill a judge and he thinks they should too. He's in jail for the next
Or
10
just
years.
threatening?
Just threatening, believe it or not.
Good. I'm
Yeah.
glad they're taking
Talk
that
about
seriously.
Eric.
Yeah. And he got federal. They got him federal too. He just had a 12 years. He's been in there for a few years, and they were gonna move him to a halfway facility and shit. Now the feds have picked up new charges, and he's gonna have to do their time too. So it looks like he's gonna be a while longer. And their shit's solid. The first case was, I hope your brains get splattered onto your kid's head as they watch you die. So he said hope and wish. He could have won that one in court. This one though, no, it was straight up. I want to do it, and I hope you guys do it too.
Well, Toilet Bowl Earth made a whole video threatening worse than that to Machine the other day. I'm shocked that he's still on YouTube and it wasn't reported to the cops. Very graphic, violent, specific, like prolonged, like 5 or 10 minutes worth of it, just over and over.
Yes, they deserve to die.
Off the burden hell.
Like I was shocked that it was on YouTube, and then Toilet Bowl still has a channel. He's still paddling. It blows my mind that somebody could make that kind of threat.
What's up, man?
Fucking Joe. Here we go.
Is there another one?
All right, here comes drug deal
Joe,
number
these
2.
are fucking data sales.
You just sit in the parking lot?
Yeah, yeah. Down here at the
And you wait for
pawn shop.
cops. Smoke weed and chat. That's a good life.
That motherfucker is sitting down on the west
It
side.
is a
just
good life.
chilling, waiting.
He's waiting for a cop so he can film a cop. He's smoking weed while
Waiting
he's
for his
waiting
cop.
for
He's a
the
hunting.
sun to go down, dude.
That's why
Those
he has 10 times more subscribers than most of us.
That's not weed he's smoking right now, though. He doesn't
You
do
have very
blunts.
delicate hands.
He likes blunts for blunts. He doesn't do weed blunts.
That's one of
smokes a
those.
pipe.
What do they call them? Those little,
You got a black and mild
those tiny blunts. There's a name for them. They're like little cigars.
cigarillos.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just smokes those.
Yeah,
so
those are
he's
just black
smoking
and
tobacco
milds.
right now. Yeah. So
Oh shit!
now would be the perfect opportunity for me to ask Joe my question, but he is otherwise occupied. Anybody else see what happened to Carolina? Chuck, did you see it? Jamie?
Who's
What's
Carolina?
Got fucked up pretty bad.
You think she was in the wrong?
I didn't watch the video. I only seen the pictures of her. From what I've heard by credible sources, I would say that should have never taken place, but I haven't seen the video myself.
What are you talking about? Who's Carolina?
Carolina Fort Worth. She's a cop watcher out of Fort Worth, Texas.
She gonna be rich, I'll tell you that.
She was recording the police, and they told her to cross the street because they didn't want her to be that close. She refused and told the cop to tell her why she had to leave. After he warned her that she would be arrested if she didn't leave. And then he reached for her hand as he told her she was under arrest, and she leaned forward, tried to pull her arm away. So he face planted her,
Oh shit!
pulled her arm back, took it out of the socket, and face planted her onto the ground. She starts snoring because she's unconscious immediately, and then he tells her to stop resisting while he handcuffs her, and she's snoring.
Wow.
For all of those out there that don't like Black and Milds, get you some of that because these are the shit.
So if I can steel man the other side of that argument, sorry, Jamie. She they knew who she was because she was always harassing the police by recording them up close and asking them what they're doing and making them explain themselves. And she resisted arrest because she argued with him. She didn't follow his order, regardless if it was unlawful. And then she pulled away her hand when he went to reach for her. And there's even some here. We can go to the extreme. And these people are special. Oh, on the internet, I love these people. They're just such a splash of humanity. There's people who will say she deliberately face planted and didn't even bother trying to defend herself,
Oh,
so
your
that
mic
the
again.
injuries would be worse.
It is in your mic.
Wow.
Am I crackling?
Fading in and out.
Oh, okay.
You
You guys caught that though, right? There's people out there saying she deliberately didn't try to defend herself when she was falling, so to make the injuries worse because she was looking for it.
Well, I don't know why someone would want to do that. That sounds kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why somebody would want to hurt themselves deliberately like that.
I could see the
I mean-
possibility of it. I really can. Oh yeah, absolutely. But your reaction makes my point in that these people don't know her at all. And they're
I would have to
sure of
see
it.
it, though.
They're not saying it's possible. They're saying that's what happened. They're sure of what was in her
Well,
mind.
no, they don't. You can't know what's in someone's head, especially like a stranger from the other side of the internet. They're just speculating, like everybody does on here.
So
I
I'll
believe
say
I
this.
have some unique insight into the mind of a pig, though. I'll rest on that. Go ahead, Jamie.
I'll say this. Like I've said a couple of times, there is no perfect blanket way of thinking, and don't use this on other arguments. But when it comes to what's in someone's mind and what someone is thinking, you can't always gauge it. You can get a roundabout with it. You can get pretty close to it, but you're not going to hit the mark. You can draw conclusions, you can draw assumptions or perceptions or whatever you want to call it, but a lot of the time you can't. You're not that person. I mean, in some situations, not in mundane everyday situations, but situations like heightened, like there's a lot of adrenaline involved, or there's a lot of emotion involved, or it's dealing with a loved one. Like, you can't always tell what someone's thinking. We might like to think that we can, but we don't have, like, even the personality test, it had percentages just now that we just did, right? It had percentages. Like, we're not going to always be able to gauge perfectly the percentages of every mitigating factor of a contextualized situation. It's just not going to work.
What is it? Hey,
Joe, stop showing
who
your
was that?
customer.
What's up, Joe's friend?
Did you?
Joe, what's going
Is that
on?
your
Who is
man?
that guy? Is that your
Joe, you're
pimp?
violating HIPAA.
That's your pimp right there.
That's all we get.
That was wrong.
Well, hi. All right.
Hey, yo, Joe.
Yeah.
Is that your
Back.
pimp coming to collect that money or what?
Joe's dead.
Joe, not only are you giving us data sales, but you're fucking showing the clientele you're violating HIPAA.
Right, they gonna pick him up around the corner.
Yeah, they're gonna grab that motherfucker. You're fucked, dude.
I did about this shit later. Yeah, man. As soon as I left your car, they picked me up. Me too. What the fuck?
They're all talking in the paddy wagon. Hey, did you just see that motherfucker Joe around the corner? Yeah, that son of a
Me
bitch.
too, man. That motherfucker. They watching my live, set me the fuck up. Watching Jeff live. It ain't even my live.
Yeah, you're about to get the 30-second precinct on your fucking live stream. You're about to grow your subs.
It's gonna be good hunting, man. All I hear is sirens out here, bro. It's gonna be good hunting today.
Oh my god, Joe. What the fuck?
Dude, he's a savage
Oh,
when it
man.
comes to the police. He's
Joe.
he's out there in the wild right now. He's in the fucking the
He's in the hunt.
Serengeti.
Joe, you are on the west side, right?
I am, yeah. I'm
That's what I
right
thought.
off Madison and Central. Right off
I
Madison.
know right where you're at.
Actually,
you,
I'm a block east, yeah.
Are you ready for me, Joe?
Yeah, in what capacity? Not that it matters.
Roll
I'm
up.
down.
He's gonna pull up and buy his shit.
Oh,
Your thoughts on
thank God
Carolina?
I'm high. Oh, wow, that shit is really hitting me. I thought we did Carolina. I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, Jamie was making a really good point about how you could maybe somehow get. It's a probability thing. If you're going to make inferences about what's in people's head or what their motivations are, you can get in the range or close to it, but you can't get 100%.
And where does come into play? Emphasis. Whose head
Because
you
they're
kinda
saying
get
that
into?
she deliberately like twisted her
Intense.
body or something to make the injuries worse on purpose, etc. And he's saying,
Well, I didn't want to taint his side of it.
All right.
"Oh, sorry,
Yet,
Objection.
Right. Yeah.
Joe, Joe is good. He's swift. You got to watch that one."
No
All
tape.
right, go ahead. Give your thoughts.
No, we skipped Carolina to do the opiate thing, and then we
Oh,
kind
okay.
of discussed it without you while you were talking to your buddy.
All right. I think that this is
Hey, how
Chicago.
much did you make for him though?
How much you talking to me? Let me
Yeah, I
roll
was
this
just
window up so
wondering
I
how
can
much
hear you
you
better.
Yeah, roll
What'd
that
you
shit
ask?
up. You gotta hear this question. How much money did you hand over to your pimp?
Oh, you a jerk. Fucking roll my window up for that shit.
Yeah, Joe, where you at? Better make payout,
No,
motherfucker.
Get back to Carolina.
Oh, okay. Now you
know
made
they
me
have
think of a
OnlyFans. You don't have
he
to go
made me
sit in your
think of a
car.
story I gotta tell. And there's a lot that I'd spin the camera, but you guys probably seen it by now. Some people, well, they've always sold drugs right on the other side of that gate right there. So some people at one point would park their car here and they kept the jabs in the back of their trunk. And some guy came to rent my dog because I taught my dog to sniff out drugs, and he'd bring me people's packs and shit. and I give him back to him. It was a big laugh. We placed bets.
Nice.
So he knows that the dog can do this. He comes trying to rent my fucking dog to find out which car is in. I'm like, get your dumb ass away from here, man.
Plotting.
All right.
About to make a rip.
Carolina, man. That the fact that he told her she got to get back. I've been having a lot of my last video was about.
Do you want to play the video, Dennis? Is it something you can play?
Yeah.
If you play it and share your screen, I can put it on.
Yeah, go ahead. You can keep talking while I do that, Joe.
I was gonna say CJ Grissom probably got a good version where it's got the body footage. Navin Johnson, if you got Navin's channel.
Navin's got it up.
Yeah, he got it good. He got all the cameras linked with the vocals and everything. Navin did a good job.
All right.
Real quick answer to Jess. Jess, jabs are bundles of heroin, typically 10 bundles to 15 bundles of heroin sold for $100.
I said it. Is that what I said or something? I said jabs.
You
said
they
jabs.
parked their car. That's where they had their jabs in the trunk.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Translate it for me. All right. I think it's insane, man, with the police distance shit. You do not need distance for your safety, blah, blah, bullshit. I see them in restaurants every day, standing in line with everybody else. No one jumps and kills you. So I think that's whole thing is false. Hey, Dutchie, I'm so high, it ain't like I can read what you're saying.
I fucking love you, Joe.
Jamie, can you put Navin's channel in the back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
When you get me and Joe Cool together, you know the jokes are coming, but I'm holding them back.
You already got me pimping out here. I'm being pimped out here. Fuck you mean you hold it back?
Hey, you're taking down cops at the same time you're servicing women, smoking blunts.
There you go.
And
It's a direct link to the video.
I mean, you're basically Superman, Joe.
Oh, you filmed that
and
day
you think
live.
it's cool, like no copyright stuff?
No, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe it was
It's
a
all
fluke.
news information and public camera footage.
Carolina in Fort Worth. Let's-
So
That's what I
Joe,
want to know. How do they
Hold
know
on, let
if they
him
paid or
check
not?
this out.
How do you know if they paid or not? How do you guys know if they paid or not? Oh, they're gonna ignore me too. Help! Rape! Fire! 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 Look at- That's great community relations too. How do you know if they paid or not, ladies? Hey ladies, hey ladies, hey ladies, hey Kruger.
We're busy. Go to the other side of the street.
No, I'm not going to far. There's no investigation, there's no nothing.
You can go to the other side of the street. You're going to get arrested. I'm not warning you
What are you
again.
talking about?
Go to the other side of the street right now.
Wait, tell me what first.
You're under arrest.
No. Okay.
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
She's unconscious. She's not resisting.
Right.
He killed that shit, man. He killed that shit. That's
Yeah,
dope,
no, she
bro.
didn't twist her body a certain way. He fucking whipped her into the ground.
Right.
Yeah, clearly.
And he knows what he's doing. People who say
no,
otherwise
he
are
knows.
either lying or they don't know anything about how the police operate.
You wouldn't fucking in a street fight ever in your life.
I like-
You fucking
Right.
say-
Yeah, or that. Seriously. Seriously.
My understanding, he's already had a few complaints of that nature.
He's already been kicked
Oh,
out
I'm
of the
shocked,
precinct,
Chuck. I
transferred
cannot.
to that.
but
He pulled the
Completely unfathomable.
he pulled the gun on Manuel Mata over a jaywalk.
So go ahead, Joe.
It's like
I've been
hold
asked
on.
to get
Hold
your
on.
thoughts on this matter.
Yes,
Hold
I
on
think
one
that.
sec.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, go, Joe. No.
It makes it funnier the longer it takes it. The funnier it makes
I
it.
mean,
Hey,
I see you, Moose, but
It's
at
like a
some
hockey-
point
it's
he's
like
gonna
a
have to
hockey
talk,
team, bro.
right? You're
It's
gonna
a
have to
hockey
have dinner or something, you know? Go to
I know,
bed,
bro, but
have a whiskey.
last one point. You guys
At
don't
some
understand
point.
that
Come
a
on, let's
hockey
talk.
team has an enforcer on the team. That enforcer is the guy who deliberately does penalties, who deliberately hurts the other team, deliberately like goes out and tries to like do
So you're
harm.
saying that
So I'm
Kruger
saying
is their enforcer?
I'm saying that's a possibility. That's all I was trying to
He's the
say.
pinch
I
hitter.
dig it.
Now,
I
go
dig it.
ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Joe.
I think that that the lie that they're gonna tell is she got so close they were in danger. That's bullshit. It's an absolute myth, and because I live in Chicago, like that stop right there with the police. How many people walked right past within 10 feet? We're right there where you stop at, and it's Chicago, so a lot of people walk the sidewalk. If it's downtown, maybe 100 people walk past. So know that because you're so close, there is danger there. I think people who start there, they're either indoctrinated, which I don't really give them credit for no more. They're guilty. They know what the fuck they're doing. They know that's bullshit, that nobody out there filming has killed a cop, or I'm just filming you to get close enough to stab them. It hasn't happened. It's not a thing. So the whole thing, in my opinion, is built on a fallacy, and it's all insincere arguing with a bunch of liars and shit to start. It feels like I shouldn't be arguing this. And aside from that, yeah, the guy, it's so much, man. The guy
First and
hurts.
foremost, there was no police tape. It was not a crime scene. She was not, without like wrapping it up into too much. She was not out of her legal bounds to fucking stay within that vicinity.
Check this out. I'm glad you
It
said
looked to me
that.
like she was harassing the cops and making it harder for them to do their jobs. And I didn't
Very
like that at
good.
all.
Well,
I had a
very
strong
good.
reaction against
My
her.
man. What was the job that they were doing? Because that's in dispute right now. If you hear her on the tape, she is saying, how do they know? It's
Are they
expired.
accountable to her at all?
Yes.
The police?
Yes.
Yeah. Do they
Yes.
have to answer her questions, or can they ignore her and do their job?
They should
can
have to answer her questions.
Yeah, they can ignore
Well, then
her.
she should go file a complaint and get this cops written up because she has them on
Well,
video.
well,
not
that's
answering
definitely
questions.
happened.
I'm
She's
not
gonna
aware
get
that
some money.
cops are obligated to sit
She's
there
gonna
and-
get some money too.
Well, after this thing,
Joe,
everything
was-
I'm saying is before they put her on the ground. Like,
Hold on
whatever
a sec,
happened
Jack.
after
Hold on,
that,
hold on.
I don't have an opinion on.
Let's. We all know that you think she was in the wrong. I want to know if Joe thinks she was in the wrong.
I think she should have complied.
What crime that's going to come into play? You heard her say that. How do they know their time has expired? It's her contention that they were towing cars. It was a
Okay,
tow
but
truck
that's
out
not.
there.
She's not. They're not accountable to her. She's harassing them and making it harder for them to do their jobs.
That's why
She's
we
not
need to know
just
what their
passively
job
watching
is.
her video. She's
That's an
actively
inferred
interfering with their
emotional
ability to do
argument.
their job.
All right, all
Question.
right.
Hold on. Question, Jeff. What if that the person that's car was there, right? And they put 2 hours on the meter, but it was only 30 minutes in, and all of a sudden the tow truck rolls up, and she just happens to be there, and bam, she films these guys and stops them from stealing this guy's truck or whatever. Like, I mean,
That's not
she
what
could
happened.
potentially be
Well,
doing something.
what happened
That's not
was
what happened.
what
though.
I saw. She asked them, "How do they know when the time is expired, officer?" And they turned their back and ignored her like she's a piece of shit peon. They didn't have
No,
the
that was a
courtesy.
dumb question to me. Of course, they have meters that measure when the time is expired. It's so
I
easy
don't
to
know
show.
how. I pay those things, and I don't know how they know when the time's expired. It's not like that. Now you do it off of your car. You scan something on a
But
pole.
if I was a
you go
cop
to
and a
an app.
random lady on the street started asking me questions about sex, I would not feel like I have a responsibility to answer them.
It would be in your
This
policy.
is why
3
people
different
like you
times.
should not be made into police officers.
It
Well,
would
they
be
won't
in
let
your
me. My IQ is too high.
it would be in the policy 3 different times to be as courteous as you can to that woman. Try to befriend her, win her over. All this is part of their
Right,
policy.
this what Daniel said. She seemed like an instigator to me.
Here, let me ask you.
And when they told her to stand by, I would have just said okay. And she sat there, well, tell me why. Well, what did I do? What did I do?
Why
She
would you do that? You're a
contributed
newscaster.
to her
Why would
situation.
Because
you
she has
shut
a
the
right
fuck
to
up?
sit.
I don't have
to
sympathy
stand
for
there.
her. I have no sympathy.
understand
I
that.
should have left
We
those
know.
cops
Hold on.
alone in the first place.
How many police officers?
Just leave
were
the
on
police alone.
location?
Well, when they're not doing anything, yeah.
Five
How
cops.
many police officers did you see on the location?
In that video,
Yes. How many police officers
I didn't look
did
closely.
you
I
see?
saw the two. It looked like two
Just
girls
a
walking
guess.
from the.
Okay, so two females
And then there was a
and then
guy
male
that
officer that came
at
up,
the
right?
end and threw it to the ground or something.
Okay, so basic numbers: 3 people versus 1. Why couldn't one person?
5.
Well, we're just going to go with 3 right now. The numbers don't really matter, just as long as it's over 1. So you have 2 policemen and you have 1 individual. Why can't 1 policeman, if they know tactical deployment and they understand how numbers work, why can't 1 police officer sit there and talk with the individual and cover the backs of the other police officers? Because if it was officer safety that was the main concern, then 1 person should have kept eyes on the individual while the other officers, maintain positioning with the.
Are you talking
with the
about on
other
the
fucking shit.
sidewalk or when they were?
I'm talking about
walking?
in general. In general, there's 2
I don't know
people.
what in general means. I,
I
only have
think
this
he
one
means
video
why
to
they
go by.
slam her as opposed to just grabbing her or something.
Well, that's not the
No,
part I
you're
had.
telling
I have
her.
an opinion
They
on.
didn't
I
even
have
need
an
to use
opinion on
force at
what
all.
she was doing before all that happened.
Why couldn't one of the police officers?
So you get to
maintain
slam
a fucking
people into the
level of
concrete
pain?
face first when they say things that ask
No,
you
I'm
annoying
sure there's
questions.
going to be consequences for their excessive use of
Yes,
force.
you ask the cops annoying questions, you get your face slammed into the concrete. I got it. Let's go
No,
back to what
that's-
Daniel says. This
That's
is
not
the
what I
crooked
said. I don't
mentality
think
of the
that's what
people.
this
This is
video
the
is
twisted logic of people who think this way. He's contradicted himself in his statement. Either she was looking for trouble or it didn't go the way she hoped. Pick one and then argue, and then I'll
No,
respond.
I think she was looking for trouble. It looked like she was
So then
provoking and
so then it went
harassing the cop.
exactly
She was
how
trolling the
planned
cop.
it then.
I'll give you
She
that,
got
Jeff.
exactly what you wanted.
Okay, Joe even gave it to me. There, thanks, Joe.
Okay,
But that's
well,
the
don't you
only
think
part
that
I'm
police
reacting. That's the
officers-
part that it provoked the strongest reaction to me. Everything that happened after that, other than the fact that when they told her to stand back, I would have just stood back, and she didn't. I don't have an opinion on that point forward. I was only talking
Don't you
about
think
when she was
That
questioning the two cops that were walking.
That's convenient, isn't it?
it is. So let's
That's what
start
I
there.
said from the start. Whether you call it
Let's-
convenience or what, I've been consistent from the time I opened my mouth
Well,
on
let's
this video.
start there
You
and
just,
go
if I have a
forward.
different opinion than you'd like me to have, that's what you reacted to. But I stand by what I said, and it's consistent. You can go back and watch the stream.
I'm happy with your opinion.
All right, let's
It's
start from
convenient for
there, though.
you.
Afterwards,
It is what it is.
after
It's an authentic opinion.
after she decided that she was going to keep following them and telling them, you're just going to ignore me, fire, you're just going to ignore me,
Yeah.
really? And then the guy comes up and he says, if you don't leave, you're under arrest. What do you think? You probably have to know a couple laws to have a good opinion on that one.
Well, I know that
Nah.
he told her to stand back or something, and she didn't, and she
Yeah.
lost my sympathy right there.
She should do what he says.
Yeah,
Why?
I
There you
would.
have it.
Unless I have
mean-
a reason not to. If a cop told me to stand back, I would stand back. I could still talk to him and film whatever.
Yeah,
But I wouldn't sit there and say no or why. Tell me
I-
what I did.
Do you know why?
Because that would
would-
escalate. That would the likelihood to escalate it more. By doing
Meaning
that.
he'd hurt you.
didn't try
You'd
and
stand back.
de-escalate
So
it
he
all.
doesn't
If
hurt
I'm
you.
in an encounter with a cop, I'm invested in having it go as peacefully as possible. So I'm going to do my part to make that
That's
happen.
why I
And
stand back.
standing
Okay.
back, it doesn't
Right.
cost me anything to
Right.
stand back and keep the escalation level.
Yeah, it does.
Where
It costed you your fucking submission to unlawful orders. It did.
It-
cost
I don't
you
have a
to
problem
confer it as a
submitting
caution.
to a legitimate authority at all.
It costs you
that's
your
not been an
audio,
issue for me.
Jeff. That's why most people don't do it. It costs you your audio. They push you back far enough where you can't record any other sound, and that's in the right. You can record audio
Oh,
and
that's
video.
what she was.
That's why they push
Well,
you
I
back.
didn't. At that point, I would have said, "Well, just make sure I'm in audio. I'll stand back, but I need to make sure that I'm still capturing the audio."
But
She
now you're
said,
giving them
"I
stipulations
will
on
stand
lawful
back,"
orders that you said that were lawful.
and she said,
You
"I
can't do
will
that.
stand back, but first tell me why." And he arrested her.
It's not a negotiation and interrogation.
You said you do it. You said you say.
No,
will
I said
stand
I
back.
would inform them that yes, I will. She was questioning them. I wasn't going to question them. I would say yes, I will stand back, but I need to make sure the audio is still capturing you. So I'm informing them that I'm still going to be in a distance to catch the audio. If that's what her concern
No,
was,
that's a slick
that's how
move.
I would have got around
That's
that concern.
slick. That's very slick. I don't know if it would have worked. That guy and cops and knowing cops well, and that cop, how elevated he is, the type of guy he is. It doesn't in there. He's not a nice guy. Would he say, "Sure, sir, I don't mind you filming"? That's not what follows. What follows is, "Good, stand back by that pole 50 feet away. We're doing something over here, and your audio's gone."
But am I legally allowed to have the audio? 'Cause
You
I
are,
would tell,
yes.
I would insist that I have the audio. Like I'm gonna go at a distance as long as I have the audio, because legally
Yes.
I'm allowed to have the audio.
You think they're going to negotiate with you? Like you really think that?
Well, I don't know, but it certainly would not the way she did, where she's like, "Why? Tell me what I did. Tell me what I did." They chose the wrong adventure there. I would choose a different
Clearly,
page.
we can tell by the outcome that her shit was the wrong move.
I am very respectful of cops. I'm very cooperative with them.
But do you care
cops
about
don't have the
people who are
effect on
not?
me that they have on. Huh?
But why? What?
I
you
have
know,
friends that are cops. I used to teach kids that became cops. I have people in my family that were going to be cops. Like cops have never been this.
Do we all got to agree
Which is
with
why
you?
it's perfectly acceptable that you slam an old lady face first into the concrete and knock her out, and then tell her to stop
Absolutely.
resisting while she's lying
You're
there snoring.
attributing a position.
come
an opinion
on,
to
don't
me
you
that I did
understand?
not state. You're tied.
She had it coming. She was wrong,
If that's
too.
what you're upset about, fine, but don't tie that to me. I
No, no.
specifically said I have no opinion on what happened from that point. I am sure there will be consequences for the use of force in that situation.
That doesn't
That does
absolve
not
you.
negate the opinion on everything I have up to that point.
But he has very
Right,
strong
You tried
opinions
to
about
tie
an
me to that
old lady
issue.
that asks
You're
cops
doing
questions.
it in vain because I have no opinion on it.
He should tie you to that issue. It does not absolve you.
That is
because
a
you said-
separate issue for me from what I'm
but
commenting
it's a
on.
logical leap. It's a logical conclusion.
It's not one that I'm making,
a
and so I
logical
don't want people
inference.
attributing it to me.
Well, this is life, and people, make certain assumptions. If you're saying, I love
Yeah, but
cops,
these
all
people
my
know
friends
better.
are
They're
cops, you
capable
make
of more.
assumptions.
Well, he watched a video of an old lady being brutalized by a pig.
I
And
didn't
his-
see. I
and
didn't
it-
see
the
her as an
opinion-
old lady being bruised, so I'm not going to
See?
adopt that.
He didn't even
framing
see
of
it.
her.
You
First of all,
said
she's
you
not
didn't
an
And then
old
see
so
lady. She
I'm
might
just
even
going to
be
have to
younger
finish
than
my
me.
sentence, and then you can argue against
You
it,
didn't
right?
see an old
And
lady in the
there were
video.
things
and
she
so-
has agency, just like with the addiction. There were
and all
things
his
she could
opinion
have
of it
done,
was
choices she could
all
have
the things
made
that she did
to
wrong.
make that situation.
He's telling
go a
you right now
different
as he's
way.
screaming
no
over me.
sympathy for her. Not old lady. Not victim. No sympathy.
He watched that video
Damn.
and saw all the things the old lady did wrong.
Wow.
That's your old lady, not mine. I didn't see an old lady in that video. So we watched two different videos.
Is it
Damn.
sympathy or is it empathy?
It's a lack of both.
No, it's sympathy.
I don't have for her. I have both. None. Neither
You
do
have
I.
sympathy for the pig, Jeff. This is the problem.
I have sympathy for the cops that were legitimately trying to do their job.
Oh yeah, it was real legitimate when her face hit the floor.
Again, you taking me part of the video that I'm.
Well, I mean that's how they chose to do their
Well,
job,
you
Jeff.
need
This
to have
where
this conversation with somebody other than me. 'cause
he
I have
only
nothing
has an
to say
opinion
about
all the
that
way
part
up
of the
until the
video.
point that her face hit the concrete, ladies and
Dennis,
gentlemen.
I know you're
Jeff,
bright
let
enough
me
to
ask
get
you a
this.
question.
Then he's got nothing to say about the whole situation.
He did
Jeff,
say
let me
that
ask you an honest
the
question.
cops
Do you
will come
think that
to
the
account,
officer could have?
for excessive force. So I think that's an
It looked
opinion.
to me what it looked to me like he didn't realize that the amount of force he used. That when they saw what they're like, oh shit.
Oh no! But get the fuck! Come on!
But
He
just
didn't
like
know
we're
the
not going to
amount of
go into
force
her
that he
head and
used?
assume her intent. I can't go to the
No, I
cop's
can
head
show
and
you
know
with
that he
visible
deliberately
proof.
meant to. Cause that would be stupid for a cop to
I can show you
deliberately
visible
body
proof
slam
as
a
well as
lady onto a
training.
sidewalk.
Jeff, I can give you the data to prove and solidify the argument that he absolutely 100% unequivocally knew the amount of force that he was using, as well as
You knew it was in his head. We don't know it was in the
No, I
lady's
can-
head,
I
but
can
you know
put
it's in the cop's head. I am already
training.
skeptical of you because
if you let me finish this, I could explain it to you and you might empathize or baseline it with me. The training that he gets in the 18 months of going to the fucking police academy, you are trained with the amount of force that you use. You are trained to assess and assert a proper amount of force, equal or lesser force. Even I know that. So for whatever argument's sake you want to argue, to say that he was unaware of the amount of force that he implemented at that
That's not
time,
what I said.
if that is the case, that is exactly
No.
what you said.
No, I said intent, not awareness. Intent. That he deliberately, intentionally applied additional force to cause her face to smash and be injured.
We can't argue
100%.
that.
What you
Do
said a
you
minute ago.
believe that he intentionally threw her to the ground, applied enough force
Yeah,
to do that?
I don't know if he meant for her to hit the ground, but he definitely applied force to her and intended something. Whether it was to her to
Oh my
be
God.
pushed back
Yeah,
or
can
to lay on the ground, I think he definitely intended something when he applied the force.
And it was
I
all
think
appropriate.
the outcome
He intended to-
was
he intended
different
to
than he
put
probably
that bitch
intended.
in
But
her
again, I
place.
don't know his intent, and neither does anyone else.
We
So
don't
his
know.
intent could have been
We're assuming.
completely appropriate given the evidence that we have.
I don't know why his intent would be to deliberately to injure her like that, because that would end his career. Like that would be a
Real
Not
quick, Jeff.
really,
Real
not
quick.
really.
I just want to get your opinion on this, real quick.
40-year-old
I'll tell you. I'll tell you that I think it was deliberate and he wanted to hurt her. That's not the point. I want your opinion. Do you think it's possible? But you said you didn't see how he could possibly. That wasn't really an answer. You see, you're essentially saying yes, he intended to use an appropriate amount of force, and he thought he was being appropriate.
Maybe, or possibly he maybe got a little, like there might have been a little bit of temper or frustration there. So I'm even going to grant that maybe he went over what he even realized was the appropriate. Maybe not intentionally, but
Dennis,
Okay.
you remember that video?
I
you
think
made
probably he had the best intentions in his professional role of I'm going to get her back, and it probably got a little escalated within him and caused him to go outside of even the bounds he intended. But I don't think he intended her to end up injured like she did. That would just be a weird intent to have to me,
I would assume that he's
especially when he's
gotten.
being filmed.
I take back my
pulled
sympathy
away.
comment then. That was unfair.
assume He's gotten away with that a lot of times. That would have been my assumption. He's gotten away with it a lot of times where he think he can throw
Yeah.
her on the face and nothing would happen. That'd be my assumption.
Yeah, yes, this is locus of control, personal agency, personal responsibility, everything everybody says they value until it's a situation where they have a chance to exploit somebody's victimhood.
It's not a fault to record the police up close.
No, that's not a.
It's her responsibility and accountability, but it's not her fault.
Yeah. I think his issue.
It's her virtue. I appreciate that she does what she
fault and
does.
blame. I'm not even a fault and blame person.
No, I'm just addressing Daniel. He called it fault.
I'm just saying what her
Not you,
role in the
Daniel.
situation could be.
Yeah, I was talking to Daniel. He called it
okay.
fault.
Oh.
And anyone else out there who used the term fault,
But I do agree
submit
with
that
Daniel
same
that
argument.
Can I ask you a question?
We're factoring in the
Yeah,
personal
you
agency
could all
that I
we
think
could all
would
stay
be
home, or we could just suck the
minimized.
cop's dick and do whatever they say whenever the hell they say it, and we'll never get in trouble for it.
I still
I
have my
agree.
blue hanky.
Who gives a fuck? That's not making a point about anything.
It's making the point I want to make, which I'm allowed
Jeff,
to do.
do you
on my
think
show.
that he applied? Do you think that he applied the proper tactic in a situation like that, given the circumstances of her being 1, overweight, 2, a female, 3, highly aged, and 4, being physically overpowered? Do you think that he may have overdid things given those assessments of the situation that cops make on a moment-to-moment basis all the time, the whole time that they're on the force?
I don't know what his specific training is, but just as a lay person glancing at that one, it looked to me like he might have gone a little over.
It
You are
hurts
very
you to say that
generous.
he went over. It hurts you to say he went over the line, doesn't it?
I don't like some investigators going to watch that video and they're going to know the line and they're going to be able to
I
see.
can
But since I
guarantee
don't
you
know
this
the
is a
line, to
slam
me,
dunk.
where I think the line would be, to me, he went
Pun
a little
intended.
over where I think the line should be.
I didn't even see that when I said there. Slam dunk. Man.
Hang on, Binks. Oh, are you in mine? Here it is.
See, to
Should
me,
be
the way
pinned.
the police interact with the public is extremely important, and they are accountable to exactly how Carolina treated them. When she walked up to them and asked them a question, and they deliberately ignored
They're
her
not
and walked
obligated. I
away.
would have probably done the same thing. They're not obligated to.
I'm
If she
sorry, that
was
was giving my
sincerely
opinion,
wanting
my
to answer
bad.
that question, it would have taken.
I didn't know
a
he was
different
asking for
approach
your
me
opinion
than
by
what
saying
she-
denizen.
Do what?
Yeah, he said he was giving his
Get the
opinion,
fuck
not
outta here,
yours.
Danny.
Did anybody know Toichi 444?
Yeah, Zatoichi's
Yeah,
Am I gonna get porn bombed?
not if
Nice.
it's the real him.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, I'm letting you on, Zato.
Yeah, that's him.
All right.
How are you?
What's
What's going
up?
on, man?
Listen, man, what happened to Carolina is bullshit because of one very simple fact, and that is that she was well within her First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights, according to the Constitution of the United States. And that guy laid hands on her for a crime that had not been committed at that point. And then he throws her to the ground. And did you see her face afterwards? What the black and blue?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looked ugly.
I mean, that was not deserved for what she did. She can yell at them all day long. She can call them pig motherfuckers. And
Legally, she can, Jeff. She can yell at them all day long, legally, and call them names and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm saying it made me not like her, and it made me think she was.
But that doesn't give them the right to put hands.
She was
on
interfering with doing their jobs, which to
No,
me
she was
shouldn't be a
not.
problem.
She was not.
Wait a minute. When,
Go ahead,
when he
Chuck.
said,
Chuck, been quiet. Yeah.
the only thing I saw is when he said you're under arrest. He went to try to put the cuffs on her. And
Okay,
she yanked away
wait. Let
from
me
him.
stop you right there. Once again, I don't know. I'm gonna end this conversation or back out of it soon if I can't get this point made clear. I am talking about the two cops walking and what she was doing, asking them about how do you know. That's the part of the video I'm talking about, not the pushing to the ground part. What
We're
I'm talking
trying to
about.
move the conversation a little bit. That's all.
I was
We
trying to
get
talk
what
about
you're
that
talking
too.
about.
That was what I was going to. That's what I was addressing while I was talking.
Because I cannot follow this conversation. It is overwhelming my little autistic mind. I'm going to back out and go on mute and let the rest of you continue. But I've stated my opinion, so don't keep dragging me back into it because I have nothing new to say. And for my own mental health, I just need to take a break on this one.
So there was only one person that caused loss, injury, or harm to anyone in that whole situation. So that should tell you who's in the wrong.
The word.
Oh, what's up? Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff said interfering, and I'm not asking you to comment, Jeff. Jeff said interfering. That is not true. Interfering, which is, I assume, why he arrested her. If it was interference, it requires one, physical. Mostly, it must be physical.
Yes.
There are two others. If you threaten to hurt the officer, or you step in between him and the person that he's investigating. She's done none of those. So by my interpretation, no chance that she interfered.
That's right.
Yeah.
She got fucked up for nothing.
She got fucked up because he's a sadist. He's the type of guy that pulls a gun on you for jaywalking. Who does that? And he did it to Manuel Mata before he did that to her.
Oh, what? You know about this cop's history?
Well, I know who Manuel Mata is. I've been at both of my friends of mine. And I knew he pulled a gun and on him for that. Manuel talked about it.
Hi.
Hey, who's that?
Binks, my favorite.
Binks,
Jew.
baby.
What's up?
That's good.
What's
Jew
good?
crew in the house.
What you see, Binks?
Get your shekels out. Get your shekels out.
It's just
It's always about the shekels.
All right, so I have a not a different opinion on this, but everybody knows my position on law enforcement. I am very pro-cop. I'm a bootlicker. I am
Badge Bunny.
a badge
Jeff
bunny,
backed out.
whatever.
We need you. Jeff backed out. We're gonna need this.
But okay, so
What
here's
happened?
my take on it. Apparently, from what I've heard, these Carolina and the cop had previous interactions,
Yeah.
and he's also had previous disciplinary actions on him. From what I've heard,
Yeah.
for same shit. I am not okay. So listen, I am pro cop, right?
Yeah.
However, I think this cop in particular has a lot of issues. However, I'm gonna say, if somebody's following me around at 3:30 in the morning to antagonize me and record me on my job,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a little heated too. And when I say, listen, I don't have to answer you, because he doesn't have to answer to her. She's
Hey.
not involved in it. Hold on a second.
No, I was
not
gonna say
involved-
you're right. So
Wait, let her
Yeah.
talk. Let her talk. Let her talk.
I am.
But like, it's the thing of like, you put yourself in these positions where you're being the aggressor, but you're expecting somebody to not protect themselves or retaliate. I mean,
That is
honestly,
the
if you think
exact
about it,
truth. Yes, we expect that. Yes, that's why we do it. We expect you to not be aggressive or retaliate. Or if it does,
I'm talking about. But if you're a normal person walking down the street at 3:30 in the morning, and somebody's recording you and harassing you, you're the
I'd
victim.
probably expect to get shot. Yeah.
Right. But the thing is that these people were trying to do their jobs. They were there for a reason. You have this fucking crazy lady with a camera at 3:30 in the morning with her fast talking and her and her retardation.
Their
right?
job,
I'm sorry,
Binks, is to
but
let
like,
her film and protect her right to film. That is their literal job, to make sure she can curse and film at 3 o'clock in the morning. That is their job under the law. If they're going to do
Crazy
their
lady
job.
they know on a first name basis too, by the way.
But like, here's the okay.
He called her
people-
Carolina
nobody's
before he
trying-
face planted her as being a threat to the operation.
Nobody's trying to take your right away, but like, I'm saying, any person though, if somebody's approaching you at 3:30 in the morning, it's a human nature thing to get hype.
Yeah, but if you're a public
Literally, people are trying to take that right away. I'm not sure what you're talking about when you say
I don't
no
know where
one's trying
you're
to.
living, but where I'm living, nobody's trying to take that right away from me. Like,
They're literally passing laws making it illegal to record the police, to be within a certain distance of them, and not every. And this hasn't even made it to the Supreme Court yet. There's whole regions in this country where it's being criminalized.
okay, but here's my point though. Antagonizing it, doing it that way isn't the right way. Yeah, you have the right to do that, but why would you do that?
You don't have the right, because if I use it, that's why you think you have the right, because you haven't tried to flex it. Go up and film a cop at 10 feet away and see if you have the right. Test the theory. Even be quiet and polite as you can, because you're telling me you have the right, and I'm telling you you don't. You only think you do.
I can go out. I can do that
I
right
do it.
now.
I do it all the time, and be quiet from distances further away than 10 feet. And I am threatened, and all sorts of crazy shit happens. You know it, because I built a channel on that shit. I don't walk up and call nobody names ever. I've never done that shit. Never do that. They always approach me, and I always stay respectful distance. Officer, you got one behind you, officer. I go the extra mile, and they still fuck with me. You do not have the right to film them.
I saw a video with you in it once, and I fucking laughed for like 2 hours. You were yelling at a cop somewhere, and you're like, "Yeah, interrogate these nuts, N-word."
It looks like there was a Supreme Court ruling recently
an hour.
that
Like I literally laughed for an hour. But like I'm saying, like here's what I'm saying. What if those officers were responding to like a rape or an attack, and they're being distracted by some retard behind them, filming them, yelling and being like
There's the
obnoxious?
laws. There are laws for that. What you do is you have if you're responding to that, you have a crime scene, and the law tells you have to put up something. It doesn't tell you tape. It suggests tapes, horses. It has a whole list of things that it suggests to put up to delineate your crime scene. The cop can tell you push you off your crime scene and put up something, but they no one's claiming that
it
that
looks like there
happened.
was a Oh, thanks, Jonathan. It looks like there was a Supreme Court ruling in 2022 which limited the rights of the public to film the police. I'm trying to find the details of it.
Because people
Yeah,
are ruining
I
it
love
for
to
other
see
people.
that.
You have these idiot auditors out there that aren't doing it.
Crocker versus Beatty.
They're honestly, they want to fight. They want this shit to happen.
Yeah,
If
they
you
looked to
get
me
a
like they
question-
were power testing, like limit
and like
testing.
that's the thing though. Like you can go out. I've seen very many peaceful filmings. Many of them
Yeah,
where they, the cops are like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Don't be a
I got
dick
a
about
million
it.
of those. Yeah, I got a
Right.
million
And
of
that's
those.
the
Yeah.
thing. Like, it's the way you fucking conduct yourself. And it's these people like this that are ruining it for you guys that are doing it the right way.
I don't
Binks,
think
why
I
do
don't
you
think
think
that
he?
anymore.
Why do you think he arrested her? Why do you think he got out of his car?
Oh, good question. Good
But he was
line.
already
And
he
this
was
isn't
already
a trap.
there.
This is I've already said my opinion. I just want to know what you think. I want to understand how you're thinking about this. Say again.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
what?
from what I've seen, they were already there. She pulls up on them and starts walking it behind them, yelling.
Why did he get out of
whatever.
his car though?
Hold on a
Kruger, the
second. Hold
guy,
on.
the guy. Yeah,
Okay.
Kruger, the male. Why'd he get out the car? Is what he's asking.
Yeah, why did he get out of the car?
Well, I don't know. There were 3 of them there. My first question when I saw this incident was, why didn't the female officers handle her?
Very good. Me too. I said that.
They were
Like,
ignoring
I
her
really
because
don't
they know
know
who she
why.
is. Because they know who she is, and they think she's a crazy old lady at 3 a.m. harassing them instead
Well,
of
I
a
mean,
citizen asking
she
them
is, though,
questions.
and that's the thing. I think she's harmless, but it doesn't give anybody the right to literally be aggressive to anybody else, regardless if it's your right or not.
So
How
we're talking
would
about
she be
Kruger
Okay, I'm
now,
not sure.
right?
I'm not sure where you're
With
inserting
rights
that, but
comes responsibility, and that's where I think
do,
she fell short.
do you have no idea why the cop got out of the car?
Does it matter? They were on a call.
I think it matters if you're no. He's not responding to the call. He's responding to Carolina. The call's happening on the other side of them.
And apparently the 2 female officers weren't concerned with the call at that point because they were walking away from her and from everything.
Right.
Well,
Right.
but
This
I'm
is
not, and I'm not
this is
saying, like,
away. This is away from the incident that's
I
happening.
know.
This incident.
Hang on, I'm not done. Hang on. So what I'm saying is, I'm not admonishing him for anything because he has it. Apparently, he has a history of this, and it really wasn't the best way to go about it. He didn't really have to go that hard. However, what I'm saying is, there's equal responsibility in this. If you're gonna get,
Okay, Binks.
hang on,
I'm not
Let
trying to
her-
get you to
Wait,
prove.
let her
Yeah, but she's not
Hang
answering my
on.
question,
Well, why
and
would
I'm
you
not trying to
Please
get her to
finish.
prove her point. I'm not trying to attack you.
But you're
I'm trying to get
attack
out.
me, bro.
I'm trying to
An
understand how
answer.
you think by asking you a question, and you're not answering it.
I'm getting there.
Okay. Forgive me.
If you allow me to get there.
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor. My apologies.
Thank you. My point is that there's 2 responsible parties here. Not one is more responsible than the other. Both parties made really huge mistakes.
And why'd he get out the car?
Right.
It doesn't matter though. Like,
Yes,
That's
it
his
matters to me.
question that you just
though.
said
It
you'd
doesn't.
answer.
It matters to me.
Whether-
Listen, I don't know and I don't care are valid answers, but I'm trying to understand you.
But you're not letting me go though. Like you keep interrupting me, and then I lose my train of thought.
I thought you were done there. I
I'm
thought
not
you were done.
No, if I'm still
He
talking,
did.
I'm not done.
Something happened.
weren't
He
And it
didn't
was
get
Joe
out of
that
the
interrupted
car.
you. But
Is there
go ahead.
something I
You
can
know what,
do?
Dennis?
Like, can I
We're gonna
Say-
get this
backstage
on
people
that.
or
He
something?
put 2
Say,
minutes on the clock.
don't interrupt her until she says I'm done, please.
We're gonna fight, Dennis, and we're gonna fight outside.
No, we don't have to fight. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Oh my god.
We're gonna fight.
Wait,
outside.
no,
We're
this
gonna
is
fight.
important. Let's work this out. Dennis, you agree to that, and
I'm
then I
just
can
kidding, though.
backstage
Like-
you if you want.
You're an idiot.
Oh, I would love to fight with
Dennison
Binks.
knows-
Are you kidding me?
No, Dennison knows me.
I
We
fantasize
were-
about it. I'm trying to say I'm not trying to argue with her right now. I'm really genuinely trying to understand where she's coming from. So
Will you,
I can
will
let
you
her go for as
go
long.
until she says I'm done.
My
Yeah,
mom
yeah,
She's
yeah.
aware of
Let's.
that.
Okay.
That's why
All
she
right.
won't answer your question. She's aware.
I
You too,
believe
Joe.
I believe
Everybody
that to be
hush.
the case as well, Joe. But we should
Uh,
try and
What
let
was
her do
what
it
was the
anyway.
case? What was the
Agree.
case?
Give him the floor, Jeff. Yeah, let them go. Get out.
Wait, what'd you say, Joe?
You
What
get
was
to
the
talk until you say I'm done. That's the agreement, so that we can
Yeah,
understand your
that's fine.
answer.
But
Okay.
so I'm not putting blame on the cop or her. I'm saying they're equally guilty in this situation. Every situation is different, regardless of why he got out of the car or not. The fact of the matter is, he was still there. Who has a kazoo?
I don't know. Was that a
Oh wait,
soundboard?
no, I'm not done yet. Don't answer. What I'm saying is, it's situations like this that make it hard for cops and auditors. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I am pro cop, but I also see what was fucked up about this situation. Okay, I'm done. Dog
Okay.
pile.
So what? No. Listen. We are already not going to agree. You and I have had this conversation. I'm trying just to understand you at this point. Yeah. So this is me over it, and just trying to understand other people. Are you saying you have no idea why he got out of the car?
No, I don't. I don't even know why they were there.
Okay.
There was a parking spot or something. I don't know.
It seemed
Right.
like retaliation to me.
So, yeah. I don't.
Well, you guys keep missing one key. You guys keep saying he got out of the car and slammed her. He only slammed her, and I'm not saying this right. He only slammed her after he had her arms behind her back, said you're under arrest, and she jerked away from him. And then that's when he grabbed her and slammed her.
But was
Right.
the arrest lawful?
No.
Was
Well,
it a
the
lawful
place to
arrest?
fight that would be court, not on the street.
Thank you, Chuck.
Because otherwise, the cops can slam your old lady ass into the concrete, and it's your own damn fault.
Now you're just being.
You brought it on yourself. You shouldn't have been there.
Sensational.
You shouldn't have asked them questions. You shouldn't be so close. And if they tell you have to leave a place, where you're legally allowed to be, you should just do it anyway. Suck it up. Otherwise, I'm gonna break your fucking face and pull your arm out of the
Yes,
socket.
I trust
you
that
dumb
cops
old
have
bitch.
reasons for the request that they make of me. So part of it is trusting in the authority that you invest in the state, that you agree to invest.
That's working out fantastic for the nation right now. Keep trusting them authorities.
I'd rather have cops than
we're
not
doing a
have cops.
bang up job.
But most cops are doing a bang up job, though. It's just the bad ones that we hear about and that are shoved in our face.
Ooh,
The bad ones are the other cops that showed up. Those two women cops, the other two cops that showed up, those are the bad cops.
The women?
What did the
Yes.
women do?
Well,
they looked horrified when it happened.
Well, this is the reason all of this occurred is because those women walked away, because they sense her as harassing her. It's because it's built in. They don't like people who show them defiance, and that's all that was built into it. The first thing that started this was them women not being courteous. If you see it any different, I beg to differ. They didn't ask her questions. She still thinks she's a human being. They have her prejudged and she is not. That's what started this shit. And I was fucking forgot the second.
Go back to Daniel's comment to me, please, Jeff. Highlight that again. I'm being disingenuous. You're projecting. You're the one who's cutting out half of it so you can have your cake and eat it too.
I like cake.
Yeah, but you cut out the other half and eat the other half.
I don't, though. I don't. I explain it. You're literally not listening to me, and you're only projecting your side of the argument. Because you're the one who won't accept the whole thing in its totality. I explain everything from start to finish.
Yeah, but I was honest. I was upfront about that.
Fair enough,
I didn't
my
try
friend.
to pretend. And
Fair enough, my antler-wearing friend.
Flo, when would this have happened? At birth, at school? Like when do we like sign a form saying we agree to have cops?
What link?
That doesn't happen with any of the laws you were born under. You were born under
I'm
a
okay
nation
with
with
cops.
laws. I'm so sorry if you can't cope with that. But that is the reality of humans.
My bad, guys. I'm posting the link.
If I started my own society, there would be a need for cops. I'm okay with cops. But if they hurt someone, they would pay a higher price than if a citizen hurt someone. It wouldn't be
Right,
none
you're
of this
held at a different
qualified immunity
standard.
shit.
Yeah. You're
Can I
held
That
at a
was
ask
what
different
that
standard.
can I ask
Supreme
a
Court
genuine
ruling.
Let
It
me
question?
granted them
interrupt
some
real
form
quick.
of limited qualified immunity when it comes to this public filming thing.
All right, let me
Can I ask
interrupt
a
real quick.
genuine question?
Hold on, Binks. Hold on. Important. Everyone go subscribe to the Spit Cup. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're such a whore, Jamie.
The
Don't worry about it. Quiet
I
down.
am a whore too. Everybody subscribe to Denizen. Hit that
I
like
already
button.
am subscribed to all you.
And all of the channels should be in the
What
video
about the
description, so you can
opposite?
find it
Bunny
there too.
slut you.
I'm a badge bunny. Get it right. So
The
here's
Spit
my
Cup is the
question, right?
best thing on YouTube.
I am. So here, and this is a
Not
genuine
you.
question. I'm not like being a dick.
Binks.
So like when you guys hear of cop shooting or like people shooting cops, inside like do you secretly in like haha motherfucker like? Is there
Not usually,
No.
no. Usually it's
cops?
it
No.
makes me like the only part that annoys me is how counterproductive it is toward holding police accountable, because I feel just as much for the cops and their family as I do for the people they.
I can't lie though. I do what Jeff and Binksy are doing. I assume it was the cop's fault and he did something to deserve it. Even if it's not him, I assume it's directly, but even if it's not, he's done nothing to stop all these abusive cops. They can't seem to arrest nobody unless it comes out in the newspaper. You let them get away with murder. So as Malcolm X said, chickens coming home to roost. You're fostering an environment where people actually do want to hurt you. But usually it's because the cop is playing God or something. He had a gun, which is absolutely constitutionally legal, and you kill him. Or the guy stolen the car, he's trying to run off. Cop jumps in front of the car and executes him. Your body can't stop a car. You wanted to kill that young man. That's the way I be thinking.
Welcome, Lily.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lily.
Hi. Do any
This
of you
is-
up here hate?
It's like an eclipse.
Wait, let me hear Lily.
Stop it. I just wanted to see the screens fill up. It's like you was missing a spot.
Oh, we have
I'm gonna
9
cam
now.
up.
We have a Brady Bunch grid. You're in the corner.
Oh, that didn't work.
I'm gonna move around.
Yeah. That's cool as shit. I like it.
I like to have my cam people visible. There, let's do this.
Oh my goodness.
He put the bottom on the bottom. That's fucked up.
Jamie, you're
Hey,
the
I'm
best bottom ever.
Oh, I was first place. That was a good one. I'll be second. I'll be second fiddle.
See what G
you
says?
could be first. When I'm on a panel, I look in the upper left corner and I assume that's who the host is. So that's the only
Blood Moons make an appearance more than Lily.
Hey man,
Welcome,
y'all
Lily. What do you have to say?
Out.
What are your thoughts on this?
I don't know, because when I was
Okay.
entering the studio, the last thing I heard was, my question is, and then it took me over to the studio and I didn't hear the question.
We were talking about Carolina. Have you seen what happened to her?
Carolina as a person?
Yeah, Carolina, Fort Worth.
No.
No, I don't know what happened to her.
She's a person who films the police, and was in the process of doing so, she got thrown to the ground and she got injured.
Oh,
Really
she's an auditor, one of them auditor people. Is she
Yes.
American auditor or British auditor?
American. I see you know a lot about this shit.
Well, shit, if that's knowing a lot, then we in trouble.
Most people aren't aware that British even have auditors, so you're ahead of the game already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well-
Try it, Jonathan.
We
I
care
did hear
about
you
race.
saying something about that. It sounded like,
Good morning.
yeah,
Jerry.
because I was the one that said, oh yeah, the old classic Stop Resisting. Yes, we know that well. All about this Stop Resisting. So from what I heard in the snips and clips was that the girl was knocked the fuck out snoring and shit. And she still got the good old Stop
Stop
Resisting,
resisting.
man.
Let's sprinkle some crack on her, Johnson, and let's get out of here.
Sprinkle some crack on her.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yep, boy, they got that shit down pat, boy. And even if you catch them on camera, guess what? Not guilty, bitches. Not guilty. So it don't. So what did I think? Oh shit! I think it go like it be going.
Yeah, word.
I mean, to be fair, he was afraid of his life.
Okay, I'm taking my no women energy rule back. Lily saved all
I'm
of
gonna
you.
take that
You're
as a
bringing the heat
compliment.
now. Bringing the heat, lady.
She's the savior.
Here she is. She's redeemed all women.
What?
Just,
Oh, that's a pretty
inside
lady
joke
bird
from
right
earlier
there, boy. Them
today.
bitches is crazy. I cannot save them hoes. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. It's nothing I can do with that. Come on now. That's a, ooh, that was heavy. You slid that one in there like it was cool. No. Go back. No, all women, boy, ain't no such thing. Don't put me over there through crazy bitches. We all gonna be fucked
She's
up.
gone.
Oh my God,
Somebody
Chiba
got to have
Scott.
consent, honey. Somebody got to take accountability. So I don't know if it's a name for the ones who know better than the narrative, but it's got to be right. You got to have a name like the no nonsense ones, or the I ain't going for that dumb shit. Or
I
I
like
don't want
that,
to
the
be
name.
fucking.
Not going for
I
the
don't
dumb
want to go
shitters.
for the. Wait a minute. I don't want to be independent. I don't want 50-50. I don't want that shit. I'm not picking up a goddamn thing. No, I can't fix the car. I can't do none of that shit. Come here.
They
That's
call
them. That they want
She's
that
just here to
shit.
chill.
they call them trad wives, traditional women.
What is
Yeah,
a traditional woman?
Well,
I want to
damn,
try
I
her.
can't go with that one either. I'm about to get a whole brand new one because ain't nothing traditional going on over here. I'll tell you what, I can't prove it. I cannot prove traditional because they're gonna be like, nah, Lily's a wild card. I'm more like a wild card.
You're,
However,
you're single?
traditional and hard.
You're
I want it
single?
to be like it. No, I
You,
ain't single. Are you crazy? Who would let a woman like me be single? That's not a
as
thing. No.
any
I've been with the
guy,
same dude for like 25, 20-some years.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot that Trump debate's starting soon. I think Chaotic
I thought
Truth's
that
gonna
was
try to stream
tomorrow.
it.
I
Huh?
thought this was the pregame show. This ain't the pregame show
Apparently it
to
is. So y'all enjoy for the next 40 minutes, I guess. And then let me put Chaotic's channel. He's gonna try to risk streaming it. Oh, there's an
Then we
echo.
gonna all watch it
Somebody
together,
got
right?
that.
And we gonna like
You,
make fun of that shit, right?
Yeah. We're gonna do a
All
watch
right.
party in the Discord.
Okay,
It's
I'm
Lily.
with it.
Fix their echo.
It's
Yeah,
Lily.
somebody has echo.
It's always Lily.
Okay.
Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
Find a stream. What does that mean?
What?
Oh,
I
Defect said
think
find a stream.
fucking Joe Biden's gonna die, right? He can't string a sentence together. What? This
We'll
is
find
gonna be a
out.
disaster.
They got some pretty good drugs, though.
Oh, that would be dope if he's alert. Oh,
He's got
Okay,
like
y'all,
that
listen,
real
y'all,
Adderall. You know, the shit that we don't have
he probably
access
got
to.
the good shit, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called
They gonna
meth.
either do a body double or they gonna cancel it. That's my vote. They gonna do a body double or they gonna cancel it. We either gonna get the 19 wait a minute, we're gonna get the 2002 Joe or they gonna cancel that shit. Any
find
other
out about
guesses?
half
Damn,
an
y'all
hour.
gonna leave me hanging? What y'all think gonna happen? Run it.
I told you they're just gonna pump them full of drugs and they'll
Gotta
start to
move,
wear
yeah.
off right about toward the end of it. You'll notice. You'll see it.
That's a fact.
Oh,
you know
shit.
what I'm saying?
The
That's
cops
your
got
prediction.
Joe.
I predict it has the potential to actually be boring because there's no audience and they're controlling the mics.
Oh wow.
If Trump is talking, it's not gonna be boring.
But he's gonna be like by himself in a little bubble. He's not gonna have that audience like energy to feed off of. So
He
it's
don't
gonna be
need it.
him having to like think of answers by himself and
You
all that
think he
stuff.
needs to feed off the audience?
That's what he does.
I
He
didn't
like
think so. I think he could
reads
do
the
a whole
crowd. He's gonna
motherfucking
be
rant.
just in a little room by himself, having to actually answer
Okay.
the question.
Yeah.
They don't
Okay.
never be nowhere by themselves. The handler's gonna be down there sucking their dick or something. It's gonna be somebody in there with him. He ain't gonna be in there by himself. They don't allow that.
We'll see. We'll see his showman skills when he's on an isolated stage.
Body
Do you
double.
know what it's gonna
Body
be
double.
equivalent to?
I'm telling
It's
y'all.
gonna be equivalent to watching two old people
Hey,
fucking in a
Dennison, we're
mess.
gonna check the ears. We're gonna have to do some screen comparison to see if that's the real Joe Biden. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a scandal.
Baby, your echo
Get
cancellation,
the
there's a
AI on it.
button on there under settings that says echo cancellation. Can you try that?
Oh yeah,
I
let
can
me.
Or
try it.
is
Oh,
your
Lily. Oh, I
YouTube
have it on
open or
echo
something?
cancellation. It's on.
Is your YouTube open, babe? You gotta
Oh
pause it
no.
and close it out.
Oh no. Audio. Hold up. Echo cancellation. Do I turn it off or on?
It's
On.
it's already on apparently.
On.
Turn it off, see if it changes anything. On it, change it, whatever it is.
No,
Testing,
yeah, there you
testing,
go.
1, 2. Breaking
Yeah,
Check,
you
one
said
check,
it's
check.
good.
nine.
It's on.
It's
Breaking
going.
Hello, hello,
one
hello, hello,
nine.
hello.
How that?
Be
The
Is that
quiet.
first
better?
test.
Be quiet. We only hear it when we talk. Check, check. Sounds like you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Check, check.
All right,
Microphone
guys.
check. 1, 2, 1,
Time for
2.
me to
All
run my
right.
meeting. See you guys on the next one. Thanks for having me. Like, share, and subscribe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anytime, drop by.
Yep, will do.
We're here
Have
every
a good day.
day. Take care.
Easy, bro. I like that dude, and he's got a Chicago connection. Well, I think I'm up banning you guys. I was enjoying the cop shit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna do is head to Discord and get ready for the debate, and y'all can catch the debate. And I think Chaotic Truth is gonna try to comment or react to it.
You mean midlife or chaotic?
Chaotic, because you're not supposed to. So he's risking his channel by doing it. Nobody else wants to risk it. But the rumor is Chaotic's gonna be doing it. So yeah, Moose, good. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot, everybody. This is a good one.
What does it start? About half an hour?
The debate, yeah. I think it's at 9
Did Denny
Eastern.
leave? Because wherever Denny's going, that's where I'll be. Oh, there you are. Dennison, where
I'm
you
in
going?
Discord.
You'll be in
Okay.
Discord. Do you want to
I'll
watch it
be-
in your server?
Yes. That
Okay.
would be awesome, actually.
I would like that as well. Thank you so much for that idea.
Hell yeah.
All
Chuck,
right, well,
you
oh,
Discord,
shit.
bro?
Hang on, I'll be
Yeah,
back.
drop your Discord in Jeff's chat if you can.
Yeah.
Or over in yours. Either way, you just let me know which place to go to.
Fuck, man, I'm so bad at this shit. I used to be better. Give me a second. I gotta grab it.
Yes, sir.
Don't grab it,
Don't-
Denny. Don't grab it.
Don't squeeze it too tight.
Man. Tell him.
Alrighty.
Okay, there.
What? Who?
There's my Discord in Jeff's.
Here, I can.
And
You put it
Jeff?
in mine? Because I can pop it in too.
Drop
All
it
right,
in
cool.
back chat.
So yeah, we're headed there to get ready for the debate, and then I'll be back. If depending on how the debate goes, I might be inspired to do another stream tonight. If not, I'll do one tomorrow sometime.
Yep, it's gonna be an interesting to see how this actually goes tonight.
Yeah, I'm not really into presidential debates, but I'm kind of interested in seeing this one myself.
Yep, I'm gonna jump and pick up his Discord.
Okay, sounds good, Chuck.
All
We'll
right.
see you around. Yeah, Lily, it was an absolute joy meeting you. I'm glad you dropped in.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Yep, we'll see you. Take care. Okay, cool. These people are finding it. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much. I had a great day with you today. Considering how it started. Thanks a lot. Dan, I'll see you soon.
Peace.
Everybody. Freak, Tiffany, Jonathan, Daniel for sure. Binks, good to have you. Moose, thank you. All of you. I feel all right. Have about half an hour to get ready for this debate, and I'm probably gonna need every minute of it. So Well, he is a felon technically, but we'll see what happens. All right, take care, everybody. Here, let me get some music going.